when washing out in bright or foggy environments, ensuring it pops for split-second target acquisition. The center dot is activated at full opacity 1 and a thickness of 2, serving as a razor-sharp focal point ideal for his signature static aim and flicks. The small, unyielding dot trains your eye to align precisely on enemy skulls, minimizing guesswork in crosshair placement. The inner lines further refine this precision setup. They're turned on with 100% opacity, a length of 0, making them pinpoint stubs rather than extended bars, an unusually thick 6-pixel width for bold emphasis, and an offset of 3 pixels from the center. This results in 4 short, fat protrusions forming a tight cross around the dot, offering subtle gap control for spray transfers while keeping the overall footprint tiny to avoid screen obstruction. Crucially, both movement error and firing error multipliers are disabled, off, meaning the crosshair remains rock solid without blooming or shifting during strafes, jumps, or bursts, perfect for a player who relies on raw mechanical skill over compensatory visuals. Outer lines are completely disabled, stripping away any expansive guides to maintain a hyper-minimalist view that maximizes peripheral awareness for peaks and rotations. Scream Keybind Settings. Scream employs a highly ergonomic keybind layout that keeps essential actions on comfortable bottom-row keys, freeing up his left hand for rapid ability cycling while maintaining standard WASD movement. Walking is bound to left shift for silent flanks, crouching to left control for low-profile counters, and jumping to spacebar for bunny hops or jump shots. Interacting with objects, planting defusing is on E. Weapon selection follows the numeric row. Primary on 1, secondary on 2, melee on 3, and spike on 4. Abilities are intuitively mapped to C. Ability 1, A. Ability 2, doubling as backward strafe, F. Ability 3, and X. Ultimate. This QWERTY-optimized setup allows seamless utility deployment without lifting fingers far from movement keys, a choice that enhances his duelist aggression in post-plant scenarios or retakes. Scream Video Settings. Scream runs Valorant in full-screen display mode at a resolution of 1920 by 1080 with a 16:9 aspect ratio, utilizing the fill aspect ratio method to ensure the game stretches perfectly across his monitor without black bars or distortion. This setup is complemented by a 360 Hz refresh rate, allowing for ultra-responsive visuals that capture every micro-movement in fast-paced rounds. He disables Limit FPS always to uncap his frame rate, relying on his powerful NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080 GPU to push well beyond 360 FPS consistently, and enables NVIDIA Reflex with boost mode to minimize input lag and system latency for instantaneous responsiveness. Multi-threaded rendering is turned on, leveraging modern multi-core CPUs to distribute rendering workloads efficiently and boost overall stability. For core graphics quality, Scream sets material quality, texture quality, detail quality, and UI quality all to low, stripping away unnecessary environmental details like high-fidelity textures or intricate particle effects to prioritize raw FPS and reduce GPU load during intense teamfights. This low preset eliminates clutter on the screen, allowing enemies to stand out more prominently against simplified backgrounds, a key advantage in Valorant's post-plant or retake scenarios. Visual enhancements are further minimized with vignette turned off to avoid edge darkening that could obscure peripheral vision, VSync disabled to prevent input lag from frame syncing, and cast shadows, or first-person shadows, set to off, removing self-shadows that might distract during peaks or strafes. Scream fine-tunes anti-aliasing with MSAA 4X, which provides moderate edge smoothing to reduce jagged lines on models and abilities without the heavy performance hit of higher modes like 8X SMAA, striking an optimal balance for 1080p competitive play. Anisotropic filtering is set to 4X, enhancing texture clarity on angled surfaces like walls or ramps from a distance, ensuring distant geometry remains crisp for better map awareness. Features like improved clarity, experimental sharpening, bloom, and distortion are all disabled. As they introduce artificial post-processing effects, bloom adds glows to bright areas, distortion warps heat haze visuals, and sharpening can create artifacts that could hinder enemy visibility or add unnecessary blur during movement. In the Accessibility tab, he selects Yellow, Deuteranopia, for enemy highlight color, optimizing outline visibility for colorblind players while providing a subtle, non-intrusive highlight on foes. Scream Map Settings. Scream's minimap settings are optimized for competitive play on Valorant's diverse maps, balancing detail with uncluttered readability to support his entry fragger role, ensuring he can glance at radar for rotates, plants, and enemy positions without losing focus on crosshair placement. The minimap rotates dynamically with player-facing, rotate mode, fixed orientation based on side selection for team coordination, and player always centered for egocentric awareness. Size is scaled to 1.2 for prominence without screen obstruction. Zoom to 0.824 for optimal sight coverage. Vision cones enabled to reveal ally line of sight, and map region names hidden entirely, never, to minimize visual noise. These preferences shine on maps like Ascent or Icebox, where quick map reads enable pre-aims and flanks. Scream gears. Scream's hardware setup is a pro-grade rig built for endurance and precision. His monitor is the Alienware AW2521 HA 25-inch 1080p IPS panel with 360Hz refresh rate, G-Sync support, and NVIDIA Reflex compatibility for tier-free, low-latency gameplay. The mouse is a custom Finalmouse Ultralight X Prophecy Scream Classic 36G, ambidextrous shape, final sensor, up to 8,000 Hz wireless polling, optical switches, a lightweight beast named after him for effortless flicks. Keyboard is the Razer Huntsman V3 Pro, full-size, analog optical switches, RGB, non-hot swappable, offering rapid actuation for movement and abilities. Headset is the Logitech G Pro X, closed-back, wired, detachable mic, prioritizing clear audio cues. Mousepad varies slightly, but commonly the SteelSeries QCK Heavy or Artisan Shidenkai V2X Soft for balance, glide, and control. Chair is a Secretlab, Team Liquid, or Titan Evo variant. Peripherals include Logitech Brio StreamCam webcam, Shure MV7X XLR mic, and Elgato Stream Deck for streaming efficiency.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Ilya something Petrov, born on February 11, 2002, in Russia, is a highly accomplished professional Valorant player currently competing for the Southeast Asian Esports organization Paper Rex. At 23 years old, Something has risen to prominence as one of the top duelists in the Valorant Champions Tour Pacific region, known for his aggressive playstyle, clutch performances, and versatility across multiple agents. He joined the competitive Valorant scene in 2020, initially competing in smaller online tournaments with various minor teams before establishing himself in the Japanese challengers ecosystem. Something's early career was marked by steady progression in Japan's competitive scene, where he honed his skills amid fierce regional competition. From March 2021 to August 2021, he played for Insomnia, participating in qualifiers for VCT 2021 Japan Stage 3 and various challengers events. Which mouse does Something use? The primary mouse that Ilya Something Petrov uses in his professional Valorant setup is the Lamzu Maya X White. This wireless gaming mouse is designed for ambidextrous use, featuring a compact and lightweight build that weighs only 47 grams, making it ideal for fast-paced FPS games like Valorant, where quick flicks and precise tracking are essential. The mouse measures 12.4 centimeters in length, 4.0 centimeters in height, and 5.7 centimeters in width, providing a comfortable grip for various hand sizes and grip styles, such as claw or fingertip. It is equipped with the PAW3950 optical sensor, which supports a maximum DPI of 30,000 and a maximum polling rate of 8,000 Hz, ensuring ultra-responsive performance with minimal latency. The Lamzu Maya X utilizes optical switches for its buttons, offering durability and a satisfying click feel without the risk of double-clicking issues common in mechanical switches. Its wireless connectivity is powered by a reliable battery that lasts for extended gaming sessions, and it includes customizable RGB lighting, though professionals like Petrov often prioritize functionality over aesthetics. Something mouse settings. The core of Something's mouse setup begins with a DPI of 800, which measures how sensitive the mouse is to movement on a hardware level. Paired with an in-game sensitivity of 0.425, this results in an effective DPI-eDPI of 340, calculated by multiplying the DPI by the sensitivity value. This eDPI is on the lower side compared to many pros, allowing for more precise aiming over longer distances while reducing the risk of overflicking in fast-paced engagements. For scoped weapons, he uses a scoped sensitivity multiplier of 1, meaning his aim down sights feels identical to his hipfire sensitivity, promoting consistency across different zoom levels. Similarly, his ADS sensitivity is set to 1, ensuring seamless transitions when using weapons like the Operator or Marshal. The polling rate is configured at 4,000 Hz, which means the mouse reports its position to the computer 4,000 times per second, minimizing input lag and providing smoother tracking essential for a player like Something who relies on micro-adjustments during duels. He keeps Windows sensitivity at the default 6 to avoid any OS-level interference, and raw input buffer is enabled in Valorant, bypassing Windows acceleration for direct, unfiltered input from the mouse. Something crosshair settings. Something's crosshair embodies the minimalist philosophy favored by many elite pros: clean, unobtrusive, and highly visible for instinctive head-level alignment. It uses a custom white color, #FFFFFF, for maximum contrast on most maps, with outlines enabled at 0.5 opacity, and 1 thickness to provide a subtle black border that prevents the reticle from blending into bright or dark backgrounds without overwhelming the center. The center dot is turned off to keep the crosshair gap open for better enemy outline visibility during close-range engagements. For inner lines, the core of his aiming aid, they are fully enabled with opacity at 1, fully opaque, length at 4, short and precise, thickness at 1, slim for subtlety, and offset at 1, tightly hugging the center, while movement error and firing error are both off to maintain a static reticle unaffected by strafing or recoil, promoting muscle memory over dynamic feedback. Outer lines are completely disabled, stripping away any extraneous elements to reduce visual noise and enhance focus on the kill zone. Something keybinds settings. Something's keybinds are optimized for fluid ability access and movement, tailored to a duelist's need for quick utility deployment and peaks. Walk is bound to left shift for silent flanks, crouch to left alt for low profile slides, jump to both spacebar and mouse while down for spam jumping versatility. Use equip object defaults to F. Weapon swaps are standard primary on 1, secondary on 2, melee on 3, spike on 4. Abilities follow an intuitive Q, E, C, X cluster. Ability 2 on Q, ability 3 on E, ability 1 on C, ideal for quick flashes or satchels, and ultimate on X position for pinky/ring finger rolls without compromising aim hand stability. Something map settings. Central to Something's IGL prowess are his minimap settings, optimized for comprehensive situational awareness without overwhelming the HUD. The minimap rotates dynamically with player-facing rotate, uses fixed orientation based on side for intuitive navigation regardless of spawn, and keeps the player icon off-center off to maximize visible map real estate. Size is scaled to 1.2 for enlarged detail, zoom fixed at 1 for balanced overview, vision cones enabled on to reveal enemy lines of sight, and map region names always displayed always for rapid landmark identification. These choices empower him to call rotations, track utilities, and predict flanks on every map, from Bind's tight corners to Icebox's verticality, giving PRX a strategic edge in fast-paced Pacific metas. Something video settings. In the general video settings category, Something runs Valorant at a native 1920 by 1080 resolution with a standard 16:9 aspect ratio, utilizing the letterbox aspect ratio method to avoid any stretching or distortion that could impair aim precision. He sets the display mode to full screen for optimal performance and immersion, eliminating distractions from desktop elements. This setup pairs seamlessly with his high refresh rate monitor, where the in-game refresh rate is configured to 400 Hz to capitalize on modern hardware capabilities, delivering buttery smooth motion clarity essential for tracking flick shots and peaks. Diving deeper into the graphics quality settings, Something enables multi-threaded rendering, on to leverage multi-core CPUs for better frame pacing and higher FPS yields. All visual fidelity options are dialed down to low for material quality, texture quality, detail quality, and UI quality, stripping away unnecessary environmental details that could cause stuttering or obscure enemies. Effects like vignette, off, VSync, off, to prevent input lag, anti-aliasing, none, anisotropic filtering, 1x, improve clarity, off, experimental sharpening, off, bloom, off, distortion, off, and cast shadows, off, also known as FPP shadows, further ensure a clean, distraction-free view of the battlefield, emphasizing raw performance over aesthetic enhancements. Complementing these in-game tweaks, Something activates NVIDIA Reflex on plus boost to dynamically reduce system latency, a critical feature for NVIDIA GPU users that minimizes the delay between mouse input and on-screen response, giving him an edge in Valorant's fast-paced duels. For accessibility, he customizes the enemy highlight color to yellow, Protanopia, enhancing enemy outline visibility against various map backgrounds without compromising his low-spec setup. Something monitor settings. The crown jewel of Something's setup lies in his Zowie monitor's on-screen display settings, which are finely tuned for FPS dominance and available via a downloadable profile zip file shared through pyrosettings.net. He runs dynamic accuracy off to prioritize raw speed over blur reduction in fast-paced Valorant duels. Black equalizer at 13 for superior visibility in dark corners without washing out bright areas. Color vibrance at 10 for enhanced enemy outlining. Recent Zowie interviews confirm he toggles between 9 to 10 depending on the day, and low blue light at 0 to maintain natural colors. Additional tweaks include picture mode, FPS 2, brightness 73, contrast 50, sharpness 6, gamma 3, color temperature, user-defined, red 88, green 90, blue 100 for a slightly cool tint favoring blue hues in smokes and shadows, and AMA high for the sharpest pixel response. These settings, verified via his Twitch commands and tournament footage, create a balanced image that's neither too dark nor overly bright, ideal for PRX's aggressive sight executes. Something's gaming gear is tailored for competitive Valorant, focusing on lightweight, responsive equipment to support his fast-paced duelist role. He uses the Lamzu Maya X white mouse, which features a PW3950 sensor with a maximum DPI of 30,000, an 8,000 Hz polling rate capability, optical switches, and a wireless connection for unrestricted movement. The mouse is ambidextrous, measures 12.4 centimeters in length, 4.0 centimeters in height, and 5.7 centimeters in width, and weighs just 47 grams for effortless flicks and tracking. For his keyboard, he opts for the Wooting 80 Frost, a tankuless TKL form factor with Lecker switches, hot-swappable PCB, and RGB lighting. Dimensions of 34.6 centimeters width, 14.2 centimeters length, and 2.84 centimeters height, allowing for rapid inputs and customizable actuation points ideal for abilities and movement in Valorant. His headset is the HyperX Cloud 3, a closed-back wired model with a detachable microphone and no noise cancelling, providing clear audio for team communications and in-game sound cues like footsteps. Completing the setup is the Pulsar ES Saturn Pro Black Mousepad, a 50 centimeters x 50 centimeters cloth surface with 4 millimeters thickness, stitched edges, and a control-oriented glide that balances speed and stopping power for precise aiming. Additionally, his monitor is the Zowie XL2546K, a 24.5-inch TN panel with 1920 by 1080 resolution, 16:9 aspect ratio, 240 Hz refresh rate, and no adaptive sync technologies, optimized for esports with minimal input lag. Alexander Jogamo Moore is a highly accomplished professional Valorant player, born on June 24, 1999, making him 26 years old as of 2026. Hailing originally from the United States, Jogamo has established himself as one of the premier duelist specialists in the competitive Valorant scene since entering professionally in 2020. Known for his chaotic, high-skill ceiling playstyle on agents like Yoru, the newer Waylay, and Neon, he thrives in aggressive, unpredictable engagements, often earning praise for his mechanical prowess and ability to turn rounds single-handedly. Currently, he competes for G2 Esports in the VCT America circuit, having joined the organization on October 7, 2024, after a storied tenure with Evil Geniuses. Jogamo's early career was marked by grinding through North America's amateur and challenger scenes, where he honed his skills across various small rosters. Beginning in late 2020 with teams like Dreamland and Neutralize, he quickly moved to more structured lineups such as Sedated and Decisive, securing modest wins in events like Community Gaming Premier Series and Nerd Street Gamers tournaments. Which mouse does Jogamo use? Jogamo's hardware further enhances this setup. He currently uses the Pulsar X2 Crazy Light mouse, a lightweight wireless ambidextrous model weighing just 39 grams. Equipped with the XS1 sensor supporting up to 32,000 DPI and 8,000 Hz polling. Its compact dimensions and optical switches provide crisp, instantaneous clicks favored by claw grip players like him. Previously, he has tested models like the Final Mouse ULX Prophecy Clicks, Razer Viper Mini Signature Edition, Bank Zowie EC3 CW, Hitscan Hyperlight White, and even Zowie U2 Vertical Mice, reflecting his ongoing experimentation for the perfect shape and weight. Jogamo mouse settings. Jogamo's primary mouse settings in Valorant are as follows: DPI set to 1600, in-game sensitivity at 0.25, resulting in an effective DPI eDPI of 400.00. His scope sensitivity multiplier is 1.1. which slightly amplifies aim speed when using sniper rifles or operator scopes for better long-range tracking without overcorrecting. The polling rate is 1000 Hz, providing ultra-responsive cursor updates 1000 times per second, minimizing input lag. Raw input buffer is enabled, which bypasses Windows mouse processing for direct hardware-to-game input, ensuring zero acceleration or smoothing interference. Windows pointer sensitivity is set to the default neutral value of 6, avoiding any unintended speed scaling. Mouse acceleration is effectively disabled through these configurations, allowing for consistent 1:1 movement proportional to physical mouse travel. These settings position Jogamo as a moderate to low sensitivity user, ideal for an arm aiming style that emphasizes wide sweeps for 180-degree turns, while maintaining pixel-perfect flicks for close-quarters combat. The EDPI of 400 falls within the popular range for Valorant pros, striking a balance between control and speed low enough for accuracy on small targets like heads at distance, yet responsive for rapid tracking in duels. For context, a full 360-degree turn-in game requires approximately 41.89 centimeters of mousepad travel at these settings, making it suitable for larger mousepads like his 50 by 50 centimeters Pulsar ES Saturn Pro Black. This cloth surface pad offers a control-oriented glide with stitched edges to prevent fraying, complementing his precise inputs during extended sessions. Jogamo Crosshair Settings. Jogamo's crosshair settings are designed for precision and clarity, featuring a minimalist yet effective design that emphasizes a prominent center dot and short inner lines, making it ideal for quick target acquisition in fast-paced duels. The primary crosshair color is set to white #FFFFFF, providing high visibility against most backgrounds without being overly intrusive. Outlines are enabled with full opacity 1 and a thickness of 1, ensuring the crosshair remains crisp even in chaotic fights. A center dot is prominently turned on with opacity at 1 and thickness of 2, serving as a reliable focal point for headshot alignment. Inner lines are activated with full opacity 1, a length of 2, thickness of 2, and 0 offset, creating subtle guides that expand slightly without overwhelming the screen notably. Both movement and firing error corrections are disabled for a static, predictable reticle. Outer lines are completely turned off to maintain a clean profile. Jogamo Keybinds Settings. Jogamo's keybinds follow a streamlined, pro-standard layout on his Wooding 60He V2 black split keyboard. Jogamo sticks to a standard, ergonomic keybind layout that's intuitive for fast ability cycling and weapon swaps, minimizing finger strain during prolonged sessions. Movement keys are defaults: walk on L-shift for silent flanks, crouch on left control for peeks, jump on spacebar for movement tech, and use plant on F. Weapon selection follows 1 primary, 2 secondary, 3 melee for spike. Abilities are bound accessibly on C ability 1, Q ability 2, E ability 3, and X ultimate, allowing seamless spam without leaving WASD. Jogamo Map Settings. Jogamo's map settings are tailored for superior situational awareness, emphasizing a rotatable minimap that adapts to gameplay dynamics while keeping essential details prominent. Rotate is set to rotate, ensuring the minimap spins with his facing direction for intuitive navigation. Fixed orientation is based on side, which orients the map relative to attacker-defender perspectives. Keep player centered is on, locking his icon at the center to prevent disorientation during rotations. Minimap size is 1.2 for expanded visibility without overwhelming the screen corner. Minimap zoom is 0.95, striking a balance between overview and detail. Minimap vision cones are on, displaying ability line-of-sight previews critical for duelists like him. Show map region names is always, providing constant site callout references. These choices, consistent across pyrosettings.net and bo3.gg, enable rapid enemy tracking, teammate positioning, and spike plant defuse planning vital in high-stakes VCT matches. Minor variations exist, likely from slightly outdated captures, but the January 2026 Pro Settings data reflects his live config. Jogamo Video Settings. In the General Video tab of Valorant Settings menu, Jogamo runs at a resolution of 1440 by 1080, which provides a 4:3 aspect ratio stretched across his 16:9 Zowie XL2586X plus 600 Hz monitor for enhanced target visibility and model stretching effects commonly favored by pros. He maintains the aspect ratio method as letterbox to avoid distortion while filling the screen appropriately, and sets the display mode to full screen for minimal input lag and seamless borderless performance. Multi-threaded rendering is enabled to leverage his AMD Ryzen 9 7900X processor and NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080 GPU fully, ensuring smooth utilization of multiple cores during intense gameplay scenarios. Diving deeper into the graphics quality section, Jogamo keeps nearly all options on low to eliminate unnecessary visual processing and maximize FPS, often exceeding 500 on his setup given the 600 Hz monitor. Material quality, texture quality, and detail quality are all set to low, reducing surface rendering complexity, environmental textures, and intricate model details that could obscure enemy outlines or cause frame drops in chaotic fights. UI quality stands out as the sole high setting, ensuring crisp interfaces like the minimap, scoreboards, and agent abilities without compromising performance elsewhere. Vignette is turned off to prevent any screen edge darkening that might hinder peripheral awareness, while VSync is disabled to avoid input lag from frame synchronization. Anti-aliasing is none, eschewing edge smoothing for raw pixel sharpness, and anisotropic filtering is at the minimal 1x to lightly mitigate texture shimmering on angled surfaces without taxing the GPU. Post-processing effects such as improved clarity, experimental sharpening, bloom, and distortion are all off, stripping away artificial enhancements that could introduce blur or glow distractions during flicks and tracking. Finally, cast shadows is off, removing dynamic shadows that pros like Jogamo consider clutter, and enemy highlight color is customized to yellow deuteranopia for optimal contrast against map backgrounds, aiding colorblind accessibility while boosting enemy pop-out. Jogamo Gears. His gaming setup, often referred to as Gears, is optimized for high-performance competitive play, featuring premium peripherals and hardware that support low-latency response times and precise control. Jogamo frequently adjusts his settings based on meta changes and personal preferences, but his current configuration emphasizes reliability and comfort during long practice sessions and tournaments. Starting with his mouse and sensitivity settings, Jogamo uses the Pulsar X2 Crazy Light in black, a lightweight and ergonomic mouse designed for fast flicks and accurate tracking in FPS games like Valorant. For his keyboard and keybinds, Jogamo relies on the Wooting 60He Plus, a compact 60% mechanical keyboard renowned for its analog switches and rapid actuation, which allow for customizable movement inputs like variable walk speeds without additional software macros. Jogamo's monitor and video settings are tailored for maximum performance and minimal distractions. He plays on the Zowie XL2586X Plus, a 24-inch monitor with a staggering 600 Hz refresh rate, 1920 by 1080 resolution, and a 16:9 aspect ratio in full-screen mode, ensuring buttery smooth visuals and reduced motion blur during fast-paced action. Completing his gear lineup, Jogamo uses the HyperX Cloud 2 headset for immersive audio, providing clear positional sound cues essential for hearing footsteps and abilities in Valorant.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Yassine Sabroza Taufik is a prominent figure in the competitive Valorant scene, known for his sharp aim, versatile agent pool, and charismatic presence as both a professional player and a popular streamer. Before diving into Valorant, Sabroza built a solid foundation in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, where he competed professionally from 2015 to 2020 for teams like Counter Logic Gaming and Ghost Gaming. Sabroza's entry into Valorant was swift and impactful, beginning in April 2020 when he joined the team Mousespaz for a brief stint until May 2020. He quickly signed with TSM, one of North America's premier esports organizations, on May 22, 2020, where he became a cornerstone of their roster. During his time with TSM, which lasted until October 3, 2022, when he was placed on inactive status, Sabroza contributed to several high-profile victories. Which mouse does Sabroza use? Sabroza's choice of the Logitech G Pro X Superlight 2 aligns with trends among top Valorant pros, as the mouse's lightweight design and reliable sensor help minimize input lag and enhance aim consistency. He has publicly endorsed Logitech products in the past, including promoting the Superlight 2 on social media as an upgrade that makes the best mouse on the market even better. While there have been brief mentions in community discussions of him experimenting with other mice like the Razer Viper V3 Pro, recent updates from his Twitch commands and pro settings trackers confirm his return to the Superlight 2. Sabroza mouse settings. Sabroza's Valorant sensitivity is set at 0.278, resulting in an effective DPI-EDPI of 222.40 when multiplied by his 800 DPI. This relatively low sensitivity encourages arm-based aiming over wrist flicks, promoting better long-range accuracy and stability, which aligns with his background in Counter-Strike where similar low-sense setups are common among pros. He enables the raw input buffer in Valorant, a feature that bypasses Windows input processing to reduce latency and provide a more direct feel, ensuring that his inputs are as unfiltered and responsive as possible. For scoped weapons like the Operator, his scope sensitivity remains at 1, maintaining a 1:1 ratio with his hipfire sends to avoid disorientation during zoom transitions. While specific ADS sensitivity details are not always publicly detailed, it typically defaults to values close to his base sensitivity in pro setups to keep muscle memory intact across different aiming modes. Complementing these settings, Sabroza pairs his mouse with an Artisan Zero Soft mousepad in a large size, which offers a balanced cloth surface for controlled speed without excessive friction, enhancing the overall ecosystem for his low-sensitivity style. His Windows mouse sensitivity is standardized at 6, with enhanced pointer precision disabled to prevent any unwanted acceleration that could disrupt aim consistency. This holistic approach to mouse settings has evolved over his career, with Sabrosa occasionally experimenting with slight adjustments like brief forays into higher sensitivities during practice but ultimately settling on this configuration for competitive play. Sabrosa crosshair settings. Delving into the specifics of the inner lines, Sabrosa's current configuration features an opacity of 0.715 for full visibility, a length of 6, a thickness of 1 to keep it slim and non-intrusive, and an offset of 3 to create a small gap in the center that helps with headshot alignment without a distracting center dot. Movement error and firing error are both disabled, ensuring the crosshair remains static regardless of player actions like strafing or shooting, which promotes consistent aim training and muscle memory development. This inner line setup strikes a balance between minimalism and functionality, avoiding the bulkiness that can occur with thicker lines while still providing enough structure for precise sprays and taps. Professionals like Sabrosa often prefer such configurations because they reduce visual noise, allowing focus on game sense and mechanics rather than constantly readjusting to dynamic crosshair changes. Complementing the inner lines, the outer lines in Sabrosa's crosshair are configured with an opacity of 1 for a semi-transparent effect that adds depth without overwhelming the primary aiming point, a length of 3, a thickness of 1 to give them a noticeable presence as a secondary reference, and an offset of 3 to position them further out, creating a framed effect around the inner crosshair. As with the inner lines, movement error and firing error are turned off to maintain stability during gameplay. This inclusion of outer lines is a notable feature in his recent setup, as it provides additional visual cues for peripheral awareness, which can be advantageous in chaotic teamfights or when holding angles. The overall design reflects Sabrosa's evolution in settings, moving toward a more layered approach that supports his aimbot-like accuracy, as demonstrated in recent clips where he secures aces shortly after adopting this crosshair. Sabrosa keybinds settings. In terms of keybinds, Sabrosa employs a mix of keyboard and mouse buttons to streamline ability usage and movement, which is common among professional players to reduce finger strain during extended sessions. For basic movement, he walks with left alt, crouches using left control, and jumps via the spacebar. Interacting with objects is bound to E, while equipping weapons follows the standard numerical keys 1 for primary, 2 for secondary, 3 for melee, and 4 for the spike. His ability bindings leverage mouse side buttons for efficiency, with ability 1 on the middle mouse button, ability 2 on mouse 4, ability 3 on mouse 5, and the ultimate ability on C. This setup allows him to activate agent abilities without removing his fingers from core movement keys, enhancing his reaction times in high-pressure scenarios like clutches or sight retakes. Sabrosa map settings. In Valorant, the minimap is a compact overhead view of the map displayed in the corner of the screen, providing real-time information on player positions, bomb sites, and ability deployments. Sabrosa enables the rotate option, which means the minimap rotates dynamically based on his character's facing direction rather than staying fixed in a north-up orientation. This setting is paired with fixed orientation based on side, ensuring the map aligns with his perspective depending on whether he's attacking or defending, making it easier to interpret directions intuitively during fast-paced engagements. By keeping the player centered on the minimap, Sabrosa ensures his avatar remains at the map's focal point, allowing for better self-referencing without needing to mentally adjust for off-center views. This configuration is particularly useful for aggressive playstyles like his, where maintaining orientation amid duels and rotations is essential. Sabrosa sets his minimap size to 1.2, which enlarges the minimap slightly beyond the default to provide more visible detail without dominating the HUD. This size strikes a balance, offering enough space to see key areas like choke points and spike plants clearly while not obstructing peripheral vision during aiming. Complementing this, his minimap zoom is adjusted to 0.707, a relatively zoomed-out view that captures a broader portion of the map compared to tighter zooms. This allows him to monitor teammate positions and potential flanks over a wider area, which is vital in team-based scenarios or when playing agents that require map control, such as initiators or controllers. The lower zoom value prevents the minimap from feeling cluttered, ensuring icons for abilities, enemies, and utilities remain distinguishable at a glance. To enhance tactical awareness, Sabrosa activates minimap vision cones on, which displays cone-shaped indicators showing the field of view for himself and his teammates. Sabrosa video settings. In terms of general display settings, Sabrosa runs Valorant at a resolution of 1920 by 1080, which is a standard 1080p setup commonly used by professionals for its compatibility with high refresh rate monitors and reduced strain on GPU resources compared to higher resolutions like 1440p. He employs a 16:9 aspect ratio with the aspect ratio method set to fill, which can create a stretched appearance for some elements but helps in maintaining a wider field of view without black bars. The display mode is locked to full screen for optimal input lag reduction and immersion during gameplay. Although his monitor supports up to 480 Hz, his configured refresh rate in relevant setups is noted at 240 Hz, ensuring buttery smooth visuals when paired with a capable display like his 27-inch OLED panel. This combination allows him to achieve high frame rates without unnecessary overhead, making it ideal for competitive environments where every millisecond counts. Moving to the graphics quality settings, Sabrosa opts for a performance-oriented approach to keep his system running efficiently. Multi-threaded rendering is enabled to leverage multi-core CPUs for better frame distribution. Material quality is set to low, which reduces the detail on surfaces and objects to minimize rendering load. Texture quality, however, is bumped up to high, providing sharper and more defined textures on weapons, agents, and environments without significantly impacting performance on modern hardware. Detail quality remains low to cut down on unnecessary particle effects and environmental clutter that could distract during intense firefights. UI quality is configured to low, ensuring clean but basic interface elements that don't hog resources. Vignette is turned off to eliminate any artificial darkening around the screen edges, preserving full visibility across the entire view. Further refining his visual experience, Sabrosa disables VSync entirely to avoid input lag and screen tearing, relying instead on his high refresh rate monitor and potentially external tools like NVIDIA Reflex for synchronization. Anti-aliasing is set to none, as it can introduce blur that hinders precise aiming, while anisotropic filtering is limited to 1x to provide minimal texture sharpening at angles without much performance cost. Improved clarity is activated to enhance overall sharpness and edge definition, making enemies easier to spot in chaotic scenarios. Experimental sharpening is also enabled for additional post-processing tweaks that boost image crispness. Bloom is turned on in his latest configuration, adding subtle glow effects to lights and abilities for better atmospheric feedback, though some prior setups had it disabled. Distortion effects are off to prevent any warping or heat haze that could obscure vision, and cast shadows are deactivated to reduce computational demands and eliminate potential distractions from self-shadowing. For accessibility, he uses yellow for enemy highlights, which provides high contrast against common map colors for quicker target acquisition. Sabrosa gears. Sabrosa's PC build is built for demanding tasks like high frame rate gaming and streaming, with variations across sources indicating possible upgrades over time. One configuration includes an AMD Ryzen 9 50X 3D processor paired with an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3090 graphics card, which supports NVIDIA Reflex for reduced latency. Another setup lists an AMD Ryzen 9 50X CPU with 64GB of RAM and the same RTX 3090 GPU, emphasizing multitasking capabilities. A more recent report suggests an upgrade to the AMD Ryzen 7 9800X 3D CPU and NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090 Founders Edition GPU, which would provide superior performance for 4K rendering or ray tracing, though specifics on motherboard, memory, SSD, and case remain undisclosed. For streaming peripherals, he uses the Electro-Voice RE20 microphone for broadcast quality audio, mounted on a Blue Microphone's boom arm, alongside a Logitech Brio or C920 webcam for high-definition video capture. These components ensure his setup is versatile for both professional esports and content creation.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Kim Texture Na-ra, born on July 20, 1999 in South Korea, is a professional Valorant player renowned for his explosive duelist playstyle, particularly on high-mobility agents like Jett and Neon, where he excels in aggressive peeks, operator sniping, and game-changing multi-kills such as frequent 4 Burmese shots. At 26 years old, Texture has established himself as one of South Korea's premier duelists and a key figure in the Pacific region's competitive scene, currently competing for Gung Esports after re-signing with the organization on October 25, 2025, to a contract extending through 2027. His career trajectory reflects a journey from regional challengers with early teams to international stardom, marked by a breakout 2024 season that saw Gung dominate Pacific and claim a Masters title, though 2025 brought more transitional challenges amid roster changes. Which mouse does Texture use? Texture uses the Logitech G Pro X Superlight 2 in magenta color. This mouse was adopted by him prior to major events like Masters Toronto, marking an upgrade from his previous Logitech G Pro X Superlight 1 model, and it has become a staple in his setup for its lightweight design and responsive performance. The Logitech G Pro X Superlight 2 is a high-end wireless gaming mouse designed specifically for esports professionals, emphasizing minimal weight and maximum accuracy. Weighing in at just 60 grams, it features the advanced Hero 2 optical sensor capable of up to 32,000 dpi tracking, 500 IPS acceleration, and a maximum polling rate of 8,000 Hz for ultra-low latency. The mouse incorporates Lightforce hybrid optical mechanical switches rated for 70 million clicks, providing tactile feedback while conserving battery life, which can last up to 95 hours on a single charge. It supports Lightforce wireless technology with a 0.5 milliseconds response time, ensuring reliable connectivity without cables. Texture mouse settings. Diving into his precise mouse settings, Texture runs a DPI of 800 on his Logitech mouse, which is a standard choice among pros for balancing pixel precision with desk space efficiency. His in-game sensitivity is set to 0.45, resulting in an effective DPI-eDPI of 360, a notably low value that classifies him as an arm aimer. This setup requires sweeping arm movements for 180-degree turns, promoting muscle memory and accuracy over speed, which suits Valorant's emphasis on holding angles and flicking to heads. Scope sensitivity is at 1.00, meaning no multiplier for sniper scopes like the Operator, keeping zoom-ins feeling natural and consistent with hipfire. ADS sensitivity is also 1, ensuring seamless transitions when using abilities or spraying with rifles. The polling rate is 1000 Hz, delivering updates every millisecond for responsive tracking without the battery drain or potential jitter of higher rates like 4000 Hz. Raw input buffer is turned off, a setting that minimally impacts 1000 Hz but prevents input queuing issues at ultra-high rates. Windows pointer sensitivity is defaulted to 6, with mouse acceleration disabled to eliminate any variable speed curves that could disrupt aim training. Texture crosshair settings. Texture's Valorant Crosshair is a compact, inner-lines-only reticle designed for maximum screen clarity and precision headshot alignment, avoiding any unnecessary visual clutter that could distract during fast-paced duels. The primary crosshair uses white as the color, ensuring high visibility against most backgrounds without being overly bright or obstructive. Outlines are enabled but set to an opacity of 0 with a thickness of 1, effectively rendering them invisible to prevent any additional border interference, while maintaining the option for subtle definition if needed. The center dot is completely disabled off, promoting a pure crosshair shape that aligns perfectly with enemy hitboxes. Inner lines are the core of the reticle. They have full opacity 1, a short length of 3 pixels, a thickness of 2 pixels for subtle boldness, and an offset of 2 pixels from the center, creating a small, tight plus sign plus shape ideal for pinpoint accuracy. Both movement error and firing error are turned off for inner lines, ensuring the crosshair remains static and predictable regardless of recoil or strafing. Outer lines are fully disabled off, with no associated errors, further minimizing visual noise. This configuration results in a tiny, clean crosshair that's forgiving for tracking yet precise for flick shots, perfectly suiting Texture's aggressive dueling style. Texture keybind settings. His in-game settings are meticulously optimized for precision and performance, reflecting a low-sensitivity approach that prioritizes control and accuracy in high-stakes engagements. His keybinds follow a standard yet highly efficient layout that emphasizes quick access to movement, abilities, and utilities without conflicting with primary aiming inputs. For movement, walk is bound to left shift, crouch to left control, and jump to both spacebar and mouse wheel up, providing flexibility for bunny hopping or quick vertical maneuvers. Use object is on mouse 5, a common pro choice for its ergonomic placement. Weapon selection is intuitive 1 for primary, 2 for secondary, 3 for melee, and 4 for spike. Abilities are spread across the keyboard for rapid cycling ability 1 on C, ability 2 on both Q and F, ability 3 on E, and ultimate on X. The minimap is set to fixed rotation with based on side orientation, keeping the player centered off to reduce clutter during rotations. Texture map settings. Texture's map settings are configured as follows. Rotate is set to fixed, meaning the minimap does not dynamically rotate with his viewpoint, but remains stationary for predictable navigation. Fixed orientation is based on side, which flips the map layout depending on whether his team is attacking or defending, preventing confusion on mirrored layouts like bind or split. Keep player centered is turned off, allowing the minimap to show a broader area around the action rather than always centering on his position. This is ideal for duelists like Texture who frequently peek aggressively and need peripheral awareness. Minimap size is scaled to 1.1 for a larger display without overwhelming the HUD, while minimap zoom is at 0.9 to pull the view slightly outward for more contextual coverage. Minimap vision cones are enabled to reveal enemy line-of-sight predictions, a vital tool for entry fraggers, and show map region names is set to always, ensuring site names like a main or b-heaven are constantly visible for rapid callouts. These choices emphasize clarity and utility, helping Texture maintain map control in chaotic engagements while minimizing visual noise. Texture Video Settings. His primary display configuration runs at a native resolution of 1920 by 1080 with a 16:9 aspect ratio, employing the fill aspect ratio method to ensure the image stretches properly across his monitor without black bars or distortion. He operates in full-screen display mode to minimize input lag and distractions. Paired with his Zowie XL 2546K monitors, 240Hz refresh rate for ultra-smooth motion during high-stakes duels. Delving deeper into his graphics quality presets, Texture prioritizes low visual fidelity to achieve the highest possible frame rates while maintaining enemy visibility. Multi-threaded rendering is enabled to leverage his multi-core CPU effectively, with material quality, texture quality, detail quality, and UI quality all set to low. This setup reduces rendering overhead, ensuring consistent 300+ FPS even in intense scenarios. Anti-aliasing is configured to MSAA 4x for edge smoothing without excessive blur, while anisotropic filtering at 8x enhances distant texture clarity. Vignette is toggled on in most recent profiles to add subtle edge darkening for better central focus, though one source notes it off VSync remains disabled to prevent frame pacing issues, and features like bloom, distortion, and cast shadows are all off to eliminate unnecessary visual noise. Improve clarity is on for sharper images, but experimental sharpening is off to avoid overprocessing artifacts. NVIDIA Reflex is reported as on plus boost in some updates, further reducing system latency. Texture Monitor Settings. The monitor's on-screen display settings are fine-tuned for competitive visibility. Brightness is dialed to 78 for balanced backlight without washing out shadows. Contrast at 50 maintains deep blacks and highlight separation. Sharpness is set to 10 to avoid over-sharpening artifacts. Gamma is locked to gamma 3 for accurate mid-tone representation in dark areas. Common to Valorant maps. Color temperature is custom at R88, G93, B100 for a slightly warm tint that enhances enemy outlines against cooler map palettes. Color vibrance sits at 10 to subtly boost saturation without oversaturating. Black equalizer is at 7 to reveal hidden details and shadows without blooming highlights. And picture mode is FPS 1, optimized for fast-paced shooters like Valorant. These OSD tweaks, sourced directly from verified configs, prioritize motion clarity via Diac Plus technology, ensuring ghosts and trails are minimized during high-speed flicks and tracking critical for Texture's pixel-perfect headshots. Texture gears. Starting with the mouse, Texture uses the Logitech G Pro X Superlight 2 in magenta, a wireless gaming mouse renowned for its lightweight design at just 59 grams, which allows for swift movements without fatigue during long sessions. For his keyboard, Texture employs the SteelSeries Apex Pro TKL Gen 3 in white, a tankulous form factor that provides a compact layout without a numpad, allowing more desk space for mouse movement. The monitor in Texture's arsenal is the Zowie XL 2546K, a 24.5-inch TN panel gaming display optimized for esports with a 240Hz refresh rate and 1920 by 1080 resolution in a 16:9 aspect ratio. Complementing the setup is the Razer Black Shark V2 Hyperspeed headset, a closed-back wireless model without noise canceling but with a non-detachable microphone, designed for clear audio communication and immersive sound cues in Valorant.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Leonardo Musera Serrati is a highly accomplished Brazilian professional Valorant player, born on June 30, 2001, making him 24 years old as of 2026. Hailing from Brazil, Musera has established himself as one of the most talented and consistent fraggers in the Valorant esports scene, renowned for his exceptional aim, mechanical prowess, and versatility across duelist and controller roles. Currently, he competes for KR Esports in the VCT Americas League, having joined the organization on December 13, 2025, as part of a revamped roster featuring fellow Brazilians Less Than Silence, alongside Argentine stars Sodhack and Dantadu5. This move marks his return to top-tier international competition after a transitional period, with KRU set to debut the lineup at the VCT Americas 2026 kickoff starting January 16, 2026, where they face Furia in their opening matchup. Which mouse does Musera use? Muzera uses the Valorant XCS wireless black gaming mouse as his primary device. This mouse features a PAW 3950 sensor, supports polling rates up to 4000 Hz, and weighs approximately 60 grams, making it ideal for fast-paced FPS games like Valorant due to its ergonomic shape and reliable wireless connectivity. The Valorant XCS series is praised for its minimalistic design, with no RGB lighting or unnecessary software, focusing purely on performance and comfort for extended gaming sessions. His equipment choices are often scrutinized by fans and aspiring players, as they seek to emulate his setup for improved performance in the game. Muzera mouse settings. At the core of Muzera's mouse configuration is his DPI set to 800, a standard choice among professional FPS players that strikes a balance between fine control and arm movement efficiency. This DPI value allows for smooth tracking without excessive hand travel, enabling Muzera to execute rapid flicks and micro adjustments essential for Valorant's fast-paced engagements. Paired with an in-game sensitivity of 0.36, his effective DPI calculated as DPI multiplied by sensitivity falls into a low to mid-range popular among pros who prioritize accuracy over speed. This eDPI is particularly suited for players with larger mousepads and arm aiming styles, providing the stability needed for holding angles on sights like binds a short or ascents mid, while still allowing 180-degree turns with a comfortable wrist-arm hybrid motion. Compared to higher eDPI users, Muzera's setup emphasizes deliberate, controlled swipes, reducing over-aiming in clutch scenarios. Muzera further refines his aiming with a scoped sensitivity multiplier and ADS sensitivity both at 0.9, meaning zoomed-in weapons like the Operator or Guardian feel slightly slower than hipfire for enhanced precision during long-range duels. This multiplier prevents the tunnel vision effect common with 1.0 settings, allowing seamless transitions between close-quarter sprays and sniper peaks critical for his duelist role where utility like Jet's updraft demands quick scoping. His polling rate is set to an impressive 2000 Hz, double the standard 1000 Hz, which minimizes input lag by polling the mouse sensor twice as frequently per second. This high refresh contributes to a raw feel, especially beneficial on wireless mice, where even microseconds matter in pixel-perfect headshots. Additionally, raw input buffer is enabled, bypassing Windows processing for direct engine input, further slashing latency and eliminating acceleration inconsistencies that could throw off muscle memory during extended sessions. Muzera crosshair settings. Muzera's crosshair is a minimalist masterpiece designed for surgical precision, featuring a small, static yellow cross with no distractions from outlines, center dots, or dynamic errors, perfect for tracking heads in fast-paced engagements without visual noise. This creates a clean inner line-only reticle that remains perfectly steady during movement and firing, allowing Muzera to focus purely on target acquisition. Breaking down the parameters, the primary color is yellow, which pops vividly against Valorant's colorful maps without blending into backgrounds like green or cyan might. Outlines are completely disabled for a razor-sharp look, and there's no center dot to avoid centering bias. Inner lines are enabled with full opacity, a compact length of 2 units, thickness of 2 units, and offset of 2 units, forming a tiny, symmetrical plus-sign shape roughly 4 pixels across on standard resolutions, ideal for headshot alignment without obscuring enemies. Outer lines are off, movement error is off, and firing error is off, ensuring zero bloom or jitter for unwavering stability. This setup emphasizes static reference over feedback, a preference among top pros for raw mechanical aim. Muzera video settings. Muzera's video settings are configured for optimal performance on his high refresh rate setup. He plays at a resolution of 1280 by 1024 with a 5:4 aspect ratio using the fill method, which stretches the image to fit his monitor while maintaining a full-screen display mode. This choice is popular among professionals as it can provide a perceived advantage in vertical field of view or reduced visual clutter, though it may appear stretched compared to native 16:9 ratios. For graphics quality, Muzera keeps most options low to prioritize high frame rates and low input lag. Multi-threaded rendering is enabled to leverage his Intel Core i5 13600K processor and NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4070 graphics card for efficient performance. Material quality, texture quality, and detail quality are all set to low, reducing unnecessary visual effects that could impact FPS. UI quality is medium to keep menus clear without taxing resources. Vignette, VSync, improved clarity, experimental sharpening, distortion, and cast shadows are all turned off to eliminate distractions and potential performance hits. However, bloom is on for subtle lighting effects. Anti-aliasing is MSAA 4x to smooth edges, and anisotropic filtering is at 16x for better texture clarity at angles. This setup ensures his system runs Valorant at peak efficiency, focusing on competitive viability over aesthetic appeal. Muzera monitor settings. Musera fine-tunes his Zowie XL2586X Plus monitor with specific picture settings to enhance visibility and color accuracy in Valorant. He uses the FPS 1 picture mode, which is pre-optimized for first-person shooter games, emphasizing clarity and speed over vibrant colors. Brightness is cranked up to 100 for maximum visibility in darker areas of maps, while contrast is set to 50 to balance highlights and shadows without washing out details. Sharpness is adjusted to 8, providing crisp edges on in-game elements like crosshairs and enemy outlines. For Gamma, he selects Gamma 3, which helps in achieving a natural depth in midtones, and color temperature is kept at normal to avoid any unnatural tints that could affect enemy spotting. Additionally, the AMA is set to high, which reduces ghosting and improves motion clarity during rapid movements. Beyond the picture adjustments, Musera configures the monitor's game-specific settings to further optimize his Valorant experience. He enables Diac 2 at the premium level, a proprietary backlight strobing technology from Zowie that significantly reduces motion blur and enhances clarity during fast pans or flicks. Black Equalizer is dialed in at 14, which brightens dark areas without overexposing brighter ones, making it easier to spot enemies lurking in shadows on maps like Bind or Split. Color Vibrance is set to 17, boosting saturation to make colors pop slightly more, aiding in distinguishing agents and abilities. Finally, Low Blue Light is turned off completely at 0, as Musera prioritizes performance over eye strain reduction during competitive sessions, though this might not be ideal for extended casual play. Musera Map Settings. His configuration emphasizes a larger, more informative minimap without overwhelming the screen, striking a balance between visibility and immersion that has contributed to his standout performances in VCT Americas and international tournaments. Musera scales his minimap size to 1.2, expanding the radar beyond the default 1.0 to encompass more terrain at a glance, which is indispensable for a pro monitoring multiple sites simultaneously during executes or defenses. This enlargement doesn't encroach excessively on his stretched 5:4 aspect ratio viewport, preserving peripheral vision for aim duels while amplifying details like distant pings or utility arcs. Complementing this is his minimap zoom of 0.9, a subtle pullback from full zoom that reveals broader map context ideal for anticipating rotations on linear sites like Ascent's main or Bind's B hookah without sacrificing readability of close quarters info. These values, consistently reported at around is a highly accomplished Brazilian professional Valorant player, born on June 30, 2001, making him 24 years old as of 2026. Hailing from Brazil, Musera has established himself as one of the most talented and consistent fraggers in the Valorant esports scene, renowned for his exceptional aim, mechanical prowess, and versatility across duelist and controller roles. Currently, he competes for Esports in the VCT Americas League, having joined the organization on December 13, 2025, as part of a revamped roster featuring fellow Brazilians Less in Silence, alongside Argentine stars Sodhack and Dantadu 5. This move marks his return to top-tier international competition after a transitional period, with KRU set to debut the lineup at the VCT Americas 2026 kickoff starting January 16, 2026, where they face Furia in their opening matchup. Which mouse does Musera use? Musera uses the Vaxi XES wireless black gaming mouse as his primary device. This mouse features a PAW 3950 sensor, supports polling rates up to 4000 Hz, and weighs approximately 60 grams, making it ideal for fast-paced FPS games like Valorant due to its ergonomic shape and reliable wireless connectivity. The Vaxi XES series is praised for its minimalistic design, with no RGB lighting or unnecessary software, focusing purely on performance and comfort for extended gaming sessions. His equipment choices are often scrutinized by fans and aspiring players, as they seek to emulate his setup for improved performance in the game. Musera Mouse Settings. At the core of Musera's mouse configuration is his DPI set to 800, a standard choice among professional FPS players that strikes a balance between fine control and arm movement efficiency. This DPI value allows for smooth tracking without excessive hand travel, enabling Musera to execute rapid flicks and micro adjustments essential for Valorant's fast-paced engagements. Paired with an in-game sensitivity of 0.36, his effective DPI calculated as DPI multiplied by sensitivity falls into a low to mid-range popular among pros who prioritize accuracy over speed. This eDPI is particularly suited for players with larger mousepads and arm aiming styles, providing the stability needed for holding angles on sights like binds a short or ascents mid, while still allowing 180-degree turns with a comfortable wrist-arm hybrid motion. Compared to higher EDPI users, Musera's setup emphasizes deliberate, controlled swipes, reducing over-aiming in clutch scenarios. Musera further refines his aiming with a scope sensitivity multiplier and ADS sensitivity both at 0.9, meaning zoomed-in weapons like the Operator or Guardian feel slightly slower than hipfire for enhanced precision during long-range duels. This multiplier prevents the tunnel vision effect common with 1.0 settings, allowing seamless transitions between close-quarter sprays and sniper peaks critical for his duelist role where utility like Jet's updraft demands quick scoping. His polling rate is set to an impressive 2000 Hz, double the standard 1000 Hz, which minimizes input lag by polling the mouse sensor twice as frequently per second. This high refresh contributes to a raw feel, especially beneficial on wireless mice, where even microseconds matter in pixel-perfect headshots. Additionally, raw input buffer is enabled, bypassing Windows processing for direct engine input, further slashing latency and eliminating acceleration inconsistencies that could throw off muscle memory during extended sessions. Musera Crosshair Settings. Musera's Crosshair is a minimalist masterpiece designed for surgical precision, featuring a small, static yellow cross with no distractions from outlines, center dots, or dynamic errors, perfect for tracking heads in fast-paced engagements without visual noise. This creates a clean inner-line-only reticle that remains perfectly steady during movement and firing, allowing Musera to focus purely on target acquisition. Breaking down the parameters, the primary color is yellow, which pops vividly against Valorant's colorful maps without blending into backgrounds like green or cyan might. Outlines are completely disabled for a razor-sharp look, and there's no center dot to avoid centering bias. Inner lines are enabled with full opacity, a compact length of 2 units, thickness of 2 units, and offset of 2 units, forming a tiny, symmetrical plus-sign shape roughly 4 pixels across on standard resolutions, ideal for headshot alignment without obscuring enemies. Outer lines are off, movement error is off, and firing error is off, ensuring zero bloom or jitter for unwavering stability. This setup emphasizes static reference over feedback, a preference among top pros for raw mechanical aim. Musera Video Settings. Musera's video settings are configured for optimal performance on his high refresh rate setup. He plays at a resolution of 1280 by 1024 with a 5:4 aspect ratio using the fill method, which stretches the image to fit his monitor while maintaining a full-screen display mode. This choice is popular among professionals as it can provide a perceived advantage in vertical field of view or reduced visual clutter, though it may appear stretched compared to native 16:9 ratios. For graphics quality, Musera keeps most options low to prioritize high frame rates and low input lag. Multi-threaded rendering is enabled to leverage his Intel Core i5 13600K processor and NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4070 graphics card for efficient performance. Material quality, texture quality, and detail quality are all set to low, reducing unnecessary visual effects that could impact FPS. UI quality is medium to keep menus clear without taxing resources. Vignette, VSync, improved clarity, experimental sharpening, distortion, and cast shadows are all turned off to eliminate distractions and potential performance hits. However, bloom is on for subtle lighting effects. Anti-aliasing is MSAA 4x to smooth edges, and anisotropic filtering is at 16x for better texture clarity at angles. This setup ensures his system runs Valorant at peak efficiency, focusing on competitive viability over aesthetic appeal. Musera Monitor Settings. Musera fine-tunes his Zowie XL2586X Plus monitor with specific picture settings to enhance visibility and color accuracy in Valorant. He uses the FPS 1 picture mode, which is pre-optimized for first-person shooter games, emphasizing clarity and speed over vibrant colors. Brightness is cranked up to 100 for maximum visibility in darker areas of maps, while contrast is set to 50 to balance highlights and shadows without washing out details. Sharpness is adjusted to 8, providing crisp edges on in-game elements like crosshairs and enemy outlines. For gamma, he selects Gamma 3, which helps in achieving a natural depth in midtones, and color temperature is kept at normal to avoid any unnatural tints that could affect enemy spotting. Additionally, the AMA is set to high, which reduces ghosting and improves motion clarity during rapid movements. Beyond the picture adjustments, Musera configures the monitor's game-specific settings to further optimize his Valorant experience. He enables Diac 2 at the premium level, a proprietary backlight strobing technology from Zowie that significantly reduces motion blur and enhances clarity during fast pans or flicks. Black equalizer is dialed in at 14, which brightens dark areas without overexposing brighter ones, making it easier to spot enemies lurking in shadows on maps like Bind or Split. Color vibrance is set to 17, boosting saturation to make colors pop slightly more, aiding in distinguishing agents and abilities. Finally, low blue light is turned off completely at 0, as Muzera prioritizes performance over eye strain reduction during competitive sessions, though this might not be ideal for extended casual play. Muzera map settings. His configuration emphasizes a larger, more informative minimap without overwhelming the screen, striking a balance between visibility and immersion that has contributed to his standout performances in VCT Americas and international tournaments. Muzera scales his minimap size to 1.2, expanding the radar beyond the default 1.0 to encompass more terrain at a glance, which is indispensable for a pro monitoring multiple sites simultaneously during executes or defenses. This enlargement doesn't encroach excessively on his stretched 5:4 aspect ratio viewport, preserving peripheral vision for aim duels while amplifying details like distant pings or utility arcs. Complementing this is his minimap zoom of 0.9, a subtle pullback from full zoom that reveals broader map context ideal for anticipating rotations on linear sites like Ascent's main or Bind's hookah without sacrificing readability of close quarters info. These values, consistently reported at around 30% usage frequency in aggregated pro data, reflect Muzera's preference for proactive awareness over minimalism, allowing him to preempt enemy pushes as seen in his dominant VLR.GG stats on agents like Raze and Jet. Muzera keybind settings. In terms of movement keybinds, Muzera adheres to the most common and intuitive defaults favored by many top-tier players, ensuring seamless strafing, peeking, and repositioning without disrupting aim or recoil control. He binds walk to left shift, allowing for silent footsteps during flanks or holds by simply holding the key, which is pressed with his pinky finger for easy toggling. Crouch is assigned to left control, positioned perfectly under his ring finger for instinctive ducking during sprays or counter-strafing, promoting low-profile engagements and quick recovery from peaks. Jump is on the spacebar, the universal choice for bunny hopping or vertical plays, enabling explosive mobility with minimal finger travel. Use object, essential for planting or defusing the spike or interacting with doors and boosts, is bound to F, a central key reachable with his index finger for reliable execution under pressure. Weapon switching forms the backbone of his loadout management, with straightforward numeric bindings that allow lightning-fast swaps between primaries, secondaries, and utilities. Equipped primary weapon is on 1, his go-to rifle or SMG accessed instantly with his index finger. Equipped secondary weapon sits on 2 for pistols like the Sheriff or Ghost, ideal for eco rounds or finishing low-health foes. Melee weapon is 3, keeping knives readily available for rushes or silent kills, while equipped spike is smartly placed on 4, preventing accidental drops and facilitating smooth plant defuse transitions during site executes or retakes. Muzera gears. Drawing from the most recent and verified sources, Muzera's peripherals and hardware are optimized for low latency response times, ergonomic design, and durability, allowing him to maintain peak accuracy and reaction speeds in high-stakes matches. This setup reflects a blend of cutting-edge technology from brands like Vaxi, Razer, and Zowie, tailored to the demands of tactical FPS games like Valorant. Powering the entire setup is Muzera's PC, equipped with an Intel Core i5 13600K processor and an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4070 graphics card. This combination delivers high frame rates and low latency in Valorant, handling the game's demands at competitive settings while supporting features like NVIDIA Reflex for reduced system latency. The i5-13600K's multi-core performance excels in streaming or multitasking during practice, and the RTX 4070 ensures smooth visuals even with ray tracing or high resolutions if needed. This hardware foundation allows Muzera to push his peripherals to their limits, maintaining consistent performance across online qualifiers and live events.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Tarek Selic, widely known by his gamertag Tarek, is a prominent figure in the esports and streaming world, particularly recognized for his transition from professional Counter-Strike global offensive gameplay to becoming one of the top Valorant content creators. His early involvement in the scene included hosting popular Counter-Strike deathmatch servers called Frag Shack during high school, which helped him build a community and hone his skills. This foundation led him to pursue a professional career, starting in 2014 with teams like netcodeguides.com and aspas, where he quickly made a name for himself through online tournaments and qualifications for major events like MLG 2015. After joining Counter Logic Gaming in 2015, he moved to Optic Gaming, where he celebrated early successes, including a first-place finish at a League Season 2 in December 2016. Following this triumph, Tarek continued his professional journey with teams such as MIBR, NRG Esports, and Evil Geniuses, amassing over 860 matches, nearly $800,000 in prize money, and a reputation for aggressive plays and clutch performances. Which mouse does Tarek use? Tarek currently uses the Finalmouse Ultralight X Large as his primary gaming mouse. This model is part of Finalmouse's high-end Ultralight X lineup, which emphasizes lightweight design and advanced wireless performance, making it a favorite among professional FPS gamers for its responsiveness and minimal latency. The Finalmouse Ultralight X Large is a wireless gaming mouse engineered with a carbon fiber composite chassis, weighing approximately 37 grams, which contributes to its exceptional agility and ease of movement during intense gameplay sessions. It features a final sensor for precise tracking, optical switches for the buttons to ensure durability and fast response times, and supports a maximum polling rate of up to 8,000 Hz, though Tarek typically configures it at 1,000 Hz for stability. The mouse has an ambidextrous shape with dimensions of about 126 mm in length, 59 mm in width, and 38.4 mm in height, making it suitable for larger hands or claw-palm grip styles. Tarek mouse settings. His mouse settings are of particular interest to aspiring players because they reflect a balance of precision and speed tailored to his aggressive playstyle. In terms of specific sensitivity configurations, Tarek's setup prioritizes a higher effective DPI eDPI to enable quick flicks and precise aiming in Valorant's fast-paced engagements. His DPI is set to 800, a common choice among professionals for its reliability across various surfaces. Paired with an in-game sensitivity of 0.471, this results in an eDPI of 376.8, which is on the higher end of the spectrum for Valorant players, allowing for larger arm movements while maintaining control. For scoped weapons, he maintains a scoped sensitivity of 1, ensuring consistency when zooming in with rifles or operators. His ADS sensitivity remains unknown from recent sources, but he keeps the Windows sensitivity at 6 and enables the raw input buffer in Valorant to minimize input lag and ensure direct mouse-to-game communication. These settings have been verified through his Twitch stream commands and recent broadcasts, though it's worth noting that pros like Tarek occasionally tweak them based on performance or new hardware. To achieve optimal performance with these settings, Tarek likely pairs his mouse with a high-quality mousepad and ensures his system is optimized for low latency. Tarek crosshair settings. This setup features a white center with a black outline, which provides clear visibility against various in-game backgrounds without distracting elements like extended lines. The crosshair is designed to occupy minimal screen space, drawing from Tarek's extensive experience in first-person shooters where precision and peripheral awareness are crucial. Diving into the specifics of Tarek's Valorant crosshair settings, the primary color is set to white with the hex code #FFFFFF, ensuring high contrast. Outlines are enabled with an opacity of 1 and a thickness of 1, creating a subtle black border around the dot for better definition. The center dot is activated, with an opacity of 1 and a thickness of 2, forming a small, solid point at the crosshair's core. Inner lines are completely disabled, with opacity, length, thickness, and offset all set to 0, and both movement and firing error options turned off to prevent any dynamic adjustments during gameplay. Similarly, outer lines are off, mirroring the inner line's zeroed-out values and deactivated error multipliers. This results in a static, compact that doesn't expand or shift, ideal for players who rely on muscle memory and steady aim. Tarek video settings. Starting with his general video settings in Valorant, Tarek uses a full-screen display mode to minimize input lag and distractions from the operating system. His chosen resolution is 1680 x 1050, paired with a 16:10 aspect ratio and the letterbox ratio method, which provides a slightly wider field of view compared to the standard 16:9 ratio used by many players. This configuration is a personal preference that doesn't inherently offer competitive advantages but suits his playstyle, allowing for better peripheral awareness without stretching the image unnaturally. The aspect ratio choice stems from his background in other FPS games, where such setups were common for optimizing visibility. Combined with a high refresh rate monitor like the benjyfishy XL2566K running at 360 Hz, this setup ensures fluid motion and reduced screen tearing, contributing to his precise aiming and quick reactions during intense matches. Delving into the graphics quality settings, Tarek keeps most options on low to maximize FPS, which is crucial for maintaining consistent performance in Valorant. Multi-threaded rendering is enabled to leverage multi-core processors for better efficiency, while material quality, texture quality, detail quality, and UI quality are all set to low to reduce GPU load. Features like vignette, VSync, distortion, and cast shadows are turned off to eliminate unnecessary visual effects that could introduce latency or clutter the screen. However, he enables bloom for subtle lighting enhancements that don't heavily impact performance. Anti-aliasing is configured to MSAA 4x, and anisotropic filtering to 4x, striking a compromise between smoothing jagged edges and maintaining high FPS. Improved clarity and experimental sharpening are disabled, as they can sometimes add artificial processing that pros like Tarek avoid in favor of raw, unfiltered visuals. This low graphics approach is typical for competitive players, as it prioritizes gameplay smoothness over aesthetic appeal, often resulting in FPS well above 240 on capable hardware. Tarek Map Settings. Tarek's map settings, often referred to as radar or minimap configurations in Valorant, are designed to provide an optimal balance between overview of the battlefield and focus on immediate action. He enables Rotate, which dynamically adjusts the minimap orientation based on his facing direction, allowing for intuitive navigation without fixed constraints. Paired with fixed orientation, based on side, this ensures the map flips appropriately when switching sides, preventing disorientation in attack or defense scenarios. Keep player centered. On keeps his icon perpetually in the center, promoting quick glances for positioning relative to teammates and enemies. The minimap size is set to 1.1, enlarging the radar just enough for comprehensive visibility without encroaching on screen real estate. Minimap zoom at 0.797 strikes a precise zoom level that reveals key site details and rotations without excessive clutter. Minimap vision cones on displays ability vision ranges for agents like Sova or Killjoy, crucial for utility planning. Finally, show map region names always ensures callouts like a main or B heaven are constantly visible, facilitating seamless team communication. These settings are universal across all maps, no map-specific tweaks are reported, and are consistent across tracking sources, underscoring their reliability for competitive play. Tarek Keybind Settings. His in-game settings are meticulously optimized for precision, low latency, and competitive performance, reflecting his professional background and streaming demands. Tarek's keybinds follow a standard yet efficient layout optimized for fluid movement and ability execution in high-pressure scenarios. Keybinds walk to left shift, crouch to left control, jump to spacebar, and use equip object to F for intuitive interactions. Weapon switching is straightforward: primary on 1, secondary on 2, melee on 3, and spike on 4. Abilities are mapped to Q ability 1, E ability 2, C ability 3, and X ultimate, allowing rapid access without finger strain during duels. For the minimap, he uses rotate orientation based on side, keeps the player centered on, sets size to 1.1, zoom to 0.797, enables vision cones, and always shows map region names, ensuring situational awareness without overwhelming the HUD. Tarek Gears. Tarek's gaming PC is built for top-tier performance, featuring an Intel Core i9-14900K processor, which provides exceptional multitasking capabilities for gaming, streaming, and content editing with its high core count and clock speeds. The graphics card is the MSI GeForce RTX 4090 Gaming X Trio, a powerhouse GPU capable of running Valorant at maximum settings with ultra-high frame rates, ray tracing support, and efficient handling of 4K streaming. Memory consists of 64GB Team Group Delta RGB DDR5 at 6000 MHz with CL38 timing, ensuring smooth operation under heavy loads. The motherboard is the MSI Mag Z790 Tomahawk, offering robust connectivity and stability for overclocking. Storage is provided by a 2TB NVMe SSD, delivering fast load times for games and applications. Powering the system is the MSI MPGA 1000G 1000W PSU, which is fully modular for clean cable management and efficient energy delivery. The build is housed in the Lien Leo 11 Dynamic EVO ATX case, known for its excellent airflow and aesthetic appeal, cooled by Deepcool FC120 RGB fans and a Deepcool LS720 liquid cooler for the CPU to maintain low temperatures during extended use. He also maintains a separate streaming PC with an AMD Ryzen 9 3900X CPU, AMD Radeon 7 GPU, and 16GB DDR4 RAM, optimized for encoding and broadcasting without impacting gaming performance.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
J1, better known by his esports handle Sinatra, is an American professional gamer and content creator born on March 18, 2000. He first rose to prominence in the esports scene through his exceptional performance in Overwatch, where he competed at the highest levels. Sinatra began his professional career in 2016, joining teams like Selfless Gaming and later the San Francisco Shock in the Overwatch League. Sinatra's transition to Valorant was seamless and immediate, as he quickly signed with Sentinels, one of the premier organizations in the North American scene. He made his competitive debut in June 2020, initially playing for Team Dizzy in the Valorant launch showdown before fully committing to Sentinels. His aggressive playstyle, honed from Overwatch, translated well to agents like Jett and Phoenix, where he excelled in duels and entry fragging. Throughout 2020 and early 2021, Sinatra contributed significantly to Sentinel's dominance in the North American Ignition Series and early Valorant Champions Tour events. Which mouse does Sinatra use? Sinatra uses. Reliable sources indicate that he primarily employs the Logitech G Pro X Superlight 2. This wireless gaming mouse is favored by many professionals for its ultra-lightweight design, weighing approximately 60 grams, which allows for swift and precise movements without fatigue during extended gaming sessions. The mouse features a Hero 2 sensor capable of up to 32,000 dpi, though Sinatra configures his at a more moderate 800 dpi to balance speed and accuracy. It also includes customizable RGB lighting, programmable buttons, and a battery life of up to 95 hours, making it ideal for competitive play. The Superlight 2 model represents an evolution from earlier versions like the original G Pro Wireless, incorporating improved sensor technology and reduced latency for better performance in fast-paced FPS games like Valorant. Sinatra has been associated with Logitech products for several years, and this choice aligns with his preference for minimalist, high-performance peripherals that minimize drag and enhance control. Sinatra mouse settings. In terms of core sensitivity parameters, Sinatra sets his DPI to 800, a common choice among pros that provides a solid foundation for accurate movement without overwhelming pixel-level precision. His in-game sensitivity is calibrated at 0.387, resulting in an effective DPI-eDPI of approximately 309.6 when calculated by multiplying the DPI by the sensitivity value. This eDPI falls within the lower range typical for Valorant players, allowing for larger arm movements that enhance stability during long-range engagements and reduce the impact of minor hand tremors. The scope sensitivity is set to 1.0, meaning it remains unchanged from his standard sensitivity when using scoped weapons like the Operator, ensuring a seamless transition between hipfire and zoomed aiming. Additional technical details in Sinatra's setup include a polling rate of 1000 Hz, which ensures the mouse reports its position to the computer every millisecond for minimal input lag. He enables raw input buffer in Valorant, bypassing any Windows-level acceleration or filtering to deliver pure, unprocessed mouse data directly to the game engine. His Windows mouse sensitivity is configured at 6, the default value, with pointer precision disabled to avoid any artificial enhancements that could disrupt muscle memory built over countless hours of practice. These settings reflect Sinatra's evolution as a player, drawing from his background in fast-paced titles like Overwatch, where lower sensitivities help in managing chaotic team fights. Sinatra crosshair settings. Sinatra's Valorant crosshair settings. The primary configurations include a cyan color with the hex code #00FFFF, for the crosshair itself. Outlines are enabled with an opacity of 1 and a thickness of 1, ensuring the crosshair remains sharp and visible without being overly bold. The center dot is turned off, avoiding any central clutter that might distract from precise headshots. For the inner lines, they are shown with an opacity of 1, a length of 3, a thickness of 1, and an offset of 3, creating a small cross that aids in alignment. Both movement error and firing error for inner lines are disabled, meaning the crosshair does not expand or change during movement or shooting, promoting consistent aim training. Regarding the outer lines in Sinatra's setup, they are effectively minimal or disabled in practice. Sources indicate that while some configurations list outer lines as on with opacity 1, length 1, thickness 0, and offset 1, the 0 thickness renders them invisible, aligning with other reports that set all outer line parameters to 0. This choice emphasizes a static, non-dynamic crosshair that doesn't bloom under fire, which is preferred by many pros for muscle memory development. Movement and firing errors for outer lines are also off, reinforcing the stationary nature of the crosshair. Sinatra video settings. Sinatra runs Valorant at a resolution of 1920 by 1080 with an aspect ratio of 16:9, which suggests a stretched resolution setup that can make character models appear larger and potentially easier to track in engagements. This stretched approach is popular among some professional players for its perceived advantages in aim precision, though it may distort the field of view slightly compared to native 16:9. His display mode is set to full screen, ensuring minimal latency and full utilization of his hardware. The refresh rate is locked at 240 Hz, aligning with his high-end monitor to deliver buttery-smooth motion and reduce screen tearing during intense firefights. Additionally, multi-threaded rendering is enabled to leverage multi-core CPU performance for better overall stability and higher frame rates in demanding scenarios. Diving deeper into the graphics quality settings, Sinatra keeps most options on low to prioritize performance over visual fidelity, which is crucial in a competitive title like Valorant where every frame counts. Material quality, texture quality, detail quality, and UI quality are all set to low, minimizing the load on the GPU and allowing for consistently high FPS even on mid-range systems. Vignette is turned on, adding a subtle darkening around the screen edges to enhance focus on the center action without significantly impacting performance. VSync is disabled to prevent input lag, as it can introduce delays by syncing frames to the monitor's refresh rate. For anti-aliasing, he uses MSAA4X to smooth out jagged edges on objects and improve image clarity during movement, while anisotropic filtering is set to 8X to enhance texture sharpness at oblique angles without a heavy performance hit. Sinatra map settings. Starting with the core orientation options, Sinatra sets his minimap to rotate mode. This means the minimap rotates based on the direction his character is facing, providing an intuitive sense of orientation that aligns with his real-time movements. Unlike a fixed minimap, which remains static regardless of player direction, the rotating option helps players like Sinatra who prefer fluid, adaptive gameplay, as it reduces the mental effort needed to translate map information to in-world actions. Complementing this, he uses based on side for fixed orientation, which adjusts the minimap's default alignment depending on whether he's on the attacking or defending side. This setup ensures consistency across rounds, making it easier to call out positions or plan strategies without confusion from round-to-round changes. To further refine his view, Sinatra enables keep player centered on the minimap. This keeps his agent's icon fixed in the center of the minimap circle, with the surrounding map scrolling as he moves. This is a popular choice among pros because it offers a broader view of the immediate vicinity, helping to spot incoming threats or teammates' positions at a glance. Without this, the minimap might shift erratically, potentially leading to disorientation during fast-paced engagements. He pairs this with a minimap size of 1.2, which enlarges the minimap slightly beyond the default value of 1.1. This increased size provides more detail without overwhelming the screen space, allowing for better readability of icons, paths, and barriers essential for someone like Sinatra, who often plays duelists and needs precise awareness to push sights aggressively. Sinatra's minimap zoom is set to 0.9, which zooms out the view to show a wider area of the map compared to higher zoom values. This setting strikes a balance. It's not so zoomed in that it misses broader map dynamics, nor so zoomed out that details become too small to discern quickly. For instance, at 0.9, he can see key choke points and potential flank routes more comprehensively, aiding in mid-round decision-making. Sinatra keybind settings. In terms of keybinds, Sinatra employs a configuration that prioritizes accessibility and efficiency, drawing from standard FPS layouts with some personal tweaks. He uses W, A, S, D for forward, left, back, and right movement respectively, with walking bound to left shift to enable quieter footsteps when needed. Crouching is set to caps lock, allowing for easy toggling during gunfights without shifting hand position dramatically. Jumping is assigned to both the spacebar and mouse wheel down, providing flexibility for bunny hopping or quick elevation changes. Interacting with objects is bound to F, while equipping weapons follows the numeric keys 1 for primary, 2 for secondary, 3 for melee, and 4 for the spike. His ability bindings are E for ability 1, Q for ability 2, C for ability 3, and X for the ultimate, which aligns with many professional setups to minimize finger travel time and maximize reaction speed in intense matches. This keybind setup supports his aggressive playstyle, enabling seamless transitions between movement, abilities, and shooting. Sinatra gears. Powering it all is Sinatra's high-performance PC setup, designed to handle Valorant's demands at maximum frame rates. His rig includes an AMD Ryzen 9 7950X 3D CPU with 16 cores and 3D V-cache for superior multitasking and gaming efficiency, paired with an NVIDIA RTX 4080 Super GPU that delivers ray tracing capabilities and DLSS for smooth 1080p performance. Memory consists of 32GB HyperX Predator RGB at 3200 MHz CL16, ensuring quick load times and stable multitasking during streams. The system is housed in a Corsair ICU E465X case with excellent airflow and RGB integration for aesthetics. Older configurations mentioned a Ryzen 9 5950X and RTX 3080, but recent updates confirm the upgrade for better handling of modern titles and content creation. This beastly setup, combined with low-detail video settings like MSAA 4x anti-aliasing and 8x anisotropic filtering, guarantees consistent high FPS, minimizing input lag and providing a seamless experience in competitive Valorant play.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Salvador Horcus Matas Salas, born on July 16, 1995 in Spain, is a 30-year-old professional content creator, streamer, and highly skilled Valorant player renowned for his exceptional aim, game sense, and dominance in the European ranked ladder. With over 30,000 hours invested in first-person shooter games, Horcus transitioned from a competitive Counter-Strike global offensive career where he competed in circuits like FPLC, HLTV, and LVP to becoming one of Valorant's most prominent figures since the game's launch in 2020. His journey in Valorant began as a free agent seeking teams, quickly establishing himself as a main jet player specializing in operator usage and all-rounder capabilities, before evolving into a chamber specialist celebrated for his precision sniping and clutch performances. He participated in various regional qualifiers and cups, achieving notable placements such as first in Valorant Fast main event on December 20, 2020, first in Copa Gamergy 3 on December 6, 2020, and first in One Blade Challengers on September 27, 2020, among others like Flash Valorant Cup 7 and multiple Legion Defiance Cups. Which mouse does Horcus use? The mouse Horcus currently uses is a Razer Viper V3 Pro Black mouse, a German-based company specializing in 3D printed ultralight gaming mouse mods. This particular mouse was custom-built for him and delivered in May 2025, as shared in his formerly Twitter post where he expressed appreciation for the personalized design. The Razer Viper V3 is based on the internals of the VGN F1 Pro, a high-performance wireless gaming mouse, but modified to emulate the shape of the Final Mouse Ultralight X Medium while being lighter and more affordable. Razer reduces the weight significantly compared to stock models, starting from around 37 grams in standard configurations, though custom versions like Horcus's may vary slightly based on added features. The shape dimensions are approximately 119.22 by 60.76 by 37.19 millimeters, providing an ergonomic fit suitable for claw or fingertip grips, which aligns with Horcus's aggressive aiming style in Valorant. Horcus mouse settings. Horcus, where he has achieved top 1 Radiant ranking multiple times. As a dedicated FPS enthusiast with over 30,000 hours in various games, Horcus frequently shares his setups to help aspiring players optimize their performance, drawing from his experience in competitive play and content creation. His settings are meticulously tuned for precision and consistency, making them a popular reference for Valorant enthusiasts looking to emulate a professional-level configuration. Delving into the specific mouse settings for Valorant, Horcus employs a DPI of 800, combined with an in-game sensitivity of 0.315, resulting in an effective DPI-eDPI of 252, which strikes a balance between quick flicks and precise aiming suitable for his aggressive playstyle. His scope sensitivity and ADS sensitivity are both set to 1, ensuring that zoomed-in shots feel natural without scaling adjustments that could disrupt muscle memory. The polling rate is configured at 1000 Hz for minimal input lag, while window sensitivity is dialed to 4 out of 11, and raw input buffer is turned off to maintain direct control without software interpolation. These settings are particularly effective for players with larger mouse pads, as the lower sensitivity encourages arm movements over wrist flicks, reducing fatigue during long sessions and improving accuracy in high-stakes duels. Horcus crosshair settings. His settings are meticulously optimized for competitive play, prioritizing clarity, low input lag, and visual minimalism to enhance target acquisition and recoil control. Horcus's primary crosshair in Valorant is a compact, green crosshair designed for precision headshot alignment without unnecessary clutter, making it ideal for his aggressive chamber duels and long-range operator engagements. It uses the preset green color #00FF00 or a vibrant variant like #22D321, with outlines turned off to avoid visual noise, a center dot disabled for a cleaner sight picture, and inner lines enabled for subtle guidance on enemy hitboxes. Specifically, the inner lines have an opacity of 1 fully visible, length of 4 short for tight grouping, thickness of 2 bold enough for visibility, and offset of 2 positioned close to the center for pinpoint accuracy. Outer lines are completely disabled, and both movement and firing error multipliers are off, preventing any dynamic expansion that could distract during sprays or flicks. The full importable crosshair profile code is, which can be copied directly into Valorant's crosshair settings menu for instant replication. This setup emphasizes static precision, allowing horcus to maintain crosshair placement at head level effortlessly, a key factor in his record-breaking chamber statistics and multi-kill clutches. Horcus video settings. Horcus's Valorant video settings are optimized for maximum frame rates and visibility, prioritizing low input lag and clarity over visual fidelity, which is common among top-tier players to ensure smooth gameplay even in intense Radiant matches. He runs the game at a native resolution of 1920 by 1080, with a 16:9 aspect ratio, using the fill aspect ratio method to avoid any stretching or black bars, and sets the display mode to full screen for the lowest possible latency. Multi-threaded rendering is enabled to leverage his modern hardware effectively, while material quality is turned on for better player model rendering without sacrificing performance. Texture quality, detail quality, and UI quality are all set to low to minimize GPU load and reduce distractions, ensuring higher FPS counts that can exceed 500 on his setup. Vignette is disabled to prevent unnecessary screen darkening at the edges. VSync is off to eliminate input lag from frame syncing, and anisotropic filtering is at 4x for a slight improvement in texture sharpness at angles without much performance hit. Improved clarity, bloom, distortion, and cast shadows are all turned off, stripping away post-processing effects that could blur enemy outlines or add visual noise, allowing for the cleanest possible sightlines on enemies. This configuration is particularly effective on his Zowie XL2546 monitor, a 24.5-inch 600Hz esports display known for its low response time and excellent motion clarity, paired with NVIDIA settings like Reflex for further latency reduction, though exact advanced options like MSAA or shadows may vary slightly based on patches. His setup and settings are frequently referenced by the community for their balance of performance, clarity, and competitive edge. Horcus map settings. Horcus is particularly renowned for his mastery of the agent chamber, often tilting professional players with his precise aim, innovative lineups, and aggressive playstyle. Horcus map settings emphasize dynamic awareness and full map visibility, crucial for his game-sense-heavy playstyle on maps like Ascent or the newer ones he showcases in Aces. Minimap Rotate is set to rotate with fixed orientation based on side, ensuring the map aligns intuitively with attack/defend perspectives. Key player centered is on for constant self-positioning, minimap size at 0.898 for balanced screen real estate, and zoom at 0.792 to reveal sight details without overzooming. Vision cones are enabled to track ally-enemy sightlines, and map region names show always for instant callout clarity. This configuration prevents information loss during rotations, allowing him to preempt enemy pushes vital for chamber one-ways and post-plant setups. Players emulating him should practice these in custom games to adapt to the rotated view's fluidity. Horcus keybind settings. His keybinds strike a balance between accessibility and efficiency, deviating from defaults only where it enhances ability cycling for agents like Chamber, Viper, or his preferred duelists. Movement fundamentals are standard left shift for walk enabling silent flanks, left control for crouch quick peeks and sprays, and spacebar for jump strafe heavy engagements. Interaction uses F for use object, keeping it thumb-friendly. Weapon selection follows the classic numeric layout: 1 for primary, 2 for secondary, 3 for melee, and 4 for spike, prioritizing speed in buys and drops. Abilities are bound intuitively for fluid execution: C for ability 1 Chamber's Headhunter or Viper's Snakebite, Q for ability 2 Tour de Force or Poison Cloud, E for ability 3 Teleport or Toxic Screen, and X for ultimate, allowing pinky or ring finger access without compromising aim grip. While Pro Settings lists these as his confirmed customs, unlisted binds like pings, comms team party chat, or map interactions are presumed default mouse wheel for ping, ZC for comms, as verified through his stream commands. Settings and montage end screens ensuring no overlap that could cause misinputs in clutches. Horcus gears. When it comes to his gaming gear, Horcus employs high-end equipment tailored for competitive FPS titles like Valorant. His mouse is the Razer Viper V3 Pro Black, known for its lightweight design and hyperspeed wireless technology, which complements his fast-paced aiming style. He pairs this with the Razer Huntsman Elite keyboard, featuring optical switches for rapid key presses and customizable RGB lighting. For audio, Horcus uses the HyperX Cloud 2 headset, renowned for its comfort during long streaming sessions and clear virtual 7.1 surround sound to detect in-game footsteps and cues accurately. His monitor is the benjyfishy XL2586X Plus, a 24.5-inch 600Hz display with DIAC technology for reduced motion blur, ideal for tracking enemies in Valorant. Rounding out his setup is the Gigabyte Aorus Amp 500 mousepad, a large cloth surface providing consistent tracking and ample space for low-sensitivity movements. This gear combination supports his Radiant rank performance and is often emulated by fans seeking to improve their own setups.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Max Demon 1 Mazanov is a highly accomplished professional Valorant player, born on September 7, 2002, holding dual American and Russian nationality. At 23 years old, he has established himself as one of the most mechanically gifted duelists in the game's competitive scene, renowned for his exceptional aim, clutch potential, and aggressive playstyle. Demon 1's career trajectory is a classic rags to riches story in esports, rising from Tier 2 obscurity in North America to becoming the MVP of Valorant Champions 2023, where he led Evil Geniuses to their first international title and North America's inaugural World Championship. He first gained traction with organizations like SQN 2.0, where he secured multiple weekly and monthly victories, including first places at Knights Arena North America Weekly number 8 and number 12, Knights Arena Monthly Gauntlet September $2,500, and Moonrise $1,000 Showdown number $2,750. He also played for Flex Gaming and Team Artisan in events like the Nerd Street Summer Championships and Mystic Singularity Series, amassing small but consistent prize money totaling around $5,000 from these grassroots tournaments. Which mouse does Demon 1 use? Demon gained prominence in 2023 while playing for Evil Geniuses, where he predominantly used the G-Wolves Hattie S Plus 4K wireless mouse, a lightweight option around 49 grams with a high polling rate and precise sensor, ideal for his arm aiming technique that requires large, fluid movements. This mouse contributed to his standout performances, including his MVP run at Valorant Champions 2023. Many pro settings trackers from that era and into 2024 consistently listed the HTS Plus or similar G-Wolves models as his go-to peripheral, emphasizing its ambidextrous shape and reliability in high-stakes matches. In 2025, Demon 1 has collaborated closely with Asus ROG, leading to the release of the ROG Harp 2 Ace Demon 1 Edition, a 48-gram ultralight wireless mouse co-developed with his input for esports precision, featuring an 8K polling rate and a shape tailored for competitive Valorant play. While this custom edition highlights his influence on mouse design and he has promoted ROG products, recent updates from sites like pyrosettings.net confirm he continues to use G-Wolves Hattie S Plus variants, such as the HTS Ultra 8K, in his actual gameplay. Community observations from streams and LAN events also note him sticking with G-Wolves for consistency, even occasionally using wired mode for stability. Demon 1 mouse settings. At the heart of Demon's setup is his DPI set to 1600. This high DPI value is a deliberate choice in modern Valorant, powered by Unreal Engine 5.3, where lower DPIs can lead to input starvation, jitter, and quantization errors due to insufficient motion data per frame. By opting for 1600 DPI, Demon 1 ensures smoother delta reporting from his mouse sensor, reducing pixel skipping and providing granular angular resolution that aligns perfectly with the game's subframe interpolation. This is paired with an in-game sensitivity of 0.1, yielding an eDPI of 160 calculated as DPI multiplied by sensitivity. Such a low eDPI demands a spacious playstyle, favoring large arm movements over wrist flicks, which suits Demon 1's aggressive, high ACS duelist role on agents like Jet and Raze. Players emulating this often report initial discomfort but eventual mastery in long-range tracking and 180-degree turns. For scoped and ADS scenarios, Demon maintains scoped sensitivity multiplier at 1 and ADS sensitivity at 1, ensuring no scaling distortion when zooming with Operator, Guardian, or abilities like Sova's Recon Bolt. This 1:1 ratio preserves muscle memory across engagements, critical for a player known for one-tapping snipes in high-stakes clutches. His polling rate is set to 4000 Hz, a premium feature on his mice that polls position data 4000 times per second, slashing input latency to sub-millisecond levels compared to standard 1000 Hz. This high refresh rate is vital for wireless competitors, combating Bluetooth Wi-Fi overhead while enabling pixel skipping advantages in fast-paced flicks. Though some outdated trackers list 1000 Hz, recent verifications confirm 4 kHz as standard. Demon enables raw input buffer on, bypassing Windows mouse acceleration entirely for unfiltered, direct sensor-to-game input, eliminating acceleration curves that could introduce inconsistency. Complementing this, his Windows pointer sensitivity is dialed to 4, a subtle offset that fine-tunes desktop feel without impacting in-game raw input. These OS-level tweaks ensure seamless transitions between practice tools like AimLab and Live Cues. Demon 1 Crosshair Settings. His crosshair settings emphasize a small, outlined inner line crosshair that provides just enough structure for headshot alignment without cluttering the screen. Demon 1 opts for a custom color approximated as white but rendered via hexadecimal code #FFFFFF, a vibrant cyan blue hue that stands out sharply against Valorant's colorful maps without being overly bright. Outlines are enabled with full opacity 1:1 and a thickness of 1 pixel, creating a crisp black border that prevents the crosshair from blending into backgrounds during intense fights. The center dot is disabled entirely, promoting a head-level crosshair placement philosophy that Demon 1 has preached in streams, forcing players to maintain precise pre-aim at enemy head height rather than relying on a forgiving dot. Inner lines are the core of the reticle shown with 100% opacity, a short length of 3 units, thickness of 1, and an offset of 2 units from the center, forming a small plus-sign shape that's easy to center on targets. Movement and firing error recovery are both disabled on inner lines to avoid dynamic expansion that could throw off static aim, while outer lines are completely turned off to maintain minimalism. Though outer movement firing error multipliers are set to 1 as a fallback, they rarely activate due to the outer lines being absent. Demon 1 Video Settings. Demon 1 runs Valorant at its native 1920 by 1080 resolution in 16:9 aspect ratio, using letterbox scaling method to avoid distortion and maintain sharp edges. Display mode is full screen for lowest input lag, with multi-threaded rendering enabled to leverage his high-end CPU. He caps refresh rates implicitly through hardware up to 600 Hz on his monitor and prioritizes stability with NVIDIA Reflex low latency enabled plus boost where applicable. These choices deliver buttery smooth performance, minimizing screen tearing and maximizing responsiveness on competitive setups. Demon 1's graphics preset is aggressively low to prioritize FPS and enemy visibility over visual fidelity, a staple among top pros. Material quality, texture quality, detail quality, and UI quality are all set to low, eliminating unnecessary clutter like high-res textures that could obscure models. Vignette, VSync, bloom, and distortion are fully off to reduce motion blur and post-processing haze. Anti-aliasing is MSAA 2X for subtle edge smoothing without heavy performance hits, paired with 4X anisotropic filtering to keep distant surfaces crisp. Improved clarity and cast shadows are off. Experimental sharpening is on for added pop, and enemy highlight color is purple tritanopia for optimal contrast against backgrounds. This configuration ensures 600 plus FPS consistently, even in chaotic teamfights, on his RTX 4080 super-powered rig. Demon 1 Monitor Settings. Diving into the on-screen display settings, Demon 1's configuration is fine-tuned for maximum visibility in dark areas while maintaining natural colors and sharpness, crucial for spotting enemies in Valorant's shadowy corners. He sets picture mode to standard, brightness to 100 maximizing luminance without washout on the TN panel, contrast to 60 balancing depth without crushing blacks, sharpness to 6 subtle edge enhancement to avoid over-sharpening artifacts, gamma to 3 gamma 3 curve for balanced midtones, and color temperature to normal avoiding cool or warm biases that could skew enemy outlines. Advanced features include AMA on high for overdrive pixel response, Diac 2 on premium the highest tier for elite motion clarity, reducing blur during rapid flicks, black equalizer at 16 lifting shadows to reveal hidden foes without brightening the entire image, color vibrance at 16 enhancing saturation for better target pop, and low blue light at 0 no filtering to preserve full color accuracy and refresh speed. Graphics card tweaks include NVIDIA Digital Vibrance at 50% for subtle pop. These exact values were shared directly by Demon 1 in his May 2025 X thread, aligning perfectly with ProSettings.net's verified data, and they emphasize visibility in Valorant's low-light maps like Bind or Split. Demon 1 Map Settings. Demon configures his minimap rotation to rotate, meaning the entire minimap dynamically spins to align the top edge with the direction his character is facing at all times. This setting is a staple among aggressive duelists and flex players like Demon, as it eliminates the mental overhead of recalibrating directions mid-fight. Up is always forward, simplifying flicks, peeks, and rotations around sites. Paired with fixed orientation set to based on side, the minimap adapts its baseline layout depending on whether his team is attacking or defending. This hybrid approach provides contextual familiarity on maps like Ascent or Bind, where site-specific callouts like a main or B hookah become visually intuitive without forcing a rigid north-up view, which could disorient during rapid off angles or post-plant scenarios. A key element of Demon's setup is keep player centered toggled off, which prevents his player icon from remaining locked in the minimap center. Instead, the icon shifts toward the edges as he moves deeper into enemy territory, revealing more of the overall map layout, flanks, and utility placements. This is particularly advantageous for Demon's playstyle, seen in his Champions runs and recent VCT appearances, where he frequently entries sites or holds long angles, needing visibility of retake paths or lurking threats without panning manually. Complementing this, his minimap size is scaled to 1.2 larger than the default 1.0, expanding the radar's footprint on his HUD for better glanceability during crosshair resets or ability usage, without encroaching too much on central screen real estate. Demon 1 fine-tunes minimap zoom to 0.8, striking a balance between zoomed-in detail for precise enemy tracking and sufficient breadth to monitor multi-site executes or split pushes. This moderate zoom level shines on sprawling maps like Haven or Pearl, where he can discern individual teammate icons amid smokes while spotting isolated rotates. Visibility is further enhanced by minimap vision cones enabled on, overlaying translucent cones from each agent's line of sight on the minimap. These cones provide critical intel on spotted enemies or utility paths, aiding Demon 1's sentinel or controller flexes by highlighting blind spots for lurks or post-plant denies, essential in pro play where split-second decisions hinge on incomplete voice comms. Demon 1 keybind settings. Demon 1 maintains a low sensitivity setup paired with high DPI for rapid, controlled movements, low graphics for maximum FPS, and customized keybinds that prioritize accessibility on his keyboard layout. His keybinds are straightforward yet highly efficient, emphasizing quick access to abilities and weapons without finger strain during intense engagements. Movement keys are standard. Walk is bound to left shift, crouch to left control, and jump to both spacebar and mouse while down for versatile bunny hopping and movement tech. Interaction and equipment follow a logical progression. Use object on F, primary weapon on 1, secondary on 2, melee on 3, and spike on 4. Abilities are mapped to a comfortable Q, E, C, X cluster for fluid ability usage. Ability 1 on C, ability 2 on Q, ability 3 on E, and ultimate on X. This setup enables seamless agent-specific plays, such as rapid utility deployment on duelists like Jet or Raze. Demon 1 gears. His setup emphasizes precision and consistency, favoring a very low effective DPI EDPI for controlled aiming, which allows him to make micro-adjustments with ease while maintaining high performance in competitive play. In terms of gear, Demon 1's peripherals are selected for lightweight design, speed, and reliability. His primary mouse as of December 2025 is the G-Wolves Hattie S Plus 4K, a lightweight wireless model supporting high polling rates, though he has previously used variants like the HTS Plus 4K, Razer Viper Mini Signature Edition, and others. He pairs it with a large mousepad such as the Yuki Aim X Demon 1 Collaboration Edition or Zowie Bank GSR SE Rouge for smooth gliding. His keyboard is the Asus ROG Falchion Ace HFX, a compact 65% mechanical board with rapid trigger capabilities. For monitoring, he relies on the Bank Zowie XL2586X Plus, offering ultra-high refresh rates for buttery smooth visuals. His overall setup, including a high-end PC with components like an Intel Core i9 14900K and NVIDIA RTX 4080 Super, is optimized for professional Valorant play, blending cutting-edge hardware with finely tuned settings to support his aggressive and precise style.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Alex Canezerra Banyash is a highly regarded American professional Valorant player born on June 4, 2008, making him just 17 years old as of December 2025. Hailing from the United States, Canezerra has rapidly risen through the North American competitive scene, since entering the professional circuit in 2023, establishing himself as one of the most promising young talents in Valorant Esports. Currently competing for the legendary organization Envy, formerly Team Envy, he joined the roster on March 8, 2025, alongside teammates such as Ion2X, Egster, Poppin, Inspire Val, and Coach Stunner FPS, marking a new era for the team as announced in an official post on March 8, 2025. Prior to Envy, Canezerra played for Rankers from November 5, 2024 to March 8, 2025, and earlier teams including Sad Purple, Washed, T2, Life's a Game, Oregon Hack, and various pickup stacker squads like Ion's Daycare and Rush Hour, showcasing his early grind in Tier 2 and 3 circuits through numerous Funhaver GG and Rock tournaments. Which mouse does Canezerra use? Regarding his gaming peripherals, Canezerra uses the Razer Viper V3 Pro Faker Edition as his primary mouse. This is a special limited edition variant of the Razer Viper V3 Pro, a high-end wireless esports gaming mouse released in collaboration with legendary League of Legends player faker Lee Sang-hyuk. The Faker Edition features a distinctive red and black color scheme inspired by Faker's T1 team branding, along with his signature engraved on the mouse. The base Razer Viper V3 Pro is renowned for its ultra-lightweight design at just 54 grams, symmetrical shape suitable for various grip styles, a Focus Pro 35K optical sensor for precise tracking up to 35,000 dpi, Gen 3 optical switches rated for 90 million clicks, support for up to 8,000 Hz polling rate for hyper-responsive performance, and a battery life of up to 95 hours. The Faker Edition retains all these premium specifications while adding the unique aesthetic flair, making it a popular choice among pro players seeking top-tier performance with a collectible twist. Multiple sources, including esports gear trackers and highlight videos, confirm Canezerra's use of this exact model. Canezerra mouse settings. Complementing this sensitivity profile, Canezerra employs a polling rate of 4,000 Hz on his Razer Viper V3 Pro, with community reports specifying the Faker Edition variant, which ensures ultra-responsive input polling every 0.25 milliseconds, ideal for minimizing system-induced delays in high refresh rate environments like his 360 Hz monitor setup. He keeps Windows mouse sensitivity at the default 611 notch, has raw input buffer enabled to bypass OS level processing for direct sensor-to-game data flow, and disables mouse acceleration entirely to guarantee pixel-perfect consistency across all movements. His mousepad of choice is the Artisan Zero FX Soft XL Black, a premium cloth surface known for its balanced glide and stopping power, which pairs perfectly with the lightweight 54G Viper V3 Pro for effortless wrist and arm hybrid aiming. These settings are corroborated across multiple tracking sites, though slight variations exist. Earlier 2025 data from Liquipedia, last updated August 28, 2025, lists a sensitivity of 0.08 eDPI 128 with the same 1600 dpi and 4000 Hz polling, while pyrosettings.gg reports 8000 Hz polling and Artisan Ninja FX0 mousepad likely reflecting minor tweaks during practice or patches, but the December update solidifies 0.1 sensitivity as current. His mouse settings are meticulously optimized for precision and low latency, reflecting the preferences of top-tier duelists who prioritize flicking accuracy and smooth tracking in Valorant's fast-paced gunfights. This setup are minimalist, featuring a simple white design with outlines but no inner or outer lines, making it unobtrusive yet highly visible for headshot alignment. This configures the primary crosshair with a custom color rendered as white #FFFFFF, outlines enabled at full opacity 1 and thickness 1 for subtle definition without clutter, and a prominent center dot at opacity 1 and thickness 2 to serve as the focal point for aiming. Inner lines are completely disabled off, eliminating any extension that could distract during tracking, while outer lines are also off, keeping the reticle compact. Movement error correction and firing error are both enabled with a multiplier of 1, ensuring the crosshair dynamically adjusts for hand tremors or recoil without overcorrecting, and it includes a trace effect for better visibility during motion. This setup is ideal for players who prioritize a clean, static dot for static holds and quick flicks, as seen in Canezerra's highlight reels where his crosshair locks onto heads seamlessly. To import it in Valorant, open Settings, go to Crosshair Primary, click the Import Profile Code box, paste the code, and apply. It will override your current settings. setup instantly. He is recognized for his exceptional aim control and aggressive playstyle, often highlighted in viral clips for his precise flicks and low sensitivity usage that enables pinpoint accuracy. Canezerra map settings. His minimap configuration is designed for competitive play, featuring a fixed rotation orientation based on the player's side, which ensures the map remains consistently oriented relative to the attacking or defending perspective rather than rotating dynamically with the player's view. This setup helps in maintaining spatial orientation without disorientation from constant rotation, allowing Canezerra to process map information rapidly during aggressive duels and rotations. The keep player-centered option is turned off, enabling a broader view of the map surroundings, which is crucial for tracking enemy positions, ally movements, and spike status across larger areas without the player's icon dominating the center. Canezerra sets his minimap size to 1.2, striking a balance between visibility of key map elements and screen real estate preservation, ensuring critical sites, choke points, and rotations are discernible without overwhelming the peripheral vision. The minimap zoom level is configured at 1, providing a standard scale that avoids excessive zooming in or out, which could obscure details or make the map too cluttered for fast-paced decision-making. Vision cones are enabled, displaying the line of sight indicators for both allies and enemies, offering invaluable intel on potential flanks, utility usage, and unseen angles, a staple for duelists like Canezerra who thrive on aggressive entries and peaks. Additionally, map region names are set to always display, ensuring labels for areas like a main, B site, or mid remain visible at all times, facilitating seamless callouts and strategic communication in team environments. Canezerra video settings. His setup prioritizes a native 1920 by 1080 resolution in full-screen display mode with a 16:9 aspect ratio, ensuring crisp visuals without unnecessary stretching or black bars, though sources note a minor variance where the aspect ratio method is set to fill on some trackers and letterbox on others, both delivering the standard widescreen experience pros favor for consistency. This resolution pairs perfectly with his high refresh rate monitors, such as the benjyfishy XL 2566X Plus model, allowing frame rates to push toward his capped limit while minimizing motion blur and screen tearing. In terms of frame rate management, Canezerra enables limit FPS always with a maximum of 360 FPS, striking an ideal balance between smoothness and hardware stability to prevent spikes or dips that could disrupt aim duels. He activates NVIDIA Reflex with boost mode to further reduce system latency, a critical setting for esports where every millisecond counts, ensuring his inputs translate instantaneously to on-screen actions. Multi-threaded rendering is turned on to leverage modern CPUs fully, while VSync remains off to eliminate input lag from vertical sync overhead. Canezerra's graphics preset is aggressively low across the board to maximize FPS and enemy visibility, a hallmark of professional Valorant configurations that sacrifices aesthetic flair for competitive edge. Material quality, texture quality, detail quality, and UI quality are all set to low, reducing visual clutter like excessive particle effects and high-res textures that could obscure foes. Anti-aliasing is disabled entirely none, and anisotropic filtering is minimal at 1x, preventing edge smoothing that might soften outlines of distant players. Improved clarity and experimental sharpening are both off to avoid artificial post-processing that could introduce latency or alter pixel-perfect targeting. Additional toggles emphasize performance. Vignette is off to keep shadows from darkening corners. Bloom is on for subtle glows around abilities without overwhelming the scene. Distortion is disabled to eliminate wavy effects from smokes and abilities, and cast shadows is off to prevent dynamic lighting from impacting frame times or visibility. Enemy highlight color is customized to yellow deuteranopia for optimal contrast against maps, aiding quick target acquisition even in chaotic fights. Canezerra keybind settings. Canezerra's keybinds strike a balance between standard defaults for muscle memory and custom ability placements for quick access during fast-paced fights. The ability binds C, Q, E, X deviate from defaults, positioning them on the left side of the keyboard for easy thumb and pinky access without disrupting mouse movement or weapon switching. Crouch on V instead of control prevents accidental peaks during wide swings, a common pro choice for better control in sprays. These binds facilitate his run-it-down style, allowing seamless ability chains like flashing with Q on agents such as Jet or Raze while keeping core actions intuitive. Canezerra gears. Regarding his gaming setup and peripherals commonly referred to as gear in esports context, Canezerra uses high-end equipment optimized for competitive Valorant play. His known peripherals include the Razer Viper V3 3 Pro Faker Edition mouse, which is praised for its lightweight design and precision sensor ideal for fast-paced aiming. He pairs this with an Artisan Ninja FX0 soft black mousepad, known for its smooth glide and control. For monitoring, he uses the benjyfishy XL2566X Plus, a high refresh rate display suitable for tracking quick movements. His keyboard is the Wooting 60He V2 Silver, offering rapid actuation for inputs, and he completes the setup with SteelSeries Arctis Pro headphones for clear audio cues. These choices reflect a focus on low-latency, high-performance gear typical of top Radiant-level players. Canezerra is active in the streaming community, with a presence on Twitch where he shares gameplay, highlights, and interactions with fans. His profile can be found under handles like Canezerra, and he has been involved in various team rosters and mixed teams, such as Canezerra and Friends in smaller events. While he has faced some community scrutiny, including past allegations addressed publicly, his on-stage performances continue to draw attention for their dominance.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Theo Poppenweber is a 21-year-old professional Valorant player, born on October 18, 2004, widely recognized for his role as an in-game leader with exceptional game sense, mechanical skill, and innovative peaking techniques. Currently competing at the highest levels as part of Team Envy's Tier 1 roster following their triumphant return to the Valorant Champions Tour ecosystem, Poppen has carved out a reputation as one of North America's most promising talents. His journey from grassroots qualifiers and pickup teams to winning VCT America's Ascension in 2025 exemplifies a rapid ascent driven by relentless ranked grinding where he has repeatedly hit number 1 in A and a deep understanding of the game's meta. Standing at the helm of Envy since March 8, 2025, when the organization signed the high-performing Rankers roster, Poppen orchestrates plays with precision, often flexing between controllers like Viper and duelists like Jet or Raze, while popularizing the Poppen swing, a wide, aggressive shoulder peeking technique that has become a staple in competitive and ranked play alike. Poppen's early career began in 2021 to 2022 amid the explosive growth of Valorant's esports scene, where he cut his teeth in open qualifiers and minor events with amateur squads like Exile Gaming. During this period, he participated in VCT&A Stage 1 Challengers qualifiers, NSG Winter Championship groups, and other low-tier opens, often facing early eliminations against emerging powerhouses like T1 and Carpe Noctem, experiences that honed his adaptability across roles. Which mouse does Poppen use? Regarding his gaming peripherals, Poppen uses the Logitech G Pro X Superlight 2 as his primary mouse. This is a lightweight wireless gaming mouse designed for high-performance esports, featuring Logitech's Hero Sensor, Light Force hybrid optical mechanical switches, and support for high polling rates. Sources indicate he runs it at a 1000 Hz polling rate for enhanced responsiveness, which aligns with his extremely low sensitivity playstyle, historically around 3200 DPI with 0.045 in game sensitivity, requiring large arm movements and precise control, often needing multiple swipes for a 180-degree turn. The Superlight 2 is praised for its minimal weight, around 60 gram, ergonomic shape suitable for various grips, and reliability in competitive FPS titles like Valorant. He pairs this mouse with the Raiden Mid mousepad, a mid-sized cloth surface known for its balance, speed, and control, providing a consistent glide that complements low-sensitivity aiming. This setup information comes directly from his Twitch channel commands via Fossabot and is regularly updated on professional settings tracking sites like pyrosettings.net. Poppen's choice of gear emphasizes precision and consistency, enabling the wide, deliberate swings that define his playstyle and have made the Poppen swing a recognizable and sometimes frustrating tactic across all ranks of Valorant. If you're looking to emulate his setup, note that his low sens requires a large mousepad and arm aiming technique for optimal results. Poppen mouse settings. Known for his exceptional game sense and mechanical prowess, Poppen has garnered attention not only for his in-game performance but also for employing one of the lowest sensitivity setups among professional players, which demands precise, large-scale arm movements rather than wrist flicks for superior tracking and control during engagements. This ultra-low sensitivity philosophy aligns with his playstyle, emphasizing stability in long-range duels and consistent crosshair placement, making his mouse settings a point of fascination for aspiring players seeking to emulate top-tier accuracy. Poppen's core mouse configuration in Valorant revolves around an extraordinarily low effective EDPI of 144, calculated by multiplying his mouse's native DPI of 3200 by his in-game sensitivity of 0.045. 3200 times 0.045 is equal to 144. This setup is verified through his Twitch speech chat bot commands and video clips, ensuring reliability as of the latest update on December 2, 2025. For scope sensitivity, he uses a multiplier of 1, meaning his aim speed remains unchanged when zooming in with weapons like the Operator or Guardian, which complements his low-sens approach by maintaining muscle memory consistency across different sightlines. Similarly, his ADS sensitivity multiplier is set to 1, applying the same principle to abilities and weapons that require fine-tuned aiming without acceleration or deceleration. This uniform multiplier setup eliminates any jarring transitions, allowing Poppin to fluidly switch between hip-fire, scoped, and ADS scenarios with unwavering precision. Complementing these in-game values, Poppin configures his hardware polling rate at 1000 Hz, which provides a 1 millisecond update interval between his mouse and PC, striking an optimal balance between responsiveness and system resource usage, though community notes from his streams suggest he has experimented with or occasionally uses 2000 Hz on his mouse for even snappier input polling. His Windows pointer sensitivity is dialed to the 611 notch, a common setting among pros to avoid unintended acceleration while preserving natural cursor feel outside of games. Critically, raw input buffer is turned off in Valorant, which bypasses Windows mouse processing for direct hardware input, reducing latency and input lag to the bare minimum. Mouse acceleration is completely disabled both in-game and at the OS level, no raw acceleration, ensuring that every physical movement translates linearly to on-screen cursor travel without speed variations based on velocity, a hallmark of professional setups that prioritizes predictability over casual convenience. Poppin crosshair settings. Code encapsulates a green-colored crosshair with prominent outlines, active inner lines, and no outer lines or center, making it ideal for players who prefer a compact reticle focused on the center of the screen. The primary color is set to green #00FF00, which provides excellent visibility against most map backgrounds, standing out sharply without blending into environments like those on Bind or Haven. Outlines are enabled with an opacity of 1 and a thickness of 1 pixel, ensuring the crosshair remains crisp and defined even during rapid movement or when firing, preventing it from becoming obscured by weapon sway or visual recoil. The center dot is turned off, promoting a plus-sign style reticle that encourages precise crosshair placement at head level rather than relying on a static point, which aligns with Poppin's aggressive peeking style often seen in Team Envy strategies. Inner lines are fully enabled with an opacity of 1, a length of 3 pixels, a thickness of 1 pixel, and an offset of 3 pixels from the center. This creates short, stubby arms that form a small cross, perfect for micro-adjustments in close-quarters combat or holding angles. Movement error and firing error are both disabled for these inner lines, keeping the crosshair stable and predictable without dynamic expansion during strafing or shooting, which could otherwise throw off Poppin's renowned accuracy. Outer lines are completely disabled, eliminating any larger frame around the reticle to maximize screen real estate and reduce visual clutter, a common choice among pros who prioritize a clean field of view for tracking multiple enemies. Additionally, the crosshair includes an active sniper scope variant denoted by the A in the code, which hides the main reticle and displays only outer lines with a length of 4, no offset, and no outlines or errors, resulting in a simple, thin ring for scoped weapons like the Operator, aiding in long-range precision without overwhelming the center. The overall sniper scope outlines are enabled with a thickness of 0.7 and opacity of 1, providing just enough definition for utility without impeding target acquisition. Poppin map settings. The heart of Poppin's configuration lies in his map settings, which are tailored for superior map control and team coordination in professional scrims and tournaments. Minimap rotate is set to rotate, allowing dynamic orientation that follows his view direction for intuitive navigation. Fixed orientation is based on side, adapting to attacker or defender perspectives to prevent confusion during rotations. Crucially, keep player centered is enabled on, ensuring Poppin remains the focal point on the minimap, which is vital for duelist players who frequently flank or peek aggressively. This setting sacrifices some peripheral vision but enhances personal threat assessment. Minimap size is scaled to 1.2. striking a balance between detail and screen real estate without overwhelming the HUD. While minimap zoom, vision cones, and show map region names are not explicitly detailed in available sources, the known values align with pro standards for maintaining awareness of rotations, enemy positions, and ability usage across maps like Ascent or Lotus. These choices reflect Poppin's playstyle, where constant minimap glances inform his low-send swings and positioning. Poppin video settings. Poppin's Valorant video settings prioritize a balance between visual clarity and high frame rates to ensure buttery smooth gameplay on his high refresh rate setup. He runs the game at a native 1920 by 1080 resolution with a standard 16:9 aspect ratio, utilizing the fill aspect ratio method to avoid any black bars or stretching that could distort enemy models or sightlines. The full screen display mode is selected to minimize input lag and maximize performance by dedicating the entire monitor to the game without windowed overheads. This setup is ideal for his 1000 Hz monitor, allowing him to leverage ultra-high refresh rates for unparalleled responsiveness during fast-paced duels and flicks. Diving deeper into his graphics quality settings, Poppin employs a competitive low-to-medium preset that emphasizes enemy visibility over aesthetic fidelity, a hallmark of pro-player configurations. Multi-threaded rendering is turned on to fully utilize modern multi-core CPUs for smoother frame delivery. Material quality and detail quality are both set to low, reducing unnecessary environmental clutter and particle effects that could obscure opponents. Conversely, texture quality is dialed up to high to maintain sharp model outlines without taxing performance excessively, while UI quality remains at high for crisp interfaces and menus. Visual effects like vignette, bloom, distortion, and cast shadows are all off, eliminating screen darkening, glows, motion blur, and dynamic shadows that might hinder target acquisition in crucial moments. VSync is off to prevent input lag from frame synchronization, anti-aliasing is none to boost FPS and avoid edge blurring on enemies, and anisotropic filtering is maxed at 16x for pristine distant textures without performance hits on modern hardware. Additional sharpening options such as improved clarity and experimental sharpening are both off, ensuring a raw, unprocessed view of the game world tailored for precision aiming. Poppin gears. Poppin's gear setup reflects his preference for high-performance, lightweight equipment suited to his precise, low-sensitivity playstyle. His current mouse is the Logitech G Pro X Superlight 2, a wireless gaming mouse known for its lightweight design around 60 grams, high polling rate capabilities up to 2000 Hz or higher in his configuration, and responsive hero sensor, which allows for exceptional tracking during extended swings and flicks. This choice aligns with many professional players who prioritize speed and accuracy without added weight. For his mousepad, he uses the Artisan Raiden Mid, a premium cloth pad renowned for its balanced speed and control, offering a smooth glide with just enough stopping power for micro adjustments, ideal for his aggressive yet controlled aiming approach. These gear selections are sourced directly from his Twitch stream commands, ensuring they are up to date as of his recent professional endeavors. Regarding his Valorant in-game settings, including crosshair, keybinds, and graphics, detailed configurations are regularly updated on professional tracking sites like pyrosettings.net, where his profile includes specifics on crosshair codes, color preferences, and other options tailored to his playstyle. His video settings typically prioritize performance for maximum FPS in competitive scenarios, with features like raw input buffer enabled and minimal visual distractions.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Benjyfishy Fish, a renowned British esports personality, first rose to prominence as one of the most dominant Fortnite players in the late 2010s, captivating audiences with his lightning-fast building mechanics, precise aim, and innovative strategies that helped propel teams like NRG Esports to multiple tournament victories. However, as the competitive Fortnite landscape evolved, Benjyfishy began exploring other genres, particularly tactical first-person shooters, where his innate mechanical skill and game sense could shine in more structured environments. By early 2023, he fully committed to Valorant, Riot Games' free-to-play 5v5 tactical shooter that emphasizes precise gunplay, agent abilities, and team coordination. Joining Team Heretics, a rising European organization, Benjyfishy quickly adapted his Fortnite-honed reflexes to Valorant's deliberate pacing, becoming a standout sentinel main agents like Killjoy and Cypher, whose kits revolve around site lockdowns, traps, and information control. His playstyle is characterized by a calm, calculated demeanor under pressure, allowing him to anchor defenses with utility while popping off with headshot-heavy duels when needed. As of December 2025, Benjyfishy remains a key pillar for Team Heretics in the Valorant Champions Tour, having helped the team secure top finishes in events like VCT Masters Toronto 2025 and the Esports World Cup playoffs. Which mouse does Benjyfishy use? Benjyfishy uses the Logitech G Pro X Superlight 2 as his primary gaming mouse, a choice that aligns with his low-sensitivity playstyle, emphasizing control and accuracy in fast-paced shooters. This wireless mouse, weighing just 60 grams, features Logitech's advanced Hero 2 sensor capable of tracking up to 44,000 dpi with sub-micron precision, zero smoothing, and acceleration-free performance, making it ideal for the flick shots and tracking required in Valorant duels or Fortnite builds. The Superlight 2's lightweight magnesium exoskeleton and hybrid optical mechanical switches provide a crisp 100 million click durability, while its lightspeed wireless technology ensures latency-free responsiveness, allowing Benjyfishy to maintain fluid movement without cable drag during extended sessions. This mouse represents an upgrade from his earlier Logitech G Pro X Superlight, the original model, which he used extensively from around 2021 to mid-2024, as evidenced by older setup breakdowns in his own social media posts showcasing Logitech gear. The switch to the Superlight 2 likely stems from its improved battery life up to 95 hours, enhanced switch feel, and refined ergonomics tailored for right-handed claw or fingertip grips, which suit benjyfishy's compact hand size and aggressive aiming style. Benjyfishy mouse settings. At the heart of benjyfishy's mechanical prowess lies his mouse setup, which prioritizes stability and accuracy over flashy responsiveness, a deliberate choice for a player who transitioned from Fortnite's high-movement chaos to Valorant's methodical engagements. He employs the Logitech G Pro X Superlight 2 in black, a featherweight wireless mouse weighing just 60 grams, engineered for esports with its Hero 2 sensor delivering pinpoint tracking up to 44,000 dpi without acceleration or smoothing. This model pairs seamlessly with his low-sensitivity approach, allowing for wide arm sweeps during flicks while maintaining pixel-perfect control for holding angles. His DPI is set to 800, a standard among pros that balances desktop navigation with in-game finesse, ensuring the cursor doesn't feel sluggish outside of Valorant. The in-game sensitivity hovers at 0.283, a notably low value that demands large mousepad real estate but rewards muscle memory with exceptional tracking during sprays and peaks. Benjyfishy has noted in streams that this setting helps him feel every adjustment in crosshair placement, reducing overaiming in clutch scenarios. Combined, this yields an effective DPI-E-DPI of 226.4, placing him in the lower EDPI bracket of Valorant pros, akin to players who favor arm aiming over wrist flicks for sustained accuracy in mid to long range fights. Scope sensitivity is locked at 1.0, meaning no multiplier adjustment for sniper rifles or abilities, which keeps his muscle memory uniform across weapon switches, a critical factor for sentinels who often toggle between rifles and operator-style utility. The polling rate runs at 1000 Hz, polling the mouse's position 1000 times per second for buttery smooth input without perceptible latency, while Windows sensitivity is defaulted to 611 to avoid any OS-level scaling that could introduce jitter. Raw input buffer is disabled, opting instead for the game's native raw input to bypass Windows processing entirely, minimizing potential delays in a game where split-second reactions define rounds. In practice, this minimalist crosshair enhances benjyfishy's sentinel utility plays, where clear sightlines are paramount for lining up turret shots or tripwire triggers, and it reflects his broader philosophy of stripping away distractions to let skill dictate outcomes, a far cry from Fortnite's busier HUDs, yet perfectly attuned to Valorant's emphasis on headshot economy. Benjyfishy crosshair settings. Benjyfishy's crosshair embodies the less is more ethos prevalent among high-level Valorant players, designed to serve as an unobtrusive reference point rather than a distracting overlay that clutters the screen during intense exchanges. He opts for a classic red primary color #FF0000 in hex, a vibrant yet non-intrusive hue that pops against Valorant's diverse map palettes, from the sandy tones of Ascent to the neon glows of Breeze, without blending into enemy outlines or environmental hazards. Outlines are completely turned off, with opacity and thickness both at 0, eliminating any border that could obscure subtle target edges in low-contrast scenarios. This choice aligns with his preference for raw visual feedback, trusting his aim to align naturally without artificial guides. The center dot is absent, further streamlining the reticle to pure lines, as Benjyfishy believes a dot can inadvertently draw focus inward during wide flicks, potentially hindering peripheral awareness in team fights. Delving into the inner lines, which form the crosshair's core, opacity is set to 1 for full visibility without fade, length at 4 pixels for a compact yet readable span that suits close-quarter sprays, thickness at 1 pixel to keep it razor-thin and non-intrusive, and offset at 0 to center them precisely on the screen's focal point. Outer lines are disabled entirely, no length, offset, or thickness, eschewing dynamic expansion for errors, as movement error and firing error are both off. This static design prevents the crosshair from blooming during strafes or bursts, maintaining consistency even when his Vandal or Phantom is unloading. Benjyfishy map settings. Diving deeper into Benjyfishy's map settings, the rotate option is set to rotate, which ensures the mini-map dynamically adjusts its orientation based on the player's direction of movement rather than remaining static. This choice is highly practical for aggressive players like Benjyfishy, as it aligns the map's perspective with his real-time positioning, making it easier to visualize paths for flanks, retakes, or site pushes without mental recalibration during chaotic engagements. In contrast to a fixed rotate that might feel disorienting in fast-paced scenarios, this setting promotes seamless navigation across maps like Ascent or Bind, where tight angles and verticality demand constant spatial awareness. Complementing this, the fixed orientation is configured to based on side, meaning the minimap flips or rotates according to whether the player's team is on the attacking or defending side. This side-based adjustment is a strategic preference among many pros, as it standardizes the map's layout to match the round's objectives, for instance, ensuring attackers see sights in a consistent top-down view while defenders get a mirrored orientation that aligns with spawn points. By avoiding a universally fixed view, benjyfishy minimizes cognitive load, allowing him to focus on utility usage or crosshair placement instead of deciphering an unfamiliar map layout mid-round. A key aspect of benjyfishy's map philosophy is the emphasis on centrality and visibility, evident in his Keep Player Centered setting, which is toggled on. This keeps the player's icon perpetually at the minimap's center, regardless of their position on the map, providing an intuitive reference point that enhances quick glances during firefights or when calling out enemy positions to teammates. For a duelist like benjyfishy, who often initiates or anchors key areas, this centering prevents the minimap from drifting off-screen during aggressive pushes, ensuring he can instantly assess distances to objectives or lurking threats. The minimap scale and detail are fine-tuned with a minimap size of 1.098, striking a subtle enlargement over the default to increase readability without encroaching on peripheral vision, crucial on high refresh rate monitors like his Zowie XL2586X plus 600 Hz, where every pixel counts for competitive edge. Similarly, the minimap zoom at 0.8 offers a moderately zoomed out view, pulling back just enough to reveal broader sight connections in mid-control areas while retaining granular details like plant spots or common crossfire lines. This zoom level is ideal for maps with expansive layouts, such as Haven or Icebox, where benjyfishy can spot rotations from afar without zooming in too tightly and losing context, a common pitfall for players who over-customize for micro-details at the expense of macro strategy. Visibility of ally and enemy movements is amplified through the minimap vision cones set to on, which displays directional lines indicating where teammates and foes are facing were last spotted. This setting is invaluable in coordinated pro play, where benjyfishy relies on it to predict utility throws, anticipate peaks, or coordinate smokes. Think of it as a real-time radar that turns the minimap into a predictive tool rather than a passive overlay. In high-pressure scenarios like post-plant clutches, these cones help him gauge if an enemy is pre-aiming a flank or if a teammate is covering an angle, directly contributing to his high kill-death ratios in VCT events. Rounding out the configuration, show map region names is permanently set to always, ensuring labels for areas like a site, B-lobby, or mid-top are persistently visible. benjyfishy video settings. To ensure his hardware's full potential translates to on-screen fluidity, benjyfishy runs Valorant at a competitive 1280 by 960 resolution in full-screen mode, stretched slightly for a wider field of view that subtly enlarges enemy models without distorting proportions, a subtle edge in pixel peaks. His FOV is defaulted to 103, the game's horizontal standard that provides balanced peripheral vision without the fisheye effect of higher values, ideal for his mid-range engagements on sites like benjyfishy. Graphics are dialed down aggressively for frame rate supremacy. All quality presets, textures, models, UI are low, shadows and effects off entirely, with VSync disabled and anti-aliasing set to MSAA 4X only for edge smoothing without performance hits. This yields consistent 400 plus FPS on his NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090 GPU, eliminating input lag in a title where 600 Hz monitors like his Bank Zowie XL2566X Plus demand unflinching refresh rates. Bloom, distortion, and cast shadows are off to reduce visual noise, while enemy highlight color is yellow for quick threat identification. These choices prioritize raw responsiveness over aesthetic fidelity, allowing benjyfishy to spot subtle cue like a jet dashes pixel trail amid the chaos of a retake, a necessity for Heretic's aggressive post-plant strategies. benjyfishy monitor settings. Delving deeper into the on-monitor adjustments, benjyfishy's configurations emphasize balanced visibility and contrast to cut through Valorant's dynamic lighting and shadows, ensuring he spots peaks and utility deployments instantly. For the Bank Zowie XL2566X Plus, he sets the black equalizer to 10, a feature that selectively brightens dark areas without washing out brighter sections, which is crucial for identifying crouched enemies in low-light sites like benjyfishy or Ascent's mid-vents. Brightness is dialed to 63 out of 100, striking a middle ground that prevents overexposure in well-lit maps while maintaining punch in dim corners, calibrated to his dimly lit streaming room to avoid glare from overhead lights. Contrast sits at 10, keeping image depth subtle to preserve texture details on agent models and weapon skins, avoiding the crushed blacks that could hide flankers. Sharpness is finely tuned to 8 depending on the source. Recent updates from specs.gg and pyrosettings.net lean toward 1 for a softer edge that reduces aliasing on pixelated UI elements, while older Asus configs favored 8 for crisper outlines. Gamma is locked at Gamma 3, enhancing mid-tone visibility for better enemy silhouette detection against foggy or smoky backdrops, a setting that pairs seamlessly with Valorant's in-game Gamma 2.2 for consistent color grading. Color temperature defaults to user-define, with vibrance at 0 to neutralize oversaturation, ensuring that red crosshair accents pop without tinting the neutral grays of map geometry. These tweaks, often iterated through practice ranges and VOD reviews, reflect benjyfishy's analytical approach. He avoids aggressive sharpening that amplifies noise, opting instead for a clean canvas that rewards his wrist-based aiming style. Benjyfishy keybind settings. Benjyfishy's keybinds strike a balance between accessibility and efficiency, leveraging his familiarity with standard FPS layouts while incorporating tweaks that facilitate rapid ability cycling, a boon for Sentinel agents whose kits demand split-second activations amid defensive setups. Movement fundamentals are intuitive. Walking is bound to left shift for silent flanks without accidental sprints, crouching to left control for low-profile peaks that integrate seamlessly with his arm aiming style, and jumping to the spacebar is the universal standard, though he occasionally scrolls up on his mouse wheel for bunny hop chains and casual cues. Interaction and equipment follow a linear progression, using objects like doors or plants as on F, a thumb-friendly key for non-combat actions, primary weapons on 1, secondaries on 2, melee on 3, and the spike on 4, allowing index finger rolls across the keyboard's top row for quick swaps during eco rounds or post-plant scenarios. Abilities are mapped with Sentinel Synergy and Mindem Ability 1 Killjoy's Nanoswarm on C for easy pinky access while AD strafing, Ability 2 Alarmbot on Q for opportunistic left-hand reaches, Ability 3 Turret on E, the default use key repurposed for frequent deployments, and Ultimate on X, positioned under his ring finger for dramatic activations like a well-timed lockdown ULT without derailing aim. Aiming down sights remains the right mouse button, preserving hand deadness for his claw grip on the Logitech mouse. These binds, verified through his Wooting 60He keyboard's analog input, which he uses for nuanced movement gradients, minimize finger travel and cognitive load, enabling benjyfishy to weave utility into gunfights effortlessly, such as dropping a molly grenade mid-duel or suppressing with a turret while reloading. Benjyfishy gears. Benjyfishy's setup is a testament to iterative refinement, blending cutting-edge peripherals with ergonomic reliability to support grueling practice sessions and LAN dominance. His mouse, the aforementioned Logitech G Pro X2, anchors the desk with its sub-1 ms click latency and lightspeed wireless tech, paired with a large GameSense X benjyfishy radar mousepad for those low-sense sweeps. The keyboard, Wooting 60He, introduces Hall effect switches for adjustable actuation points tuned to 0.2mm for lightning crouch spams and analog movement, mimicking controller-like subtlety in a keyboard form. Riot's rules prevent his custom benjyfishy edition, but the base model suffices. Audio comes via the Logitech G Pro X2 wireless headset, delivering spatial surround sound for pinpointing footsteps, complemented by an Antlion mod mic for crystal clear comms during VCT scrims. His Bank Zowie XL2566X Plus monitor, a 360Hz DAISY Plus panel, eradicates motion blur at 1080p, while the NVIDIA RTX 4090 in a custom high airflow rig often an HP Omen chassis powers the visuals without thermal throttling. Seated in a noble chair's hero, with ambient RGB minimized to avoid distractions, this ecosystem totaling around $3,000 fuels benjyfishy's dual streamer pro lifestyle, where mornings might involve Fortnite queues before Valorant ranked climbs.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Forsaken's professional journey began on February 8, 2021, when he joined Paper Rex as a player and IGL, a roster he has remained loyal to ever since, making him a cornerstone of the organization's success. Paper Rex quickly rose as a powerhouse in the Pacific scene, known for their aggressive playstyle and Forsaken's leadership. Early highlights include strong showings in regional challengers events, such as winning Champions Tour Malaysia and Singapore Stage 1 Challengers in 2021, and multiple C Stage 2 and 3 Challengers playoffs. By 2022, they achieved international recognition with a runner-up finish at Valorant Masters Copenhagen, earning $120,000 team prize and a first-place victory at the Valorant India Invitational $50,000. The team continued their ascent in 2023, securing the VCT 2023 Pacific League title $100,000, third place at Masters Tokyo $125,000, and a historic runner-up at Valorant Champions 2023 $400,000, where they fell just short of the World Championship. In 2023, 2024, Paper Rex maintained momentum with a first place in VCT Pacific Stage 1, third at Masters Madrid's $65,000, and multiple playoff appearances, solidifying their status as perennial contenders. Which mouse does Forsaken use? Forsaken uses the Pulsar Susanto X, a custom signature gaming mouse co-designed in collaboration with Pulsar Gaming Gears, a rising star in the lightweight esports peripheral market. This isn't just any off-the-shelf product. The Susanto X is named after Forsaken himself, making it a bespoke tribute to his influence in the APAC region. Launched in mid-2024, the mouse was born from Forsaken's direct input during Pulsar's product development process, where he provided feedback on weight distribution, sensor tuning, and coding texture to create something tailored for aggressive, wrist-based aiming styles like his own. Weighing in at a featherlight 45 grams, the Pulsar Susanto X features a cutting-edge PA12 shell for durability without added bulk, ensuring it glides effortlessly across mousepads during extended scrims or LAN tournaments. At its heart is the PixArt-PAW 3395 optical sensor, renowned for its flawless 1-1 tracking up to 26,000 dpi, zero acceleration, and sub-1 millisecond click latency, which allows Forsaken to execute those signature 180-degree jet knife throws or operator snipes with surgical precision. The mouse supports a blistering 4,000 Hz polling rate double, the standard 1,000 Hz used by most pros, reducing input lag to imperceptible levels and giving him a tangible advantage in flick shot duels, especially on his preferred 800 dpi resolution. Omron optical switches under the main buttons deliver crisp, responsive clicks rated for 70 million actuations, while the side buttons use Kale white dot microswitches for tactile feedback without accidental presses during heated clutches. Forsaken mouse settings. Forsaken, the Indonesian professional Valorant player for Paper Rex, is renowned for his exceptional aim and dueling prowess, often relying on a finely tuned mouse setup that emphasizes precision, low latency, and high polling rates to dominate in high-stakes matches. His current mouse settings, as verified and last updated on November 25, 2025, feature a DPI of 800 paired with an in-game sensitivity of 0.712, resulting in an effective DPI eDPI of 569.6, which strikes a balance between wrist-based flicking and controlled tracking, ideal for his aggressive playstyle. This configuration allows for a 360-degree turn requiring approximately 46 centimeters of mouse movement at his resolution, providing the responsiveness needed for Valorant's fast-paced engagements while maintaining stability during sustained firefights. Complementing these sensitivity values, F0 Forsaken enables scope sensitivity and ADS sensitivity both at 1.0, ensuring consistent multiplier-free aiming across all weapons, from rifles to snipers like the operator, which is crucial for seamless transitions in utility-heavy rounds. He utilizes raw input turned on with raw input buffer also enabled, bypassing Windows processing for direct sensor-to-game input, which eliminates any potential acceleration or interpolation artifacts that could disrupt micro-adjustments. Mouse acceleration is implicitly off through this setup, as is standard for pros, and his Windows pointer speed is set to the default 611 to avoid any OS-level scaling interference. Paired with a 4,000 Hz polling rate upgraded from a previous 2,000 Hz for reduced input latency down to sub-millisecond levels, this setup minimizes system overhead while maximizing update frequency, allowing his inputs to register almost instantaneously even at 500+ FPS. Forsaken crosshair settings. Forsaken's Valorant crosshair embodies a clean, small, and highly visible design tailored for professional-level engagements, emphasizing static inner lines without distractions from dynamic elements. His primary crosshair uses a bright white color #FFFFFF set to full opacity 1 for maximum visibility against any background, whether it's the vibrant maps of Valorant or darker areas in post-plant scenarios. Outlines are completely turned off, which eliminates any additional border thickness that could obscure pixel-perfect headshots, a common choice among pros who prefer razor-sharp definition over added emphasis. Similarly, the center dot is disabled, preventing any central obstruction that might interfere with tracking close-range targets or spraying at medium distances. The core of Forsaken's crosshair lies in its inner lines, which are enabled and configured for subtlety and precision. Inner line opacity is at 1 fully opaque, ensuring they remain prominent without fading. The length is set to 3, creating short arms that provide just enough reference for headshot alignment without extending too far and crowding the center, ideal for his low-sensitivity arm aiming style. Thickness is 2, striking a balance between being bold enough to see during fast flicks and thin enough to avoid blocking enemy models. Offset is 0, meaning the lines start directly from the center point, promoting a tight, cross-like shape perfect for tap firing and bursting. Crucially, both movement error and firing error error are turned off, so the crosshair remains perfectly static regardless of player movement or weapon recoil, allowing Forsaken to maintain muscle memory without compensatory adjustments. Outer lines are entirely disabled in Forsaken's setup, with show outer lines off, and their associated movement and firing error multipliers also off by default. This keeps the crosshair compact and focused inward, reducing overall screen real estate usage and minimizing the risk of lines overlapping with enemy hitboxes during sprays. There are no additional profiles actively used in his verified config, though some sites list experimental or older variants like OG Crosshair or UFO Crosshair that he may tinker with in practice. However, the primary profile is the one deployed in matches. Forsaken Map Settings. Forsaken's map minimap settings are meticulously tuned for situational awareness without cluttering the screen, allowing him to rotate efficiently and track enemy positions during fast-paced rounds. He uses rotate for minimap orientation, which dynamically adjusts the map based on his facing direction for intuitive navigation, combined with fixed orientation based on side to maintain consistency when switching attacker and defender perspectives. Keep player centered is enabled on, ensuring his icon stays in the middle for quick glances. The minimap size is set to 1.2 for a larger but non-intrusive view, with minimap zoom at 0.5 to reveal more of the map without zooming too far out. Minimap vision cones are turned on to display ally line of sight, crucial for his IGL role in coordinating utility and flanks. Finally, show map region names is set to never, eliminating text pop-ups that could obscure icons during critical moments. These choices make his minimap a clean, informative tool for calling sites, tracking plants and defuses, and predicting rotations on maps like Ascent, Bind, or the competitive pool. Forsaken Video Settings. Forsaken runs Valorant at a native 1920 by 1080 resolution with a 16:9 aspect ratio set to fill method, displayed in full screen mode. This standard widescreen setup leverages his 400 Hz Zowie XL 2566X Plus monitor for ultra-responsive motion clarity, avoiding any stretched or black bar distortions that could affect crosshair placement or peripheral awareness. The high refresh rate pairs perfectly with his low graphics philosophy, allowing the game to push frames well beyond 500 FPS during engagements, reducing motion blur and enhancing flickshot precision. NVIDIA Reflex is enabled on Plus Boost, a critical setting that minimizes system latency by optimizing the GPU render queue, which is especially vital for his 800 DPI mouse at 0.712 in game sensitivity eDPI 569.6. Vertical sync is firmly off to prevent input lag from frame buffering. Diving into the graphics quality settings, Forsaken keeps everything on the lower end to eliminate visual clutter and maximize FPS consistency. Multi-threaded rendering is on, utilizing his multi-core CPU for smoother performance. Material quality, texture quality, detail quality, and UI quality are all set to low, stripping away unnecessary environmental details like high-res surfaces or intricate animations that could obscure enemies peeking corners. This low-material approach sharpens sightlines on maps like Ascent or Bind, where subtle pixel differences matter. Vignette is off to avoid darkening screen edges that might tunnel vision during rotations. Anti-aliasing is none, forgoing edge smoothing to preserve raw sharpness and FPS headroom. Pros like Forsaken prefer jagged edges over blur for pinpoint accuracy. Anisotropic filtering at 8x is a slight exception, providing textured ground visibility at angles without taxing performance heavily. Features like improved clarity, experimental sharpening, bloom, distortion, and cast shadows or FPP shadows are all off, removing post-processing effects that add glows, lens flares, or dynamic shadows which could hide player models in smokes or behind objects. Forsaken Monitor Settings. His monitor of choice is the Bank Zowie XL 2566K, with some sources noting variants like XL 2566X Plus 4 higher refresh rates up to 400 Hz in recent 2025 updates. A professional-grade 360 Hz DIAC Plus gaming monitor designed for esports pros seeking ultra-low latency and blur reduction. Forsaken configures picture mode to FPS 1 for optimized gaming contrast, brightness at 100 for maximum luminance without washout, contrast at 50 for balanced dynamic range, sharpness at 4 to avoid artificial edge enhancement that could introduce artifacts, and color temperature set to user-define with red 87, green 94, blue 100 for a slightly cool tint that enhances enemy highlight visibility under Valorant's lighting. Advanced features include AMA at premium for overdrive responsiveness, DIAC 2 at premium to reduce sample and hold blur during rapid flicks, black equalizer at 10 to reveal dark corners without blooming highlights, color vibrance at 11 for vivid yet natural agent/enemy outlines, and low blue light at 0 to preserve full color fidelity without fatigue filters during long sessions. These tweaks verify verified through his streams and config shares as recently as November 25, 2025, ensure his monitor delivers the crispest motion handling and lowest ghosting possible, giving him an imperceptible advantage in tracking airborne targets or peaking angles. Forsaken Keybinds Settings. Forsaken's movement keybinds stick closely to Valorant's defaults, ensuring muscle memory transfer from thousands of hours of practice. He uses left shift for walking, enabling silent flanks and peaks without accidental sprinting noises that could give away his position. Crouching is bound to left control, positioned perfectly under his pinky for rapid crouch spam peaks or counter-strafing. Jumping is primarily on spacebar, with some sources noting an additional mouse will down binding for bunny hopping chains or quick vertical adjustments during operator lineups. This dual bind setup enhances his mobility on maps like Ascent or Breeze, where precise jumps can mean the difference between a site retake win or a lost round. Reloading is standard on R, and his use and plant and defuse object is intuitively placed on F, reachable with his index finger while maintaining forward movement. Weapon selection follows the intuitive numeric row 1 for primary weapons like Vandal or Phantom, 2 for secondary Sheriff or Classic, 3 for melee for eco rounds or knife rushes, and 4 or 5 for the Spike, depending on minor config tweaks. Aim down sights is default right mouse button, hold, with no toggle to preserve control during spray transfers. For abilities, Forsaken employs a compact cluster around his left hand. C for ability 1 Jets Updraft, Q for ability 2 Tailwind Dash, E for ability 3 Cycle Cloudburst Smokes, and X for Ultimate Bladestorm. This layout allows rapid ability execution without leaving the WASD movement zone, crucial for his duelist 1 taps and post-plant secures. One variant from older configs binds ULT to F and shifts use to E, but recent verifications confirm the CQEX standard. Forsaken Gears. Forsaken's setup is optimized for high-performance esports play, featuring cutting-edge peripherals tailored for precision and speed. His mouse is the Pulsar Susanto X, a custom collaboration model with a 4000 Hz polling rate, paired with a lethal gaming gear Saturn Pro red mousepad for smooth, consistent gliding. He uses the Wooting 60 He Plus keyboard, renowned for its analog input and rapid trigger capabilities, which allows for customizable actuation points ideal for Valorant's fast-paced movement. His monitor is the Zowie XL2566X Plus, upgraded to a 400 Hz model, as announced in late 2024, providing ultra-low input lag and clarity. Audio comes from the HyperX Cloud 3 headset, complemented by a Secretlab Magnus Pro desk and Secretlab Titan Evo Paper Rex Edition chair. His PC rig includes an AMD Ryzen 9 5900X CPU, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 2080 GPU, ensuring buttery smooth frame rates even at competitive settings.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Eric Aspas Santos, born on June 15, 2003, in Brazil, stands as one of the most dominant and celebrated professional Valorant players in the game's history, renowned for his unparalleled mechanical skill, aggressive duelist playstyle, and consistent excellence on the international stage. At just 22 years old as of December 2025, Aspas has amassed over $288,282 in career earnings, secured multiple MVP awards, and etched his name into Valorant lore by becoming the only player to finish top 3 at 3 consecutive Champions tournaments, first in 2022, third in 2023 and 2024, while also achieving notable results in 2025. His journey from a promising Counter-Strike talent to Valorant's premier fragger exemplifies raw talent, relentless work ethic, and an innate ability to perform under pressure, earning him widespread acclaim as the GOAT duelist and a 3-time VCT Americas Player of the Year. The Loud era February 2022 to September 2023 cemented Aspas as a global superstar. In his debut international season, Loud reached second at Masters Reykjavik before storming to victory at Valorant Champions 2022, where Aspas earned MVP honors with godlike performances on Jet, including clutch aces and operator rampages that propelled the team to the title against Optic Gaming. Which mouse does Aspas use? Aspas currently uses the Logitech G Pro X Superlight 2 as his primary gaming mouse, a lightweight wireless model that has become a staple among top-tier esports athletes for its blend of speed, precision, and minimalism. Released in 2023 as an evolution of the original G Pro X Superlight, this mouse weighs just 60 grams, making it ideal for Aspas' fast-paced, flickshot-heavy duelist style where quick wrist movements and low friction are paramount. The Superlight 2 features Logitech's Advanced Hero 2 sensor, which delivers a maximum DPI of 32,000, though aspas dials it back to a more controlled 800 DPI to maintain accuracy without overshooting targets. This sensor also boasts a polling rate of up to 4,000 Hz in wired mode, which aspas utilizes for ultimate responsiveness, ensuring that every micro-adjustment translates instantly to the screen with zero acceleration or smoothing artifacts. The mouse's hybrid optical-mechanical switches provide crisp, tactile clicks rated for 100 million operations, reducing fatigue during extended rounds, while its PTFE feet, often customized by aspas with circular extra PTFE skates for smoother gliding, pair perfectly with his preferred mousepads. Aspas mouse settings. Aspas mouse settings have remained remarkably consistent over the years, reflecting a preference for precision and control that has contributed to his aggressive, high-impact dueling style. Aspas employs a DPI of 800, paired with an in-game sensitivity of 0.4, resulting in an effective DPI-eDPI of 320, a setup that translates to approximately 34.7 centimeters 360 degrees of mouse movement for a full 360-degree turn in-game, striking an ideal balance between flicking capability and tracking accuracy suitable for Valorant's fast-paced engagements. Delving deeper into the nuances, aspas sets his scope sensitivity multiplier, also known as ADS or zoom sensitivity, to 1.0, ensuring seamless transitions between hipfire and scoped aiming without any scaling distortion, which is crucial for operators and sentinels in clutch scenarios. His mouse polling rate is optimized at 4,000 Hz, leveraging modern high-end hardware to minimize input latency and provide ultra-responsive tracking, far surpassing the standard 1,000 Hz for smoother cursor movement and reduced jitter during rapid flicks. Complementing this, he enables raw input buffer in Valorant settings, a feature that bypasses Windows processing for direct sensor data ingestion, further slashing system-induced delay by up to several milliseconds in high-stakes moments. Windows pointer speed is defaulted to 6 out of 11, avoiding any artificial acceleration that could throw off aim consistency, while mouse inversion is turned off and acceleration remains disabled across both hardware and software-level standard practice for professionals to maintain pure, linear input. Aspas crosshair settings. Aspas Valorant crosshair is a small, static white with a thin outline, designed for maximum visibility and precision without distracting lines or dynamic elements. The code begins with 0S1, indicating version 0, a static crosshair no shrinking or expanding on fire or movement, and profile 1 as the primary crosshair P. O1 enables outlines with full opacity 1 and a thickness of 1 pixel, creating a subtle black border around the dot for better contrast against bright or dark backgrounds. The core element D1 turns on the center with opacity 1 and thickness 2, resulting in a clean, prominent white dot #FFFFFF that's highly visible on all maps. 0B0 and 1B0 disable both inner and outer lines entirely, 0B for inner, 1B for outer, keeping the reticle ultra-minimalist. Finally, SC0 reinforces the static nature and sets the color to pure white. Movement and firing error multipliers are both set to 1 and enabled, providing subtle gameplay feedback without visual bloom. This setup prioritizes headshot accuracy, standing out sharply without overwhelming the screen, and has been consistently shared across community sites and X posts throughout 2025 as aspas go-to. Aspas map settings. Delving deeper into each component, aspas choice of fixed rotate with based on side orientation means the minimap remains stationary relative to the map's layout rather than rotating with his character's facing direction. This setup is a staple among top professionals because it enables instant spatial recognition. For instance, knowing a site's defender position is always in the upper left regardless of where he's peeking B main, reducing cognitive load in clutch moments. Keeping the player centered on ensures his icon stays in the middle of the minimap, preventing it from drifting off-screen during aggressive duelist plays like updraft dashes on Jet or teleport flanks on Raze. The minimap size of 1.2 strikes a balance, large enough to encompass key choke points and rotates mid to A on ascent without encroaching on central vision, while the precise zoom of 0.923 zooms out just enough to reveal extended map regions like Bind's long hookah or Icebox's snowy mid-tunnels without losing detail on spike plants. Vision cones on displays enemy line-of-sight predictions based on agent abilities, giving aspas a predictive edge for lurks or post-plant holds, and always showing map region names keeps labels like a link or B-Heaven perpetually visible for rapid callouts in Brazilian Portuguese squad comms. Aspas video settings. At the heart of aspas video setup is a straightforward yet highly effective resolution choice, 1920 by 1080 at a 16:9 aspect ratio. This full HD resolution strikes an ideal balance between sharpness and performance, avoiding the stretched visuals of lower resolutions like 4:3 while keeping computational demands low enough to sustain ultra-high frame rates. The aspect ratio method is set to fill, which ensures the game image stretches to fit the entire screen without black bars or distortion, promoting a seamless field of view that aligns perfectly with his aggressive, wide-angle duelist maneuvers. Display mode is locked to full screen, a standard for competitive players as it dedicates all system resources to the game, eliminating the overhead of windowed or borderless modes that could introduce minor input delays. This configuration is particularly beneficial on aspas Zowie XL2586X 600Hz monitor, which boasts a 600Hz refresh rate, though he caps it at 600Hz in some setups for even smoother motion rendering. By committing to this native resolution, aspas avoids the pitfalls of upscaling or downscaling, ensuring that every pixel contributes directly to his visual clarity without taxing his NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4070 Ti GPU unnecessarily. aspas' commitment to low graphical settings underscores his no-compromise stance on performance, a hallmark of top-tier Valorant pros who treat aesthetics as secondary to victory. Material quality is dialed down to low, which reduces the complexity of surface textures and environmental interactions, allowing the engine to render shadows and reflections with minimal overhead. This setting is crucial during intense sight retakes or post-plant scenarios, where even a brief frame drop could mean the difference between a headshot and a whiff. Similarly, texture quality is set to low, stripping away high-resolution details on weapons, agents, and maps to free up VRAM and CPU cycles for core gameplay elements like enemy hitboxes. Detail quality follows suit at low, minimizing particle effects and environmental clutter. Think less foliage sway on bind or reduced debris on icebox, which keeps his line of sight unobstructed and frame times consistent. UI quality, too, is kept at low to streamline interface rendering, ensuring menu transitions and ability icons load instantaneously without visual hiccups. These choices collectively enable aspas to hover around 600 FPS on average, even in the most demanding scenarios, providing the buttery smooth responsiveness needed for his signature 180-degree flicks and dash peaks. aspas monitor settings. aspas fine-tunes his Zowie XL2586X through its comprehensive OSD menu to optimize image quality for competitive play, emphasizing clarity, contrast in dark areas, and minimal input lag. He sets the picture mode to FPS 1, which is a preset tailored for first-person shooters, providing balanced colors and reduced motion blur. Diac 2 Dynamic Accuracy 2, Zowie's advanced backlight strobing technology, is enabled at the premium level to eliminate ghosting during rapid movements, making enemy outlines razor-sharp even at 600 Hz. Brightness is maxed out at 100 for maximum luminance in bright environments, paired with a contrast of 52 to prevent washed-out visuals while preserving detail in highlights. Sharpness is dialed to 7, striking a perfect balance to avoid over-sharpening artifacts that could create noise in textures. Gamma is set to Gamma 3 for deeper blacks and better shadow visibility, essential for spotting enemies lurking in corners. Color Vibrance sits at 10 to subtly enhance hue separation without oversaturation, and Black Equalizer is at 6, lifting dark areas just enough to reveal camouflaged foes without blowing out midtones. Continuing with the OSD calibration, Low Blue Light is completely off at 0 to eliminate any tint that could hinder color accuracy, and AMA Advanced Motion Accelerator is on premium for the lowest possible response times, minimizing pixel transitions to under 1 millisecond gray to gray. For custom color temperature under user-defined mode, aspas adjusts red to 86, green to 90, and blue to 100, creating a slightly cool tone that boosts blue channel dominance for crisper enemy highlights against Valorant's vibrant maps. aspas keybind settings. For movement and utility, aspas binds walk to left shift, crouch to left control, and jump to both spacebar and mouse wheel down, offering flexibility for quick bunny hops and peeks. Object interaction is on F, while weapon selection follows standard numbering: primary on 1, secondary on 2, melee on 3, and spike on 4. His agent abilities are strategically placed for rapid accessibility: 1 often utility like flashes or heals on C, ability 2 on Q, ability 3 on E, and ultimate on X, enabling fluid combos without straying far from WSD movement keys. These keybinds, consistent across pro tracking databases updated through December 2025, support his high mobility style, allowing simultaneous ability use and repositioning with minimal finger travel. aspas gears. aspas's gaming setup is meticulously curated for peak performance in Valorant's fast-paced environment, emphasizing low latency responsiveness, ergonomic comfort, and visual clarity to support his hyper-aggressive style. This setup pairs with a custom mousepad, likely a large, low-friction cloth surface for consistent glides, and a high-end gaming chair-specific model undisclosed, but ergonomic for extended LAN play. On the PC front, though exact specs fluctuate, aspas's rig historically leverages an Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4070 GPU, 32GB DDR5 RAM, and a 2TB NVMe SSD, optimized for 400+ FPS stability. Streaming gear includes a capture card for Twitch broadcasts, where he engages fans with unfiltered commentary. This holistic setup, refined through trial and error, enables aspas to maintain his edge. The lightweight mouse facilitates supports wrist-based aiming, the keyboard's modularity suits his QCE ability binds, and the monitor's Diac tech enhances enemy visibility in smokes. Sponsors like Logitech and HyperX provide these tools, but Aspas's tweaks such as custom color vibrance at 10 and gamma at 3 personalize them for Valorant's visual demands.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Stands as one of the most dynamic and entertaining figures in the professional Valorant scene, renowned not just for his mechanical prowess but also for his infectious personality that has earned him the affectionate moniker W Streamer. Hailing from the United States, Som transitioned from a successful Counter-Strike global offensive career to Valorant in 2020, quickly establishing himself as a top-tier duelist and flex player. His early esports days began in 2017 with stints alongside elite CSGO squads like Complexity Gaming, where he served as a streamer and team envy before joining General G Esports. With Gen G, he notched notable victories, including the DreamHack Open Anaheim 2020 and a strong showing in the ESL 1 Road to Rio North America qualifiers. Upon switching to Valorant, Som's adaptability shone through, leading him to sign with NRG Esports in late 2021. Under NRG, he has been instrumental in the team's ascent, competing in high-stakes tournaments like the Valorant Champions Tour Americas League and contributing to playoff runs that highlight his aggressive playstyle and clutch decision-making. As of December 2025, Som remains a cornerstone of NRG, blending raw aim with a carefree, high-energy demeanor that resonates with fans worldwide. His settings, meticulously optimized for peak performance, reflect a philosophy centered on maximizing FPS and minimizing distractions, allowing him to execute those signature W moments unpredictable, high-impact plays that keep opponents guessing and viewers hooked. Which mouse does Som use? In Valorant, where Som mains agents like Jet, Neon, and Omen for their mobility and aggressive playstyles, he relies on the Logitech G Pro X Superlight 2 in its signature white variant as his primary gaming mouse. This choice is emblematic of the broader esports trend, where over 30% of professional Valorant players favor Logitech's Superlight series for its featherweight design weighing just 63 grams, which minimizes fatigue during extended sessions and enables rapid, jitter-free flicks essential for clutching rounds or outdueling opponents in post-plant scenarios. The mouse's Hero 25K optical sensor delivers pinpoint accuracy with zero smoothing or acceleration, supporting DPI settings up to 25,600, though S0M calibrates his at a conservative 400 DPI paired with an in-game sensitivity of 0.8, yielding an effective DPI eDPI of 320. This low-sense setup, common among entry fraggers transitioning from CSGO, promotes arm-based aiming over wrist flicks, allowing for broader 360-degree turns without overshooting targets. Additionally, the mouse operates at a 1000 Hz polling rate for sub-millisecond responsiveness, with Windows sensitivity locked at the default 611 to ensure raw input bypasses any OS-induced interpolation. Som's adoption of this model underscores its wireless prowess via Logitech's Lightspeed technology, which maintains 1:1 power efficiency comparable to wired mice, boasting up to 70 hours of battery life on a single charge, crucial for uninterrupted practice in NRG's boot camps or during VCT events where downtime could disrupt momentum. Som mouse settings. At the heart of Som's setup lies his mouse configuration, a setup honed through years of competitive grinding to deliver pinpoint accuracy in Valorant's fast-paced firefights. He employs the Logitech G Pro X Superlight 2 in white, a featherweight wireless mouse celebrated for its sub-60-gram build and Hero 2 sensor that ensures flawless tracking up to 44,000 DPI without acceleration or smoothing. Som dials in a DPI of 400, a conservative choice that prioritizes stability over rapid sweeps, paired with an in-game sensitivity of 0.8. This combination yields an effective DPI eDPI of 320, striking a balance that suits his duelist role, responsive enough for quick peeks around corners on maps like Ascent or Bind, yet controlled for mid-range duels where pixel-perfect headshots are paramount. His scope sensitivity multiplier sits at 1.0, maintaining consistency when zooming in with operator or guardian users, ensuring that the transition from hipfire to ADS feels seamless and intuitive. Raw input buffer remains enabled, bypassing Windows interference to feed unadulterated mouse data directly to the game, which is crucial for eliminating input lag in clutch 1v1 scenarios. With a polling rate cranked to 1000 Hz, Som's mouse reports its position 1000 times per second, minimizing latency to the barest whisper, ideal for his flickshot-heavy style, where even a millisecond's delay could spell doom against riflers like Demon 1 or Aspas. Windows pointer speed is set to the default 611, avoiding any artificial scaling that might throw off muscle memory during long practice sessions. These settings aren't just numbers. They're the product of iterative tweaks, often shared during his Twitch streams where fans watch him dismantle aim labs or deathmatch lobbies, embodying a setup that rewards deliberate aggression over frantic spraying.
Som crosshair settings.
Sam's crosshair is a testament to minimalist elegance in a game where visual clutter can mean the difference between a multi-kill and a missed opportunity, designed to serve as an unobtrusive guide that enhances rather than hinders his natural aim. Opting for a white color with outlines turned off, his reticle cuts through the chaos of smokes and abilities without drawing undue attention, allowing for rapid target acquisition in the heat of a post-plant hold. The center dot is enabled, boasting an opacity of 1 and a thickness of 1, providing a subtle bullseye for centering shots on enemy hitboxes, particularly useful when lining up sprays with the Vandal or Phantom during eco rounds. Delving into the inner lines, Sam sets them to a length of 4 and thickness of 2, with an offset of 0 and movement error correction disabled, ensuring the lines remain static and predictable, free from the jitter that could disrupt his tracking of strafing jet dashes or raise satchels. Outer lines are completely disabled, stripping away any extraneous elements that might obscure peripheral vision on wide-open sites like Haven's Long A. Firing error and movement error are both off, prioritizing a rocksteady visual anchor over dynamic feedback, which aligns perfectly with his low-sensitivity approach where precision trumps forgiveness. To import this exact setup, players can paste the crosshair code into Valorant Settings menu, a string that has become a fan favorite, often copied by aspiring duelists aiming to emulate Sam's 30-bomb potential. This configuration, born from countless hours in the range, underscores his philosophy: a crosshair should whisper instructions, not shout distractions, empowering the player to let instinct take the wheel. Sam map settings. Diving deeper into the core components, Sam sets his rotate option to rotate, meaning the minimap pivots in real time to match the direction his character is facing, mimicking the fluidity of first-person movement. This contrasts with a fixed north-up map, which can disorient players mid-fight as they mentally adjust cardinal directions. Instead, it aligns perfectly with on-screen cues like site entries or flank watches, enabling split-second calls like 1B main without ambiguity. Paired with fixed orientation at based on side, the map subtly adapts its layout depending on whether his team is attacking or defending, flipping or reorienting key elements to match the spike site's perspective, which streamlines pick-and-ban strategies and site-specific callouts in Valorant's 3-site metas on maps like Abyss or Haven. For visibility and focus, S0M disables keep players centered set to off, a deliberate choice that expands the minimap's field of view to encompass more of the map's periphery, such as distant flanks or utility paths on sprawling layouts like Breeze or Pearl. While centering keeps your icon in the middle for egocentric awareness, pros like Sam sacrifice this for macro oversight, trusting muscle memory to locate themselves via landmarks and ally dots. He scales the minimap size to 1 default to slightly enlarged, striking a balance where it's prominent enough in the UI corner for passive monitoring but not invasively large, avoiding overlap with health or ability bars during clutch moments. The minimap zoom at 0.9 zooms in just enough to highlight choke points and utility arcs without losing the big picture, making it ideal for tracking post-plant spreads or retake setups where zoomed-out views might blur critical details. Enhancing intel further, minimap vision cones are enabled on, overlaying translucent cones from each player's viewpoint to visualize line of sights for allies and enemies, crucial for Sam's aggressive style, as it reveals safe peeks or hidden lurkers on maps with verticality like Lotus. Finally, show map region names is set to never, stripping away rotating text labels that could distract or obscure icons during fast-paced rounds. This minimalist ethos lets raw positional data shine, aligning with S0M's stream source configs where purity aids his 320 DPI flicking precision. Sam video settings. In Valorant's competitive ecosystem, where every frame can reveal a lurking lurker or a poorly timed swing, Sam's graphic settings are ruthlessly optimized for performance, sacrificing eye candy for the cold calculus of survival. Native resolution of 1920 by 1080 stretched to a 4:3 aspect ratio. He transforms the game's squarish viewport into a wider field for enhanced horizontal awareness, crucial for spotting crossfires on Breeze or Icebox, while the slight pixelation sharpens enemy outlines, a trick borrowed from his CSGO roots. All graphics quality sliders are slammed to low material quality, texture quality, detail quality, UI quality, vignette, VSync, and anti-aliasing, all minimized to offload the GPU, ensuring buttery smooth 500+ FPS even on demanding maps with particle-heavy abilities like Breach's aftershock. Enhanced clarity and distortion are disabled, stripping away bloom and motion blur that could soften edges during high-speed duels, while shadows are off to eliminate dark pools where enemies might hide. Anisotropic filtering is set to 8x for a touch of texture crispness without taxing the system, and improved clarity remains unchecked to preserve raw visibility over artificial sharpening. Powered by an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090, a beast of a card with ample headroom for future-proofing, SOM's NVIDIA control panel tweaks include a brightness and contrast of 50, gamma at 1, and digital vibrance at 50%, yielding a neutral palette that keeps colors punchy without oversaturation. This bare-bones approach isn't about aesthetics. It's a deliberate choice to let his RTX 4090 idle at low utilization, freeing resources for the real stars, his reflexes and game sense, turning every match into a canvas for unbridled fragging.
Som keybinds settings.
Efficiency in keybinds is non-negotiable for a player like SOM, whose duelist archetype demands split-second utility usage amid chaotic rotations and entry frags, and his bindings reflect a layout that's intuitive, ergonomic, and battle-tested across thousands of hours. Walking is bound to left shift, a standard choice that allows for silent flanks without taxing the pinky finger, while crouching on left control enables quick counterstrafes during sprays, essential for landing those crispy crouch peaks on splits B main. Jumping defaults to the spacebar, though SOM has experimented with mouse side buttons in the past for bunny hopping chains, sticking to space for reliability in competitive queues. Interacting with objects, such as planting the spike or defusing under pressure, falls to F, positioned for effortless thumb access on most keyboards. Weapon selection is straightforward: primary on 1, secondary on 2, melee on 3, and spike on 4, minimizing finger travel during weapon swaps in the frenzy of a force buy. His abilities are mapped to Q for ability 1 Think Jet's Updraft or Reyna's Dismiss, C for ability 2 Perfect for quick Reyna heals or sky flashes, E for the signature ability like Phoenix's Curveball, and X for the ultimate unleashing raised showstopper with a decisive pinky tap. These bindings, largely adhering to Valorant's defaults with minor flex for comfort, allow SOM to weave utility into his aggressive entries without cognitive overhead, whether it's a perfectly timed Sova recon dart or a cheeky Killjoy nanoswarm. Far from rigid, SOM occasionally tweaks them midstream based on agent picks, but this core setup has carried him through VCT triumphs, proving that simplicity breeds speed in a game where hesitation is heresy.
Som gears.
SOM's hardware ecosystem is a pro-grade arsenal, selected for durability, low latency, and that intangible feel that separates good players from gods, all while supporting marathon streaming sessions that have ballooned his Twitch following to over 1 million. At the monitor helm is the Bank Zowie XL 2566K+, a 24.1-inch 1080p panel refreshed at 360Hz with DiAC Plus technology for razor-sharp motion clarity. Reducing ghosting during those blistering jet knife rushes or operator snipes, its black equalizer ensures visibility in shadowy corners without washing out highlights. Under his hand, the aforementioned Logitech G Pro X Superlight 2 glides atop a SteelSeries QCK heavy mousepad, large-sized and cut in half for dual zone practice, its microweave cloth surface offering consistent glide with just enough stopping power for anchor holds. Keyboard duties fall to the Wooting 60He Plus, a Hall effect wonder with adjustable actuation points down to 0.1mm, allowing SOM to feather inputs for rapid-fire counterstrafing or bunny hops, its compact 60% layout freeing desk space for fluid arm sweeps. Audio immersion comes via the HyperX Cloud Alpha headset, whose dual-chamber drivers deliver spatial soundstaging that pinpoints footsteps in Omen smokes, complemented by a clear boom mic for those hype NRG comms. Rounding out the rig, though not directly impacting in-game feel, is his streaming backbone, a high-end CPU like an Intel Core i9 paired with 32GB RAM to handle OBS overlays without dipping below 240 FPS. This setup, often showcased in his setup tours, isn't flashy, it's functional, forged in the fires of lands like Champion Soul, where every peripheral must withstand the grind of best of fives. For fans looking to replicate, it's a blueprint for turning casual queues into pro-level playgrounds, echoing SOM's ethos that gear amplifies skill, but vibe seals the deal.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together. Tyson Tenz Ngo is a prominent Vietnamese-Canadian esports personality, widely regarded as one of the biggest stars in Valorant history. Tenz's Valorant journey began with Cloud9 in June 2020, shortly after the game's launch. He quickly rose to fame as the first player to reach the now-defunct Valorant rank during the beta, won the first International Valorant Masters event, earning $40,000, and becoming the first North American player to win a Masters tournament. He retired from competitive Valorant on September 14, 2024, after 4 years, shifting focus to content creation for Sentinels. However, in May 2025, tenz made a surprise return to competitive play not in the Elite VCT circuit, but with Sentinels Academy team, Huber Academy, for the Valorant Challengers 2025 North America Stage 2 playoffs. tenz has earned $218,153 in prize money from 70 tournaments across CSGO and Valorant. Which mouse does tenz use? tenz primarily uses the Pulsar 10 Signature Edition wireless gaming mouse for his Valorant streams and competitive play. This is a custom-designed collaboration between tenz and Pulsar Gaming Gears, launched in March 2025, tailored specifically to his claw grip preferences, aggressive duelist playstyle, and years of experience testing peripherals. tenz has described it as his dream mouse, incorporating his exact shape, specs, and aesthetic choices after switching through various models like the Ninjutsu Sora V2 Pre-2025 and Logitech G Pro X Superlight 2. tenz Valorant Mouse Settings. tenz, the renowned Canadian content creator and former professional Valorant player, is known for his precise, low-sensitivity aiming style. His setup emphasizes control and consistency, with an effective DPI 1600 EDPI around 144, which is on the lower end for pros, allowing for finer adjustments during flicks and tracking. Fixed high DPI for reduced input latency. tenz prefers this for both Valorant and general use, like League of Legends. Lower DPI 800 was used earlier in his career but phased out. Current 0.09 primary for 2025 streams, EDPI 144. Higher end 0.173 from October updates for testing wider swings. tenz lowered it from 0.3 in prior years for more precision. Polling rate 1000 Hz standard for minimal delay ensures responsive tracking without overwhelming the system. Grip style hybrid claw palm. His mouse choice supports this for quick micro adjustments. tenz has explained in streams that low sense plus high DPI combo helps with pixel perfect headshots while minimizing over aiming. He recommends starting with 0.09 sense and tweaking in the range practice mode for 30 to 60 minutes. These settings are a great baseline for aspiring players, but tenz emphasizes personal tweaking over blind copying. Aim trainers like Kovacs can help calibrate. tenz Valorant Crosshair Settings. tenz, the legendary Canadian content creator and former Sentinels pro player, is renowned for his pinpoint aim and aggressive playstyle. His crosshair settings have evolved over time, but as of late 2025, he favors a minimalist Cyan Plus style crosshair that's clean, visible against most backgrounds, and optimized for headshot precision without clutter. This setup emphasizes consistency and low distraction, making it ideal for tracking and flick shots, perfect for aspiring players looking to emulate his mechanical prowess. tenz frequently tweaks his settings during streams. He's known to experiment with mice, sensitivities, and even crosshairs mid-session, so these are based on his most recent verified configs from reliable sources like pyrosettings.net, Esports, and specs.gg. tenz crosshair is a simple, non-outlined, with short inner lines forming a compact plus sign. No outer lines, movement error, or firing error to keep it static and reliable. Color is cyan for high visibility on maps like Ascent or Bind. Minimalism for aim gods. The small plus is a staple for pros like tenz because it naturally hovers at head height, aiding consistent crosshair placement. It's forgiving for beginners yet scalable for high-level flicks. Visibility tweaks. Cyan stands out on Valorant's colorful maps without blending into ability effects. Jet smokes. Disabling error lines prevents visual noise during sprays, aligning with tenz low EDPI around 276 based on recent sense changes for pixel-perfect control. tenz Valorant Keybind Settings. tenz, a prominent Canadian content creator and former professional Valorant player for Sentinels, is known for frequently tweaking his settings, including sensitivity, crosshair, and gear, sometimes even midstream. tenz uses for Valorant keybinds, mouse/movement settings, crosshair, map plus video settings. Use them as a reference point. Pros tweak over time, so try to adapt based on what feels comfortable to you. These are his most recently tracked settings as of late November 2025 from reliable sources like pyrosettings.net, updated November 24, 2025, and specs.gg November 2025. Minor variations exist across trackers' resolution, but core settings align closely. Mostly default with jump on MW down for better bunny hopping and abilities on mouse side buttons for quick access without disrupting movement. These low sense, performance-optimized settings emphasize aim stability and quick reactions. Copy them as a baseline, but adjust for your setup. tenz himself experiments often. Jump on mouse while down helps with movement mechanics. Bunny hopping, consistent movement, a carryover from his older better FPS habits. Abilities on mouse side buttons plus a nearby key C for third ability keeps abilities within thumb/palm reach, helps with rapid ability usage while keeping fingers on movement keys. Weapon equip keys and use object on easy to reach keys ensures quick swapping planting interaction. This minimal, clean crosshair helps with precision and clarity, a favorite among many top players, including tenz. Tenz Valorant map settings. Ever wondered how tenz navigates Valorant maps with such insane precision? Today, we're breaking down every detail of tenz map settings so you can level up your gameplay instantly. Let's dive in. Tenz, the former Sentinels pro and popular Valorant streamer, is known for frequently tweaking his settings, gear, and sensitivity, sometimes even mid-match. Here's how tenz reportedly configures his minimap and map view. These are consistent across major sources: pyrosettings.net, specs.gg, optimized for awareness while keeping the minimap compact and readable. Pro players like tenz often tweak their sensitivity or settings depending on their role, map, or even hardware, so different interviews articles capture different latest values. Some sources report older configs, others report more recent ones. 2025. Hardware like mouse, monitor refresh rate, and PC might vary, which also affects optimal settings. Map settings are one of the most underrated tools in Valorant. Tenz optimizes his minimap to maximize information while keeping his screen clean. If you want faster rotations, better situational awareness, and pro-level decision-making, your minimap has to be dialed in. Tenz Valorant video settings. Tenz, the renowned Canadian content creator and former professional Valorant player for Sentinels, is known for optimizing his in-game settings for maximum performance and clarity. His video settings prioritize high FPS, reduced input lag, and minimal visual distractions over graphical fidelity, allowing for smoother gameplay and better enemy visibility. These settings are based on his most recent streams and updates as of late November 2025. For context, he pairs these with a resolution of 1920 by 1080 stretched to 4:3 aspect ratio for a true stretched look, which he detailed in a recent guide. Display mode of full screen, and aspect ratio method of fill. This setup runs at around 600 plus FPS on his high-end rig. Running at 1080p plus low graphics allows for high FPS with reduced visual distractions, critical in a competitive shooter where performance and reaction time matter. Having effects and visual clutter off, shadows, bloom, distortion makes enemy players easier to spot and reduces chances of distraction. Using multi-threaded rendering, modest anti-aliasing, and moderate anisotropic filtering balances clarity and performance. There are slight variations across different sources. For example, some list MSAA2X, some list none. Sometimes the display mode changes full screen versus windowed full screen, possibly depending on updates or hardware setup. Tenz Valorant monitor settings. Tenz, the renowned Canadian content creator and former professional Valorant player, is known for his high-performance setup optimized for competitive play. His monitor configuration prioritizes low input lag, maximum refresh rates, and minimal visual distractions to enhance aim precision and responsiveness in Valorant. Tenz uses a high-end esports-focused monitor designed for ultra-low latency and smooth motion clarity. Tenz has praised Zowie monitors for their competitive edge, noting in early 2025 that switching to high-performance models like the XL2586X Plus greatly improved my performance in game due to the fast TN panel and DIAC2 technology. He previously used the XL2586X540HC in 2024, upgrading for the enhanced color and 600Hz preview features teased in promotions. These settings are tailored to his monitor's capabilities, focusing on performance over visuals to maximize FPS, often exceeding 500 plus on his setup and reduce input lag. Tenz runs Valorant on low presets to minimize distractions and prioritize frame consistency on his high refresh monitor. These directly impact how the game renders on his display. Tenz gears. Tenz, the renowned Canadian streamer and former professional Valorant player for Sentinels, is celebrated for his exceptional aim, versatility, and frequent gear tweaks to optimize performance. He's known for collaborating on custom products like signature mice and for his low sensitivity style, which emphasizes precision flicks. Tenz setup prioritizes lightweight, responsive gear for competitive Valorant play and high-quality streaming. He uses a mix of signature editions and pro-grade items. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Utilizing Alphage's Valorant settings could be the key difference one can make to improve their in-game performance. The developers have provided players with a huge amount of options to customize the settings to their liking. However, the quantity of choices can sometimes lead to a lot of confusion. This is where Alphage's Valorant settings come into play. He has been in the games esports scene for a very long time and has competed at the highest level of competition. Due to this, his settings can be reliable for use. If you're aiming to boost your own performance in the game, taking a look at Alphage's crosshair and overall settings is a brilliant source of inspiration. Your crosshair sits at the core of your aiming ability in Valorant. It represents the exact point your shots will land, making an optimal crosshair configuration essential for accuracy. When analyzing a pro...
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Marvin Nguyen is an American Valorant player playing for NRG with a controller agent. He started his career in 2014 with Counter-Strike Global Offensive. In 2020, he retired from Counter-Strike Global Offensive and decided to switch over to Valorant. Marv has had several notable achievements in his Valorant career so far. As of writing, his most recent match was against Team Furia in Champions Tour 2024 Americas Stage 1, where they easily defeated Furia with a score of 2-0. You can try implementing Marv's Valorant settings to improve your aim, as professional players like Marv spend hours fine-tuning their settings to get the...
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
is a Valorant player who is currently a member of FUD Esports. He's also popular on Counter-Strike Global Offensive competitive scene, where the individual became popular and gained a large fan following for his mechanical skills. Ever since he transitioned to Riot Games shooter, fans have been interested in learning about the settings and configurations he uses in-game. A big reason for this is that Scream has always displayed top-notch mechanical prowess against his opponents, gaining recognition through his famous one-shot kills. Scream, renowned for his incredible headshot accuracy, uses mouse sensitivity that sits between low and medium levels. He prefers a low DPI of 400, but compensates with relatively high in-game sensitivity set at 0.739. Scream mouse is Final Mouse Classic Ergo. Previously, his sensitivity was slightly higher at 0.789. Known as a headshot machine, Scream uses a crosshair that complements his playstyle. To maximize precision, he opts for a small blue dot crosshair, which is ideal for a player with one of the highest headshot percentages in the game.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Dom Solkas is a professional gamer hailing from the United Kingdom and currently representing Team Liquid in Valorant. Before becoming a top-tier player in Riot Games tactical shooter, he was a Counter-Strike Global Offensive star, competing in lower-tier tournaments for teams like London Esports and Fierce Esports. Many CSGO professionals sought a change in their esports careers following the release of Riot Games tactical shooter in early 2020. While big names such as Scream, Shazam, Nivera, and a few others made their way into game, some remain true to their CSGO roots. In its 2 years of existence, Valorant has managed to create a thriving gaming community with millions of people from all over the world. Since its release, several players have risen to the ranks of the game, carving out a place for themselves in its esports community. There are various equipment and in-game settings that Solkas currently utilizes as one of the top Valorant athletes in the world.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
One's Valorant settings will be of interest to those wishing to play like the MVP of the 2023 VCT season. Max Demon 1 Mazanov was a rookie when he replaced Brendan BCJ Jensen on the Evil Geniuses squad. However, he quickly took the world by storm as one of the best duelists in the game's competitive scene. Presently, Demon 1 plays for the NRG Esports lineup in the Americas League. His go-to agents are Jet and Chamber. But depending on his team's needs, he also plays Brimstone and Astra. In Valorant, your crosshair is more than just a visual element, it's the primary tool for pinpoint aiming. Finding a crosshair that aligns with your preferences and playstyle is crucial for unlocking your
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Since the release of Valorant in 2020, Riot has tried to establish a competitive scene around the game. The game has also managed to make an impact on a global level with regard to several regions associated with the Valorant Champions Tour VCT circuit. The constant efforts of the publisher have helped many regions to grow exponentially over the years, and APAC is one of those regions. The growth of Valorant esports in this region has also helped some young talents showcase their skills in front of the whole world. Wang Jingjie, aka Jing, is one of them. He is currently with Singapore Sidepaper Rex. The youngster has already represented his region in 2 international LAN events and is ready to increase the number to 3 after participating in the VCT Stage 2 Masters Copenhagen later this month. Jing is also one of the fan favorites, and players love to emulate his playstyle and settings in the game.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Winning VCT America's kickoff, it is no surprise that fans are eager to learn Zekken's Valorant settings. Zachary Zekken Patroni currently plays as a primary duelist for Sentinels. Despite being only 18 years old, he has been one of the best players in North America for over 2 years. However, the youngster has rarely been able to showcase his mechanical brilliance on the international stage. Zekken's primary agents include Raze, but has always been known as an
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Sinatra. One is an American Valorant player who previously made streaming content for Sentinels. He hasn't competed professionally in the last year or so after being benched on his roster. Prior to Valorant, the player made his mark in Overwatch when he won the Overwatch League 2019. Sinatra's return to competitive Valorant hasn't been smooth sailing. His team, Untamable Beast, didn't make it past the VCT North America Challengers, LCQ. Since fans saw him return to scene for a brief period, they may be wondering about his latest Valorant settings and configurations. Mouse settings are the main thing people are interested in when it comes to pro player settings. Keep in mind, it will take some time for you to get used to new settings. So if you want to try these settings, make sure you play with them for a considerable amount of time. That's the only way you will be able to see if they're a good fit for you or not. Like many in Valorant, Sinatra plays at a high resolution of 1920 by 1080, but with 16:10 ration, not 16:9, like many pro players. As well,
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Felipe Les Basso, the 2022 world champion and 2023 bronze medalist, is one of the most renowned Brazilian players in Valorant. His achievements inspire fans not only in Brazil, but around the globe. His exceptional skills as a Sentinel player captivate even those who are unfamiliar with Valorant. In this article, we will explore Les settings and more. Since 2022, Les has been playing for the Brazilian Team Loud, with which he won Valorant Champions 2022 and secured 3rd place at Valorant Champions 2023. Although the 2024 season wasn't as successful, it's far from the end for Les, and fans eagerly await his and his team's future accomplishments. Choosing the right mouse settings is crucial in Valorant. Incorrect sensitivity can significantly reduce your performance, which is why it's important to select settings carefully, as Les does. Over the course of his career, he has settled on the following settings.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Forsaken Sasando remains one of the brightest stars on the Valorant scene, inspiring both newcomers and seasoned players alike. His settings and choice of equipment highlight his serious approach to the game and his drive to achieve the highest results. In the near future, Forsaken is sure to continue delivering outstanding performances and delighting his fans with new victories. You can take a step closer to your own success by using F0 Forsaken settings that we've gathered for you in this guide. Currently, Forsaken plays for PaperX and has no plans to leave the team. This is his first professional team, which he joined in 2021, and he remains an active member to this day. Over this period, he has earned $236,000 in prize money, and it's likely that this is...
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Dirk Simitev is a pro Valorant player currently playing for Fnatic. Known for his duelist plays, he competes in the Valorant Champions Tour, EMEA Europe, the Middle East, and Africa League. He joined Fnatic in April 2021, and since then he has been a crucial part of the team. On June 25th, Fnatic became the first team to win 2 back-to-back international events, VCD Lock-In and VCD 2023 Masters Tokyo. The team defeated Evil Geniuses in the best-of-5 grand final to win the VCD 2023 Masters Tokyo with a dominant 3-0 score. Dirk's Valorant settings have been compiled in one place.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Evil Geniuses Jogamo's Valorant settings would interest players wishing to emulate his playstyle. Alexander Jogamo, more is a Cambodian player, who is one of the key reasons behind Evil Geniuses Champions 2023 victory. While Jet and Raze are Jogamo's most played agents, he has also proven to be excellent in the controller role. While copying the settings used by Alexander Jogamo more won't elevate your gameplay to that level, it is definitely a good place to start your practice journey. Alexander is a Cambodian Valorant player who plays for America's Evil Geniuses. He primarily plays the agents Raze and Omen for the team and can also pilot Astra and Harbor. Jogamo and the rest of Evil Geniuses have been one of the biggest surprises in the 2023 VCT season. Jogamo was initially a part of the T1 Academy roster. He was a standout player in that lineup and made a name for himself in the North American rank ladder. One of the most popular Ace clips features Jogamo pulling off a 1v5 as Reyna on Fracture. Evil Geniuses noticed his high mechanical talent, and he was signed by the team at the start of 2022.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Chronicle's Valorant settings can be useful for players to improve their aim and be promoted to higher ranks in an ever-evolving FPS title, such as Valorant. Timofey Chronicle Kromov is a Russian esports athlete playing for the Team Fnatic with Controller or Sentinel agents. He started his Valorant journey with Team Fishkavitam in 2020. After playing for 2 years, he joined Gambit Esports, where his exceptional performance contributed to their victory in the VCD Masters Berlin 2021 by defeating Envy with a score of 3-0. As of this writing, they defeated Gentlemates easily in VCD EMEA Stage 1 2024 with score 2-0 and are headed to face KOI in the next match. Timofey Chronicle Kromov made history in Valorant, as he is the first and only player to win 3 big tournaments: Masters Berlin 2021, Lock-In Sao Paulo 2023, and Masters Tokyo 2023. He won several trophies, with some of his notable achievements being:
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
When we talk about key figures on the professional Valorant scene, we can't forget about a legend like tenz. Although the Canadian streamer has retired from his professional career in Riot Shooter, he remains one of the most well-known personalities who continue to promote Valorant. That's why Tyson is someone to look up to, and if you're planning to do so, it's worth starting with his settings and devices. Today, we'll tell you about Tyson Valorant settings, as well as the devices used by the content creator. The first thing to talk about is the gaming mouse, as one of the most common questions revolves around Tyson sensitivity Valorant and other related settings. The player uses a Logitech G Pro X Superlight 2 in black with relatively low sensitivity but high DPI. These settings perfectly complement his unique and aggressive playstyle, but that doesn't mean they'll work for you. Right after setting up the mouse, we move on to the crosshair settings, as this is what the above mentioned mouse controls and what you'll see most often on your screen. tenz uses a fairly standard crosshair for most professionals, a small cross with a light blue color. This color is also commonly chosen by esports players to make it stand out without clashing with textures.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together.
Aspas Valorant settings will be of interest to players wishing to play like the Brazilian superstar. Eric Aspas Santos rose to fame as the star for the Loud squad that won Champions 2022. He stayed on the roster till the end of the 2023 season, performing exceedingly well. In 2024, he joined Leviathan, where he continues to display his excellence. Aspas is best known for playing mobility-based duelists like Jet and Raze, which allow him to dart around sections of the map, shooting people in the head. He presently holds a record for most kills in a single map in Valorant Champions Tour. MIBR has benefited greatly from the addition of Aspas for the Valorant Champions Tour 2022. Not only has he filled out the team's 5th position, he has routinely stepped out of his comfort zone for the team. Mirber's performance has been exhilarating for their fans and supporters worldwide. Besides a solid understanding of his role and the requirements of his team, his fluidity
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together. Valorant's Tier 2 esports scene has some of the best upcoming talents across various regions. The regions of Latin and North America, Pacific, and EMEA all have a Tier 2 circuit below the franchised leagues, where teams have participated in various splits with the best teams competing in the VCT Ascension tournaments. This serves as a great way for franchising teams to scout for talent and also allows the non-franchised teams to have a chance at qualifying for the Tier 1 scene. M80 are one of North American Valorant's strongest Tier 2 teams and are currently competing in the VCT America's Ascension tournament. The team is expected to be one of the favorites to win the entire event. A highly impactful and consistent player on their roster is Alexander Xander Deturi. Xander currently plays for M80 as a controller. The Canadian Valorant player is known for his ability to have many kills, despite playing a role that tends to be more supportive in nature. The Canadian Italian's first break. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together. As gamers, we often find ourselves wanting to be as versatile as possible. Personally, I think there is nothing wrong with being an expert in one thing. In some cases, it's a very good thing, especially if you're a Valorant player. Grim takes expertise to a whole new level by showing us the best possible Sage in the world of Valorant streaming, aptly naming himself a competitive Sage grinder. There's no better person to learn this particular agent from than Grim. While we may not know much about Grim personally, there's much we can learn from what we know of him, which is his game sense, sensitivity, and settings. An interesting mouse setting in Valorant is raw input buffer, where the game allows its user's mouse to send input data directly to the game instead of going through the system or a dedicated application like G-Hub or Synapse. While it does seem like a good feature that can really reduce latency, it is still in beta and I would not personally recommend that you use it. One notable thing about Grim's settings is how he prefers his UI quality setting to be in medium. UI quality, or user interface quality, refers to the heads-up display HUD in a game. Still confused? It's basically where you see all the relevant information while in-game, like your status bars and mini-map, by increasing the graphic quality of his UI. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together. Valorant settings is one of the most searched phrases on the internet, and it's no surprise, given the Lithuanians' performance at the EMEA kickoff event. Dominikas Mini-Boo Lukasevicius is currently the primary duelist for Team Heretics along with his brother and in-game leader, Ricardas Boo Lukasevicius. Mini-Boo has quickly established himself as a top-tier duelist in EMEA, thanks to his lethal gameplay against top opposition. His agent pool includes Jet, Neon, Yoru, and Raze. Mini-Boo previously played for Tier 2 EMEA teams such as Esports, where he was highly regarded as an up-and-coming talent. Mini-Boo has the opportunity to establish his name in the international picture at VCT Masters Madrid, where Team Heretics will enter as the hometown heroes. Which mouse does Mini-Boo use? Mini-Boo, whose real name is Dominikas Lukasevicius, is a professional Valorant player from Lithuania currently playing for Team Heretics. Mini-Boo uses the Razer DeathAdder V3 Pro gaming mouse. This is a high-performance, lightweight wireless mouse popular among esports players for its precision and ergonomic design. The DeathAdder series is renowned for its right-handed ergonomic shape, refined with input from top esports professionals. It features a curved body with a pronounced hump for palm support, making it comfortable for extended gaming sessions, especially for medium to large hands using a palm or claw grip. V3 Pro weighs just 63 g for the white version due to paint, making it one of the lightest ergonomic esports mice in its class. This reduction, over 25% lighter than the V2 Pro, enhances agility for quick flicks and precise movements in fast-paced games like Valorant. Equipped with the Razer Focus Pro 30K optical sensor, offering up to 30,000 dpi for extreme sensitivity. Mini-Boo Valorant mouse settings. Mini-Boo Lukasevicius, the Lithuanian Valorant pro currently playing as a duelist for Team Heretics, uses specific mouse settings optimized for his high-performance gameplay. These settings are tailored to his preference for precision and quick responsiveness, which suit his aggressive playstyle in competitive matches. DPI 800. This is a common DPI setting among pros, balancing speed and precision. In game sensitivity 0.29, a relatively low sensitivity for finer control over aim, typical for players who prioritize accuracy. DPI 232. This is on the lower end of the spectrum for Valorant pros, indicating a preference for larger mouse movements for precise tracking and flicking. Scoped sensitivity multiplier 1.05, slightly above 1, meaning his aim downsights ADS sensitivity is a bit faster than his hip fire sensitivity, allowing for subtle adjustments when using scoped weapons like the operator. Polling rate 4000 Hz standard for high-end gaming mice like the DeathAdder V3 Pro, ensuring minimal input lag with updates sent to the PC 1000 times per second. Windows sensitivity 6 keeps the native Windows pointer speed unchanged, which is typical to avoid interference with in-game settings. His settings reflect a preference for precision over speed, which aligns with his role as a duelist, where landing headshots and controlling engagements are critical. Mini-Boo Valorant crosshair settings. Mini-Boo, the Lithuanian Valorant pro currently playing as the primary duelist for Team Heretics, uses a distinctive crosshair setup that complements his aggressive playstyle. Red works great for Mini-Boo's sharp aim, but if it blends into certain maps, iceboxes, icy blues, or sunsets, bright skies, you might prefer a different hue. Mini-Boo's length of 2 is very short, ideal for pinpoint headshots, but potentially harder to track for players with less precise mouse control like with his Razer DeathAdder V3 Pro. A longer crosshair can help with alignment. Mini-Boo disables the center dot for a cleaner look, but adding one can help newer players or those focusing on spray control find the exact middle of their screen. His thickness of 1 is thin for precision, but if you play on a higher resolution 1440p or 4K or sit farther from your monitor, it might be too faint. Offset 2 gives a tight gap, perfect for Mini-Boo's flick-heavy style. A larger gap might suit players who prefer a wider reference point for crosshair placement. Mini-Boo uses uses outlines thickness 1, opacity 1 for visibility. If you find them too subtle or too prominent, tweaking them can refine the look. Mini Boo skips outer lines for simplicity, but adding them can help with spray control or tracking at longer ranges. Mini Boo disables these to keep his crosshair static, but enabling them can help newer players learn movement and recoil patterns. Thickness 1 is chunky for Mini Boo's operator shots, but if you snipe less or prefer subtlety, you might tweak it. Mini Boo's crosshair is built for his cracked aim and duelist aggression, so adjustments depend on your role. Sentinel players might want a dot for anchoring. Mini Boo Valorant video settings. Mini Boo, the Lithuanian Valorant pro playing as the primary duelist for Team Heretics, uses a specific set of video settings to optimize his performance in-game. These settings are tailored to maximize frame rates and ensure clarity, which is crucial for his aggressive playstyle, and precise aim with the Razer DeathAdder V3 Pro ensures the game takes full control of the display for minimal input lag and maximum performance. Standard competitive resolution, balancing clarity and performance. Mini Boo sticks to 1600x 900p, common among pros for its widespread compatibility and high FPS output, allows the game to run at the highest possible FPS, leveraging his high-end hardware to reduce input latency, enables the game to utilize multiple CPU cores, boosting performance on modern systems. All quality settings are minimized to prioritize FPS over visual fidelity, reducing GPU load and ensuring smooth gameplay in intense firefights. Removes the darkening effect around screen edges, keeping the entire field of view clear. Disables vertical sync to eliminate screen tearing and reduce input lag, critical for competitive play. Low graphical settings and an unlocked frame rate ensure he gets the most out of his hardware, critical for his flick-heavy duelist role. Jet, Neon, Rays, Yoru. Disabling effects like bloom, shadows, and vignette keeps his screen free of distractions, letting him spot enemies instantly, pairing perfectly with his cyan crosshair's visibility. MSAA 2x and 4x anisotropic filtering provide just enough smoothing to avoid jagged edges without tanking performance, reflecting his need for precision with the DeathAdder V3 Pro's 30K DPI sensor. Mini Boo Valorant map settings. Mini Boo, the Lithuanian Valorant pro and primary duelist for Team Heretics, relies heavily on his mini-map settings to maintain map awareness and execute his aggressive playstyle effectively. Mini Boo, as a duelist, needs to quickly orient himself to enemy positions based on his facing direction. Most pro players, including those in EMEA like Mini Boo, prefer rotate over fixed because it aligns the mini-map with their real-time perspective, making it easier to react to callouts and enemy movements during fast-paced engagements. Keeps him aligned with his orientation and teammates' coverage, perfect for quick peeks and dashes. Jet's tailwind gives him a macro view of the battlefield, essential for spotting flank opportunities or timing sight hits. Ensures clarity and precision in chaotic team fights, pairing well with his cyan crosshair and low graphics video settings for an uncluttered HUD. Mini Boo gears. It seems like you're asking about Mini Boo's gaming gear, likely referring to the equipment he uses as a professional Valorant player for Team Heretics. Based on the context of your previous questions about his mouse, crosshair, and video settings, I'll assume Mini Boo gears is a request for details on his hardware setup. Razer DeathAdder V3 Pro, a lightweight 63G wireless ergonomic mouse with a Razer Focus Pro 30K optical sensor up to 30,000 dpi. It features Gen 3 optical switches, 90M click lifespan, and hyperspeed wireless for low latency performance. Mini Boo uses this for its precision and comfort, ideal for his flick-heavy duelist playstyle. Razer Gigantus V2 medium A cloth mousepad with a textured microwave surface and 3mm thick foam base, providing a smooth glide and cushioning. The medium-sized 360mm x 275mm suits his controlled, precise movements. Logitech G Pro X TKL keyboard magenta. While not explicitly confirmed in every source, many Team Heretics players and Valorant pros favor the Logitech G Pro X for its analog lecker switches, rapid trigger, and customizable actuation. 0.1mm 4.0mm. This 60% keyboard is compact and lightning fast, aligning with Mini Boo's need for quick inputs. He's been spotted with it in streams and LAN events. Zowie XL2540. Mini Boo likely uses a 360Hz monitor, with the Zowie XL2540 being a top choice among pros for its DI-AC technology, reduces motion blur and 1080p resolution at a 24.5-inch size. This ensures ultra-smooth visuals to match his unlocked FPS in Valorant. Earlier setups might have included the XL2540, but the 2566K is the current standard for his level. Logitech G Pro X2 headset. White Mini Boo has been associated with the Logitech G Pro X2, a wired headset with 7.1 virtual surround sound and a detachable noise-canceling mic, great for comms and pro play. Some sources suggest he might use the wireless Cloud Alpha for comfort during long sessions, though the Cloud 2 is more consistently noted. NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080 exact GPU isn't publicly detailed, but as a pro with a top-tier setup, Mini Boo likely runs an RTX 3080 to push 300+ FPS at 1080p with his low graphics settings. Paired with NVIDIA Reflex, this minimizes latency. AMD Ryzen 7 5800X 3D high-end CPUs like these are typical for pros to handle Valorant's CPU-bound performance and multitasking streaming comm software. The 5800X 3DS 3D cache raw power would suit his needs. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together. Streamers in the world, check out Shroud's Valorant setup. Michael Shroud Grzycek is currently one of the most famous streamers in the world. Michael is known for his professional career in CSGO, but he became famous for his phenomenal plays in PUBG. Shroud had a very successful professional career. However, he decided to give it all up and become a full-time streamer. He then became a variety streamer and tries every game that is released. In fact, he gets a lot of sponsored streams to try new games. And now Shroud is obsessed with two games, New World and Valorant. After trying the Valorant beta, Shroud fell in love with Valorant and has been enjoying it ever since. What mouse does Shroud use? Shroud uses the Logitech G303 Shroud Edition. There are quite a few players who prefer to use them. They are very lightweight, have low click latency, and are very solidly built. They also have a good cable and the mouse feet move smoothly. Shroud Pro Mouse Settings. Professionals should not only use the best wireless mouse that feels most comfortable, but also the perfect mouse settings. It is recommended to find the mouse sensitivity and settings that feel most comfortable for you, but it is also a good idea to look at the best sensitivity for Valorant that other professionals use and have a standard to work from. You can compare your sensitivity to it. We have Shroud's Pro settings for you to try out for yourself. If you want to get better and rank up in Valorant, you need to make sure that you are comfortable with the optimal sensitivity and mouse settings. Shroud Crosshair Settings. Professional players like Shroud also need to be comfortable with the crosshair they use in order to aim perfectly. Many fans want to try out Shroud's Valorant settings to see if it suits them. Many of the best Valorant players use a cyan crosshair for several reasons. It is visible on almost every surface and enemy. It's bright enough to stand out from most backgrounds and never get lost. Other pros prefer a small dot as a crosshair because it takes up less space on the screen and allows them to see their opponents more easily. This allows them to get headshots more often with a single tap. However, Shroud and others believe that using a dot crosshair in Valorant can make the crosshair harder to see and the recoil harder to control. Shroud's Keybind Settings. Shroud's Valorant keybinds are almost identical to the default setup, as are most Valorant Pro setups. The only difference from the default setup is that the use equip ability keybinding has been changed. Many professionals do this to make it easier to move when using their skills. Ability 1 remains C, but the keybinds for the other three abilities have all been changed to his liking. Shroud made some changes to his default keybind setup. One difference is that he moved jump to mouse wheel down. Many pro players changed this keybind in games like CSGO and Valorant, as this makes bunny hopping much easier and improves movement. Another difference between Shroud's Valorant setup and the default is that, like most pros, he has moved his ability keybinds to mouse buttons. This makes it much easier to maintain good movement while performing moves. Shroud Video Settings. Shroud uses an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090 and an Asus ROG PG27 AQDM 360Hz monitor. For professional gamers, it is important to use a high-frequency monitor to get the best and most immersive competitive gaming experience. Although Shroud uses the most powerful graphics card available, he plays with the lowest possible graphics settings to further maximize his FPS and avoid his PC's performance slowing down during critical phases of the game. It's a bit old, but it's worth checking out to get a better understanding of the pros and cons of some settings. These settings allow you to experience what it feels like to play Valorant the way Shroud does. We recommend using the settings that you feel most comfortable with. However, fans should also try these settings and see if they suit them. You can use this as a base and make small changes as needed. Shroud's Pro settings will take your gameplay to the next level, whether you're a new player looking to improve quickly or a veteran player looking for a change. Shroud Pro Map Settings. The mini-map is a useful part of the Valorant interface for players. Proper mini-map settings are important to effectively gather as much information as possible. This allows players to see what's going on around them and on the other side of the map. Shroud's Gear. Before we move on to Shroud's game settings, we need to clarify a few things. However, it's clear that gaming gear is different from your usual hardware. As you can see, all professional gamers use state-of-the-art gaming equipment to perform better in the game. We expect professional gamers, especially those like Shroud, to use the best gaming equipment available. Playing Valorant with stable FPS is a must for competitive players. This often requires upgrading your PC to keep up with the new hardware requirements. Shroud owns a modern gaming PC and can easily play Valorant, especially at low settings, but its components are enough to achieve high and stable frame rates in Valorant, and that's all. Also, Shroud has a separate PC for gaming, with the same GPU and CPU as his gaming PC. Yes, that's an exaggeration, but this will ensure you get the best quality streaming. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on the latest news and updates. Drop a comment below sharing your favorite gaming setup tips or what you'd like to see next on the channel. Let's build a gaming community together. Jia is a professional Valorant player from Singapore. He is currently an active member of Team Paperex, playing the role of duelist for the team. Jing's explosive entry fragging abilities and mechanical prowess have skyrocketed his popularity amongst Valorant fans. He is also one of the youngest players in the esports scene. He began his journey towards the end of 2020 and has grown into an influential player. Such professionals require a constant set of peripherals and settings to deliver consistent performance. What mouse does Jing use? Jing uses a G-Wolves HADIS Plus 4K. The G-Wolves brand isn't the most popular among Valorant pros, but some players enjoy using it. It's very light, has low click latency, and is very robust. It also has a great cable and very good mouse feet that glide smoothly. Jing Pro Mouse Settings. Professionals not only need to use the best wireless mouse that they feel most comfortable with, but also need the perfect mouse settings. We recommend finding the mouse sensitivity and settings that are most comfortable for you, but also so you can compare the best sensitivity for Valorant that other pros are using to get a baseline to work from. We have Jing's Pro settings for you to try out for yourself. If you want to improve and rank up in Valorant, you need to make sure you are comfortable with the perfect sensitivity and mouse settings. Jing's crosshair settings. Pro players like Jing also need to get comfortable with the crosshair they use to ensure perfect aiming. Many fans want to try out Jing's Valorant settings to see if they work for them. Many of the best Valorant players use the cyan crosshair for a few reasons. It is visible on almost every surface and enemy. It's bright enough to stand out from most backgrounds and never get lost. Other pros prefer a small dot as a crosshair because it takes up less space on the screen and allows them to see their opponents more easily. This allows them to get headshots more often with a single tap. However, Jing and his team believe that using a dot crosshair in Valorant can make the crosshair harder to see and the recoil harder to control. Jing's keybind settings. Jing's Valorant keybinds, like most Valorant Pro setups, are almost identical to the default setup. The only difference from the default setup is that the keybinding for use equip ability has been changed. Many pros do this to encourage good movement when using their skills. Ability 1 remained on C, but the key bindings for the other 3 abilities were all changed to suit his preferences. Jing made some changes to the default key binding settings. One difference is that he moved jump to mouse wheel down. Many pro players changed this key binding in games like CSGO and Valorant, as this makes bunny hopping much easier and improves movement. Another difference between Jing's Valorant settings and the default is that, like most pros, he has moved his ability key bindings to mouse buttons. This makes acting much easier and allows him to maintain good movement. Jing's video settings. Jing uses an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090 and a Zowie XL2566K 360Hz monitor. For professional gamers, using a high-frequency monitor is important to provide the best possible immersive competitive gaming experience. Despite using the most powerful graphics card available, Jing plays with the lowest possible graphics settings to further maximize FPS and ensure that PC performance is not affected during critical phases of the game. Although it is a bit outdated, it is worth checking out to get a deeper understanding of the pros and cons.
Born on July 2, 1994, in Brussels, Belgium, is a renowned professional esports player of Belgian and Moroccan descent, widely celebrated for his unparalleled mechanical prowess and precision aiming, earning him the enduring nickname Headshot Machine. At 31 years old, as of his retirement from Valorant in 2025, Scream transitioned from a stellar Counter-Strike career to become one of the early pioneers in Riot Games' tactical shooter, bringing his legendary one-tap flicks and dueling dominance to the scene. He is the older brother of fellow esports star Nabil Nivra Benerlidim, forming the first brother duo to qualify for a VCT Global event at Valorant Champions 2021, while playing together on Team Liquid and later Carmine Corporation. Scream's Valorant tenure from 2020 to 2025 amassed approximately $83,000 to $88,000 in tournament earnings, marked by consistent high placements in regional and international competitions, multiple MVP awards, and iconic highlight reel moments that solidified his Reputation as a mechanical god. Which mouse does Scream use? Scream's current mouse of choice is the Final Mouse Ultralight X Prophecy Scream Classic, a limited edition wireless gaming mouse designed in collaboration with Final Mouse. This model represents the culmination of Scream's long-standing partnership with the brand, which dates back to at least 2015, when he announced his first signature mouse, the Scream One. The ULX Prophecy Scream Classic is part of Finalmouse Ultralight X competition lineup, engineered specifically for esports professionals who demand minimal weight and maximal responsiveness. It weighs approximately 36 grams, with slight variations by size. The classic variant is around 38 grams, making it one of the lightest wireless mice available, comparable to the weight of a single strawberry. This ultra-low weight is achieved through a revolutionary carbon fiber composite honeycomb chassis, which provides exceptional strength-to-weight ratio over 3 times better than traditional ABS plastic and a third better than magnesium. The a stellar Counter-Strike career to become one of the early pioneers in Riot Games' tactical shooter, bringing his legendary one-tap flicks and dueling dominance to the scene. He is the older brother of fellow esports star Nabil Nivra Benerlidim, forming the first brother duo to qualify for a VCT Global event at Valorant Champions 2021, while playing together on Team Liquid and later Carmine Corporation. Scream's Valorant tenure from 2020 to 2025 amassed approximately $83,000 to $88,000 in tournament earnings, marked by consistent high placements in regional and international competitions, multiple MVP awards, and iconic highlight reel moments that solidified his reputation as a mechanical god. Which mouse does Scream use? Scream's current mouse of choice is the Final Mouse Ultralight X Prophecy Scream Classic, a limited edition wireless gaming mouse designed in collaboration with Final Mouse. This model represents the culmination of Scream's long-standing partnership with the brand, which dates back to at least 2015, when he announced his first signature mouse, the Scream One. The ULX Prophecy Scream Classic is part of Finalmouse Ultralight X competition lineup, engineered specifically for esports professionals who demand minimal weight and maximal responsiveness. It weighs approximately 36 grams, with slight variations by size. The classic variant is around 38 grams, making it one of the lightest wireless mice available, comparable to the weight of a single strawberry. This ultra-low weight is achieved through a revolutionary carbon fiber composite honeycomb chassis, which provides exceptional strength-to-weight ratio over 3 times better than traditional ABS plastic and a third better than magnesium. The mouse
क्योंकि मुश्किल ख्वाबों से ही तो जन्मा है तुझसा ही निर्मा है तुझसा ही निर्मा है तू आग तू ही पानी है रे तोड़ परेशानी हार के माथे पे लिख दे अपनी जीत की कहानी
जब दूध से सफेदी निर्मा से आए रंगीन कपड़ा भी खिल खिल जाए तो फिर तो क्यों मैल से घबराए
At 31 years old, as of his retirement from Valorant in 2025, Scream transitioned from a stellar Counter-Strike career to become one of the early pioneers in Riot Games' tactical shooter, bringing his legendary one-tap flicks and dueling dominance to the scene. He is the older brother of fellow esports star Nabil Nivra Benrlitum, forming the first brother duo to qualify for a VCT Global event at Valorant Champions 2021, while playing together on Team Liquid and later Carmine Corporation. Scream's Valorant tenure from 2020 to 2025 amassed approximately $83,000 to $88,000 in tournament earnings, marked by consistent high placements in regional and international competitions, multiple MVP awards, and iconic highlight reel moments that solidified his reputation as a mechanical god. Which mouse does Scream use? Scream's current mouse of choice is the Finalmouse Ultralight X Prophecy Scream Classic, a limited edition wireless gaming mouse designed in collaboration with Finalmouse. This model represents the culmination of Scream's long-standing partnership with the brand, which dates back to at least 2015, when he announced his first signature mouse, the Scream 1. The ULX Prophecy Scream Classic is part of Finalmouse Ultralight X competition lineup, engineered specifically for esports professionals who demand minimal weight and maximal responsiveness. It weighs approximately 36 grams, with slight variations by size. The classic variant is around 38 grams, making it one of the lightest wireless mice available, comparable to the weight of a single strawberry. This ultra-low weight is achieved through a revolutionary carbon fiber composite honeycomb chassis, which provides exceptional strength-to-weight ratio over 3 times better than traditional ABS plastic and a third better than magnesium.
इशारा समझ ले बहके कदम ले चले किस गली जानबूझ के है खोने की पड़ी इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले हवाओं में फिजाओं में नजारों में इशारे संग हो जो तू मेरे खो जाने दे मिल जाने दे जो भी हो अब हो जाने दे इशारा समझ ले
Adil Scream Benrlitum, born on July 2, 1994, in Brussels, Belgium, is a renowned professional esports player of Belgian and Moroccan descent, widely celebrated for his unparalleled mechanical prowess and precision aiming, earning him the enduring nickname Headshot Machine. At 31 years old, as of his retirement from Valorant in 2025, Scream transitioned from a stellar Counter-Strike career to become one of the early pioneers in Riot Games' tactical shooter, bringing his legendary one-tap flicks and dueling dominance to the scene. He is the older brother of fellow esports star Nabil Nivra Benrlitum, forming the first brother duo to qualify for a VCT Global event at Valorant Champions 2021, while playing together on Team Liquid and later Carmine Corporation. Scream's Valorant tenure from 2020 to 2025 amassed approximately $83,000 to $88,000 in tournament earnings, marked by consistent high placements in regional and international competitions, multiple MVP awards, and iconic highlight reel moments that solidified his reputation as a mechanical god. Which mouse does Scream use? Scream's current mouse of choice is the Finalmouse Ultralight X Prophecy Scream Classic, a limited edition wireless gaming mouse designed in collaboration with Finalmouse. This model represents the culmination of Scream's long-standing partnership with the brand, which dates back to at least 2015, when he announced his first signature mouse, the Scream 1. The ULX Prophecy Scream Classic is part of Finalmouse Ultralight X competition lineup, engineered specifically for esports professionals who demand minimal weight and maximal responsiveness. It weighs approximately 36 grams, with slight variations by size. The classic variant is around 38 grams, making it one of the lightest wireless mice available, comparable to the weight of a single strawberry. This ultra-low weight is achieved through a revolutionary carbon fiber composite honeycomb chassis, which provides exceptional strength-to-weight ratio over 3 times better than traditional ABS plastic and a third better than magnesium. The mouse Adil Scream Benrlitum, born on July 2, 1994, in Brussels, Belgium, is a renowned professional esports player of Belgian and Moroccan descent, widely celebrated for his unparalleled mechanical prowess and precision aiming, earning him the enduring nickname Headshot Machine. At 31 years old, as of his retirement from Valorant in 2025, Scream transitioned from a stellar Counter-Strike career to become one of the early pioneers in Riot Games' tactical shooter, bringing his legendary one-tap flicks and dueling dominance to the scene. He is the older brother of fellow esports star Nabil Nivra Benrlitum, forming the first brother duo to qualify for a VCT Global event at Valorant Champions 2021, while playing together on Team Liquid and later Carmine Corporation Scream's Valorant